of a terrorist war. It was not designed to do that. We were talking about other uses for the missile defense shield, which is to intercept incoming missiles, especially those that may be launched from so-called rogue nations. Dan Abrams, you're in Lower Manhattan. Can you tell us if there's anything new? Certainly, is there any encouraging news to come out of the search and rescue operations?
Well, Tom, the rescue effort continues, and every once in a while there's a good piece of news, and that is either that they have found an additional person, they have found an additional firefighter, but it has been few and far between. I think a lot of the triage units here a little disappointed, only disappointed that there are not more people that they can help. There aren't more survivors there. They are set up there. The hospitals here are prepared. And I think one of the most disappointing aspects of this for the hospitals is that there aren't more survivors. With that said, they are still working furiously behind me. I can tell you that I've been talking to firefighters, I've been talking to EMTs, I've been talking to doctors who've been emerging from that scene, who have just been talking about the heroic efforts, in particular by the fire department there, to literally dig through feet and feet of rubble. And that is exactly what they're doing. And Tom, I can also tell you from walking the streets here, remember, all of Manhattan is closed below 14th Street. And from those who are not from Manhattan, that is an enormous portion of Manhattan Island. And from walking around what are fairly empty streets, as a lifelong New Yorker, I can tell you I've never seen anything like this. People who don't know one another saying hello to one another. People who don't know one another sitting down at cafes with one another talking about what has happened. There's this image of New Yorkers as this sort of jaded group. This, I think, has changed everything. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Dan Abrams. Within 30 seconds or so, the Attorney General of the United States will be briefing. We've heard from Secretary of State Coleman about an alliance of nations. Here is now the Attorney General, also Defense Secretary Don Rumsfeld, talking to reporters today.
A highly coordinated effort. I want to thank all of the federal, state, local agencies that have worked tirelessly yesterday and today to help the victims of this act of war find relief and to help the United States of America locate the people who are responsible for these terrible acts of war. Immediately after the first report of a plane crashing into the World Trade Towers, numerous federal agencies coordinating with the White House mobilized their resources. Throughout the day, secure video conferences took place among the National Security Council, the Department of Justice, the Department of State, the Department of Defense, the Department of Treasury, FEMA, CIA, the FAA, and other federal agencies. Both the President and the Vice President presided over a number of cabinet and sub-cabinet meetings and video conferences. Continuity of government plans were put into effect. Within the Department of Justice, our full resources were put into operation immediately. As I will explain in greater detail in a few moments, these resources have been deployed both to investigate this act of war and to assist victim survivors and victim families. But let me stress that this is not simply a Department of Justice effort. The response of the federal government across the board has been, I believe, from the President of the United States to the rescue workers, magnificent. I'll now turn to the information that the response we have been making has developed. I'll give you the information that we can give you. However, we will give you only facts that we can confirm. You may be hearing things that we have not told you, but some people have the luxury of speculating. We won't speculate, but we'll only give you confirmed facts. And also, we must be careful to protect confidential intelligence sources and the methods of our intelligence so we do not compromise this ongoing investigation or the capacity of this nation to undertake such investigations as this. The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats. Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States. The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. The full resources of the FBI, the Justice Department's Criminal Division, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the INS, and other components have been brought to bear and will be focused in this endeavor. Throughout the day and into the night last night, Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson and Assistant Attorney General Michael Chertoff, who is not with us at this moment, and I were present at the FBI's Strategic Information and Operations Center, together, of course, with the director and a number of other individuals. The Justice Department is working closely with investigators, the FAA, and the intelligence community, including the CIA, the NSA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Defense Department. Numerous agencies have assigned personnel to the SIOC at the FBI to coordinate investigative efforts so that information which is received on these premises becomes immediately available to the cooperating agencies. And I might add that we reciprocate with similar deployments in a variety of other settings. The Justice Department's Terrorism and Violent Crime Section is coordinating the response of the U.S. Attorney's offices nationwide. These agencies have a presence at the SIOC here in the FBI 24 hours a day and are coordinating efforts both in the United States and worldwide around the clock. Investigators are reviewing intelligence and have received numerous credible leads. Command posts have been established at all crime scenes. Evidence response teams and the FBI's disaster squad have been deployed to the crash sites. The recovery of bodies and the collection of evidence is ongoing at the Pentagon and at the crash site in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Investigators are working with the National Transportation Safety Board to recover the black boxes from the crash sites. The crime scene at the WTC has been secured, but is not yet a crime scene accessible to investigators. The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews. All investigative resources of the FBI's laboratory and crisis response capabilities have been mobilized. Now let me turn this podium over to FBI Director Bob Mueller to talk more about the investigation itself.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I want to start by saying that the men and women of the FBI join the nation in expressing our deep sympathies for the victims of these horrific tragedies and their families. And we, all of us in the FBI, pledge to those directly affected by these attacks that we will leave no stone unturned in our quest to help find those responsible and to bring those individuals to justice. Let me turn, if I could, for a moment to the effort that we have undertaken at the FBI to investigate these tragedies. Early after the planes started to fall yesterday, as soon as we heard that there was a particular city that was either a city of origin for a flight or a city such as New York where a flight went in, we established command posts. We have at those command posts and at a number of offices around the country where there are leads, more than 4,000 special agents who are assigned to assist this investigation. 4,000 special agents and 3,000 support personnel. We have over 400 of our laboratory personnel deployed at the crime scenes in New York City, south of Johnstown in Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon. And we anticipate this level of resource commitment will continue for the immediate future. In the last 24 hours, we have been addressing two objectives. The first objective is to determine, identify the hijackers on each of the planes. Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States. Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future. That is our first objective. The second objective is to gather any and all evidence we have as to whom assisted the hijackers, and not only in this country, but also overseas. We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down. We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively. Let me conclude at this juncture by emphasizing again the FBI's total and unwavering commitment to this investigation. We will not stop, and as I said before, we will leave no stone unturned until we have determined who was responsible for these attacks on our freedom. Now, I would be happy to entertain questions, as I'm sure the Attorney General would.
Director, has there been any arrests of any of these associates that you've identified?
Now, I understand that there is reporting out there that the FBI has made arrests with regard to the hijacking. That is not accurate. There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status, and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
Talked to and the people that you've identified, are these people that have been under FBI's watch in the past relating to other kinds of terrorism activities? Are they people who you're familiar with?
As we identify names, there may be one or more individuals with whom we have information as to involvement with individual terrorist groups.
We've seen activity today in Boston, Rhode Island, and in southern Florida. Can you walk us through, in any of these cases, and give us any guidance on why these particular individuals have been stopped and what the FBI is doing?
We have in Boston, my understanding also in Providence, and also in Miami, we have leads indicating the presence at some point in time of either the hijackers themselves, and we are attempting to recreate the travels of each of the hijackers on the planes, either the hijackers themselves or their associates, and consequently we are following all leads with interviews, with search warrants, and whatever investigative techniques are necessary to obtain the evidence.
They've got to get to the White House for a meeting.
How many?
How many associates, Mr. Mueller, do you think? And how many were workers at the airport?
I can't give you a definitive number on the associates. Thank you very much.
Well, there's an important piece of news in that briefing from Robert Mueller, who is the new director of the FBI. The FBI has made no arrests in this case so far. There have been any number of reports today of 3 being arrested in the Boston area. NBC's Pete Williams was telling us earlier that it was his understanding that they'd asked for warrants for the arrest of material witnesses in the case. That is, that they want to question some people in that. But Robert Mueller saying that there had been no arrests thus far. 3 to 6 hijackers on each plane, armed with knives and box cutters, but also using the threat of bombs on board. Obviously, several of them had been trained as pilots in the United States. That, according to Attorney General John Ashcroft. They also repeated what we've been hearing from the White House. The White House saying that both the White House and Air Force One were targets of these hijackers. They had credible evidence to that effect. R.A. Fleischer was the source of that. He is the White House press secretary, and he's scheduled to give a briefing before too long. There will be a meeting going on at the White House that Secretary Rumsfeld and others will be attending before too long. I have on the telephone now from Kansas City a man who was on one of those diverted flights, the former director of the CIA, Robert Gates. Mr. Gates, let's just catch up, first of all, with your personal travel. Where were you headed when all of this happened?
I was on my way to Cleveland.
From where?
From Seattle.
And where did they divert you to?
To Kansas City here.
You had to stay overnight?
At least one.
And are they going to let you go on to Cleveland now?
I think I'll try and head back home.
Back to Seattle?
Yeah.
Mr. Gates, you ran the CIA during a difficult time in America. What would be your recommendation to the president in terms of what he must do, first of all, as he sets out diplomatically and militarily to carry on his end of what he has now called a terrorist war in the world?
Seems to me that the actions that the government has underway are in fact the exact way to go. Finding out what the facts are, pursuing the evidence, assembling the evidence in terms of who is responsible, at the same time as taking action to deal with the aftermath of the tragedies here at home. Dealing with foreign leaders, making clear that that this is the time for, in essence, the rest of the world to fish or cut bait in terms of their relationship with the United States. There are those who support and sympathize with the terrorists, and there's everybody else. And there's not any room left for nations or groups operating in gray areas.
William Arkin, who is as you know, probably a national security affairs and terrorism expert, was saying earlier, we probably did get some intercepts. We just couldn't sift through them in time to head it off. Is that a problem in our intelligence community these days?
Well, I don't know what the what information might have been available. I've heard on the various television programs people talking about the emphasis on in recent years on electronic intelligence as opposed to human intelligence. But the truth is that that both have been fairly starved for resources for quite some time. And if you talk to knowledgeable people, they will tell you that the electronic side faces as many challenges and the need for resources as human intelligence. There have been efforts during the 90s to improve human intelligence, but these are incredibly difficult targets to penetrate. They're family and clan-based. Most of them are related. They almost all have bloody hands already. And as you're aware, in recent years, there's been a lot of controversy over the kind of people that CIA might use as sources, and I think that has imposed perhaps some obstacles to getting as many sources as we could. But I think that the problem is that all of these resources need to be increased, not just one or another kind of collection discipline.
what you're saying is that if we're going to be dealing with people who have bloody hands, we may have to enlist our own people who have bloody hands.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you're going to recruit an agent who can tell you what a terrorist group is planning, chances are that person is going to be a member of that terrorist group and not have clean hands. And the question is whether you're prepared to make the trade-off of dealing with people like that in exchange for information that might prevent catastrophes like this.
That's just one of the many difficult decisions that this country is going to have to make, Mr. Gates. We hope that you do get either back home to Seattle or your destination, because we want to go to Pakistan now, where we have a correspondent, Ron Allen, in place. Pakistan is turning out to be a key player. We're going to go. Ari Fleischer is coming up in the White House in the press briefing room. Ari Fleischer is the source of those reports that the White House itself and Air Force One were targets of these hijackers. If they have credible evidence to that effect, we'll be eager to hear his answer to the many questions that he'll have when he goes into the White House press briefing room, although he is likely to say that for reasons of security, we can't share with you all of our intelligence information that we have, and that very often is the case. We heard earlier from Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld a very sharp warning to military personnel that they ought not to be careless in their handling of classified material and sharing it with other people, because they put their colleagues, the men and women who are in uniform, at risk. And it seemed to me that he was sending that as a preemptive strike as they prepare some kind of a military operation against these terrorists. He does not want to be reading about it first or hearing it on television or radio while the operation is underway. That is always a dilemma, because very often the Pentagon and other national security agencies are leaky during these times of military operations, and we do hear about it. But our standing procedure here at NBC is that if there are troops at risk, we do not go on the air with that material. We knew, for example, during the bombing run against Libya, when the planes lifted off in England, and where they were and where they were headed, and did not say anything until they began to drop their bombs. I remember being in Haiti when units of the 82nd Airborne lifted off from Fort Bragg. In fact, we think that the Haitian government probably got a tip from a pay telephone just outside of Fort Bragg, because those big cargo planes were lifting off into the nighttime skies. Everybody was aware of it. And of course, the negotiations were underway between Jimmy Carter and the Haitian government. Here's Ari Fleischer now at the White House.
The President today has been making a series of phone calls to leaders around the world to rally an international coalition to combat terrorism. He has spoken today with Prime Minister Blair, with Prime Minister Chrétien, with President Chirac, with Chancellor Schroeder, with President Jiang of China, and twice with President Putin. The President will continue to reach out to leaders throughout the world to develop this coalition, to send a message that the United States and the world stand united, all the freedom-loving countries and others, to fight terrorism. The President is also gratified by the action taken today by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, in which they invoked Article 5, saying that an attack on one NATO nation is an attack on all NATO nations. The President is also gratified by the United Nations Security Council resolution that passed today condemning this attack and saying that it was a threat to international peace and security. Finally, as the President said in his remarks this morning, freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know that we are facing a different enemy than we have ever faced, with the President's words. In this case, we have specific and credible information that the White House and Air Force One were also intended targets of these attacks. As the President also said in his remarks, this battle will take time and resolve, and make no mistake, we will prevail. I'm happy to take questions.
In terms of the specific threat that you talk about against the White House and Air Force One, we have heard from administration officials that the plane that went into the Pentagon may have originally been targeted at the White House. What can you tell us about that?
John, we have real and credible information that the airplane that landed at the Pentagon was originally intended to hit the White House.
Can you tell us about the nature of that evidence?
No, of course I cannot. Any questions relating to how we have obtained any of this information, sources and methods, I will of course not answer.
Why it changed course already? why it went to the Pentagon and not the White House?
We really do not know the answer to that, but we are aware of what we have.
Why did Vice President Cheney remain in the building?
The Vice President was removed to a secure area at the White House.
We were told he was working out of the Situation Room with Condoleezza Rice.
The Vice President worked out of several locations, and the White House has sufficient secure locations in events such as this. And this follows a regular plan that the White House has in case of any such incidents. Campbell?
Reports that the plane flew over the Pentagon and passed over the U.S. Capitol. If the White House was indeed a target, there have been military sources who say
I've not heard that report. I've not heard that report.
All right, the threat against Air Force One.
Kelly?
All right, then do you have credible information that the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania was intended for Air Force One?
Do not have any information about that. About that plane.
If Air Force One happened to be a target, isn't it true that when the president went to Louisiana, at that point, once he took off from Louisiana, there were no flights in U.S. airspace?
No, at that moment, there were still reports of airplanes that had not yet been identified as to the whereabouts. That's another reason that the White House and the president operated in the secure manner that they did. At that moment, when the president had left Florida and was on his way to a base that no one knew where the president was heading to, there were still reports of planes that had not yet been brought onto the ground per the FAA's order.
So, I can follow up though, but when Air Force One left Louisiana and headed to Nebraska, I believe at that time there were no U.S. planes, or any planes still in U.S. airspace. So then why did the president go to Nebraska and not back here to the White House?
Because the information that we had was real and credible about Air Force One, and the manner in which Air Force One operated maintained the security of Air Force One at all times, and that also was one of the reasons why Air Force One did not come back to Andrews, where some people may have thought it would.
If we can make the connection here, that would suggest, Ari, then that the threat against Air Force One came in the form of another aircraft?
No, I'm not indicating what form it came in, John.
Ari, at what time did the White House get this information?
On the flight from Sarasota to the first location.
So did the evacuation of the White House come as a result of that information?
That's a detail that I'm not going to get into, Terry, but all appropriate security precautions were taken.
And then on the subject of rallying this international coalition, does that indicate that the president would wait or try to get the support, either operational support or political support of other nations before responding to these attacks?
Well, I'm not going to indicate anything about, speculate about any type of response. You've heard what the president said, and his words speak for themselves about America's resolve. However, as I indicated in my opening statement, the president is very heartened as a result of the world reaction and the solidarity that the world is showing at all levels in so many nations toward what has happened. And the president is going to continue to talk to leaders around the world as he builds his coalition.
Did the president secure the support of President Zhang and President Putin in those phone calls?
Let me try to give you a little more specific information on each of those phone calls. The president, as I indicated, spoke twice with President Putin, once for 5 minutes, the second time for 7 minutes. The president thanked President Putin for his call and for the message of condolence that President Putin sent yesterday. President Putin informed President Bush that he had signed a decree that there be a moment of silence at Russia and throughout Russia at noon tomorrow, with flags at half-mast to express the outrage and solidarity of the Russian people with the American people. The two presidents agreed that they would work closely together in the coming weeks to fight those responsible for yesterday's acts of terrorism. The president's phone call with President Zhang of China lasted for approximately 10 minutes. President Bush thanked President Zhang for his condolences and concern for the American people as well, and the two agreed to work together also to combat terrorism, which is another indication, as I mentioned, of the coalition the president is seeking to form as the world unites in the fight against terrorism.
All right, will that coalition look at all like the Persian Gulf Coalition, is he reaching out to Arab nations as well?
The president is going to continue to have conversations throughout the world, and as you know, Secretary Powell has too, talked to many people, and we'll try to keep you informed of the conversations the president has.
But is it right that the president has not yet reached out to any Arab nation leaders?
I'm going to try to do my best to keep you informed, but this is a process, and the president is going to continue to make phone calls. The president is, as you know, he has a meeting this afternoon with the security team. Following his meeting with the congressional leaders late this morning, the president had lunch with the vice president. He made additional phone calls. He has a meeting with the security team today, and we're going to keep you informed of all the information we can about the President's phone calls and activities. Terry and Jim.
Given the scale...
Ari Fleischer at the White House repeating the claims that he made earlier that the White House has credible evidence that both Air Force One and the White House were targets of these hijackers yesterday. The indications were that the plane that crashed into the Pentagon was originally destined for the White House. He would not share with anyone there the sources of his information, saying that that would compromise national security and classified information. As for Air Force One, nor would he share with any of the reporters there how Air Force One could have been a target yesterday as it left Florida, went to Louisiana, and then on to Omaha, Nebraska, except to say that there were still planes in the air, and no one was entirely clear what was going on some of those domestic flights before they landed. He also described the President's efforts to build an international coalition, very much as the President's father did when he went to war in the Persian Gulf. Mrs. Bush made a public appearance today, and she too had something to say about this terrorist war that the United States now is fully engaged in.
Behind me are some of the members of that emergency response team. So besides having the chance to visit with 3 of the victims who are here at Walter Reed, whose lives will be changed forever, like all of ours, and by the way, who are all in very great shape and look like they'll recover fully. Besides the chance to thank them for their service to our country, to give them our wishes for a very speedy recovery, I also had the chance to thank the emergency team members, some of whom are behind me. Some of these emergency team members were just in their last few days of a nursing course here, a practical nurses course. They never expected to have to deal with a situation like this at the very end of their course, and I know how tough it is for them, just like it is for the patients who are in here as well. So I'm really thankful that I have the opportunity to thank them and to wish my best to the patients. All of us now as Americans have the opportunity to show our compassion, our resilience as a country, our courage. That's what these members of the team behind me showed America yesterday when they rushed to the Pentagon to rescue people. It also gives us all a chance as Americans to do what we can for our fellow Americans, to donate blood in cities where they need more of an adequate supply. Certainly, if people want to wait a month or two and replenish the blood supply in their own communities, for some of the blood may be sent to New York or here, but it's a really good thing to do. It's also just a way to think of how we can help each other, and a way to think about how we can reassure our young children that they're safe. It's a time for parents to make sure their young children don't spend a lot of time in front of the television, to try to protect their young children and keep them from being fearful. This is just a good time for us to think about the message that our children are getting everywhere, and to let them know that most people in the world are good, and that this is a rare and tragic happening, but to let them know that they're safe and our love all over the country. So I also want to thank the media for the way you're covering all of this, the respect and the dignity you're giving to the victims and the people all over our country who are suffering. So thank you all.
Mrs. Bush, are you going to be visiting other victims, or do you have plans to go to New York or go to the Pentagon?
Not right now. I've visited these 3, but I may be visiting some others later. I'm going to try to talk tomorrow about specific ways we can help children deal with the trauma of this. And one thing all of us need to do also is help ourselves. If parents themselves are finding that they feel frightened or need some help, I know that churches and clinics and schools all over the country are supplying grief counselors, and this is a good time to avail yourself of those services if you need them, and to do the same thing for your children if you feel like your children need it.
What else will you be doing for children? You said you're going to try...
Tomorrow I'm going to talk specifically about
Now you know why so many friends of the Bushes say that Laura Bush is the real quiet star of the Bush administration. First Lady visiting Walter Reed Hospital today, where she visited with 3 of the victims of the attack on the Pentagon yesterday. She'll be talking some about children, she said, tomorrow. That's obviously a great concern of hers. She's a former librarian. She made a big hit in the nation's capital last weekend with her first National Book Festival, authors reading up and down the mall and signing autographed copies of their book as well. So Laura Bush making a rare public appearance. Here in New York City, people are lined up giving blood at most of the hospitals lined up around the block, and many instances responding to the call that goes out. And so many people are still talking to one another, asking questions about friends or loved ones, family members who were in the World Trade Center when it came down yesterday and have not reappeared at any of the hospitals, have not checked in at home. The waiting game goes on as the search and rescue effort goes on as well. Pakistan will be a key player for the United States in all of this. Already Secretary of State Powell has been in touch with the Pakistani leaders, and we think that there's a delegation that has gone from Islamabad to Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, to deliver a very stern message to the Taliban leaders who are believed to be harboring Osama bin Laden, saying this is not a time unless you welcome some kind of retribution from the United States to be doing just that. We had NBC's Ron Allen sent from London to Pakistan, and he filed this report just moments ago.
Sense in this part of the world, here in Pakistan, that an attack by the United States could be imminent just across the border in Afghanistan any moment now, any day now, I should say. Afghanistan, of course, is where Osama bin Laden is living, has been for some time. And the United States accuses Afghanistan of harboring and supporting him there. One of the most clear signs that an attack could come any time is that foreign aid workers in Afghanistan have been leaving in droves. The United States, the United Nations, I should say, expects to have all of its workers out of Afghanistan by tomorrow, just as a precaution for safety. There are more statements of innocence coming from Afghanistan today, even from bin Laden himself, through a close aide in an interview with an Arab journalist who was reportedly very close to bin Laden. In the interview, bin Laden said that he praises the people who were behind the attack on the World Trade Center towers, but he again denies any responsibility for this. This is all dangerous words, dangerous comments for the leaders of Afghanistan, who, again, the United States holds responsible for bin Laden. The United States has also been turning up the pressure on this government, Pakistan, saying that because Pakistan is one of the few countries in the world that supports, that recognizes the Taliban leadership in Afghanistan, the United States expects the Pakistani government to do everything it can to force Afghanistan to turn bin Laden over. But again, we're just hearing more tough talk from Afghanistan, which is why so many people here believe a strike could come from the U.S. very soon. Back to you in New York.
NBC's Ron Allen filing that report from Islamabad, Pakistan, just moments ago. In our Washington bureau now is the former Defense Secretary in the Reagan administration, Caspar Weinberger, who presided over raids on Libya and was in office when almost 300 American Marines were lost in a terrorist attack in Lebanon. They seem to be proceeding on 2 fronts urgently, understandably, Mr. Secretary. Militarily, they're deciding what their options may be. And NATO has said that they are invoking Article 5, which is any attack on any member of NATO is considered to be an attack on all the members of NATO. That's pretty critical because when you launched the attack against Libya, France didn't let you fly over its airspace.
That's correct. We had to go something like 1,800 miles with 3 extra refuelings at night and radio silence because of France's refusal to let us go over. In contrast, England let us use the bombers that were based in England without a moment's hesitation.
Based on what we know about the terrorist groups that we have been dealing with, and if in fact it is Osama bin Laden, this is going to be a different kind of military operation because he moves around so much and he's so hard to find, isn't he?
Well, I think that's correct, yes. We have to be sure who is responsible. Once we've identified with certainty the perpetrators of this, then I think we have a very simple option. There's only one, and that's to use every ounce of military strength and capability we have to destroy them. And I think that can be done. It needs the will of the people behind it, and it needs the will of our leadership. And I'm sure our leadership has that will right now without any question.
One of the first rules of warfare is to make sure that your own people are behind you.
Exactly.
And that you have a political foundation internationally as well in this case. And
right.
It sounds like the president is going to be moving to get that in place before he decides on any military action.
Well, his father did that very well with the 31 nations lined up in the coalition in the Persian Gulf War, and I would think that most of those nations would have the same feeling we have about the effects of terrorism and how it must be stamped out as quickly and as effectively as possible. So I would hope that they would want to join in this effort. But whether or not they do, it's essential that we act as soon as we have, I think, identity and reasonable certainty of who's done it.
I don't know whether you heard Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, one of your successors, say just a few moments ago in a sharp warning to U.S. military personnel, do not get careless with classified material. Do not in some way try to make yourself out to be larger than you are by sharing it with other irresponsible people. He didn't single out the press, but it seemed to me that it was a very sharp warning because he didn't want to be reading or hearing about a military operation before it went into place.
Well, it's pretty disconcerting when you do that it does happen. There are people who like to indicate how important they are by saying that they're in the know and so forth and so on. But at times like this, absolute security is extremely important. And whatever we do is going to have the advantage of whatever surprise we can get behind it. That was one of the reasons that this horrible set of events yesterday succeeded, because it came right out of the blue. And there had been no indication, no warnings, or no indications that anything like this was about to happen. We would have to have the same kind of conditions when we decide how and when and against whom to retaliate.
All right, thank you very much, former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, who in fact was an aide to General Douglas MacArthur during World War II.
Right. A long time ago.
Based in Manila. So he has seen a lot of United States military action in the course of his lifetime. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us.
Thank you, Tom. Nice to see you.
Let's go to Norman Schwarzkopf now, who is the general in charge of the Allied forces during Operation Desert Storm. You clamped down pretty hard over there in terms of information. There was not a lot that leaked out in advance, as I recall, General Schwarzkopf.
You know, 14 years ago when I sat as a member at the meeting of the Joint Chiefs, then Admiral Crowell, the chairman, used to say, anything you put in writing in the Pentagon will be in the Washington Post in 3 days. Because of that, Colin Powell and I were very, very careful about what happened to anything that was in writing. As a matter of fact, we established a system where any time I sent him anything in writing or he sent me something in writing, it went directly from my hands to a member of my staff who sent it directly to a member of his staff who delivered it directly to him. That's how critical we felt it was to make sure we kept things, you know, classified that should be kept classified.
But would you also agree that a great deal of material is classified in kind of an arbitrary fashion that does not need to be classified?
Yeah, I think that there's some of that goes on for really it's the bureaucracy at work. Those people that classify things are classifiers, okay? That's what they like to do. But I think that it is really, really dangerous when people start, you know, passing around information that they have about some operation, you know, even if they're just telling it to a friend, because that friend tells it to someone else. And, you know, I would also tell you that in the Arab world, they're notorious for not keeping a secret. You know, they like other people to know that they have a secret, and therefore, you know, they had a tendency to compromise classified information also. We had to watch all of that. Maybe it's a human tendency, but it's one that can be very, very dangerous to the people that are involved in military operations.
General Schwarzkopf, we do not yet know the exact nature of the military operation that will be put in place at some point. We only know that at some point that the United States will strike back. But in the last several years, it seems to me that this country has been lulled into the belief that military operations don't really have human consequences in terms of casualties on our side. The war in Kosovo, for example, which was conducted from 15,000 feet. But the kind of military operation that may be required here could very well be on the ground with a highly trained force of warriors who are going after someone.
Yeah, well, don't forget, even in Desert Storm, with all of the power we brought to bear from the air, eventually what won the war for us was soldiers on the ground, soldiers and Marines on the ground. And that is usually the case. Freedom is bought and paid for by the blood and the guts and the lives of our armed forces really on the ground. That's where it happens, and that's the cost of freedom in many cases in this country.
All right, General Norman Schwarzkopf, who will be with us throughout as we continue this reporting on the attack on America. We want to show you how swiftly things have changed in the last 24 hours. You used to look out at the horizon of the Atlantic Ocean, sparkling and clear. That's the USS George Washington off Long Island. It's been moved into New York's waters, standing vigilance, if you will, off Long Beach, New York. That's a stunning sight to see. Also, air cover was flown over the World Trade Center yesterday, unfortunately after the two attacks, and military forces around the world are in a very high state of alert, the highest, in fact, and I think that that still is in place. NBC's Dan Abrams now in downtown New York, as we say, way downtown, and he's going to bring us up to date on what is going on. Dan?
Well, hi there, Tom. The rescue effort continues here. There are really three things they're doing back there behind me. Number one, most important, is the rescue effort, trying to find more people who are still alive in the rubble. Number two is a recovery effort, and that is finding the bodies and beginning the process of removing them. And number three is the beginning of the investigative process, and that is trying to find those black boxes, trying to find any evidence. But for many New Yorkers around here, all of that area, meaning the immediate area, the block or two right around the World Trade Center, is blocked off. But many people walking in the blocks just beyond that, in the blocks certainly impacted by this bombing. I took a walk around some of those blocks. Let's take a look. We're here in a block about a quarter mile from the World Trade Center. You can see that the buildings here are all intact. The pillars are still there. The windows all in place. But literally, if you move down the block, you can see some cars that have been moved here. And you can see the amount of soot and dirt on that car from the scene. This really hasn't been moved since it happened. But even more jarring, I think, is this scene right here. Look at these two cars placed on top of one another. I think when you think about the impact that these planes must have had, it's hard to visualize it, because everything melted. But here, at least you have some remnants. You have literally an engine that is melded together with other parts of the car. Moving over, you've got another car they moved here. It looks like it's been through a war. You can see the papers, all the burned out papers from the building. You see the soot and the dirt, and it just shows you how devastating this blast was. Look across the street there. You've got a Con Ed truck that, you know, some of the Con Ed people now looking at, examining, trying to figure out which truck that actually was. But that truck too, in terrible shape. So while many of the items, the steel was literally melted, and it's not just charred cars on this street. You can see behind me this enormous piece of machinery that they are bringing in to help in the cleanup effort. There's a whole row of rescue vehicles behind it as well. Almost a surreal type of machinery being brought in here to try and help in the cleanup effort. Dan Abrams, NBC. So Tom, you can see everywhere you walk around this neighborhood, there are either ambulances or cleanup gear, police, everywhere around here, and certainly just that alone just makes you feel the impact of everything that is continuing to happen around us. Tom?
Thanks very much, Dan Abrams. Somebody who was there yesterday in the midst of all that, as the buildings were collapsing around him, is 35-year-old Matt Long, a New York City firefighter. He was at the scene until 2 this morning. Mr. Long, do you have friends who are still missing there?
Possibly, yes.
What was it like when you got there?
We arrived before the building collapsed, and there was a lot of chaos. People were running, clearing the scene, and we were walking down West Street, probably about 4 blocks from the tower, when it started to come down.
And were you engulfed in all the smoke and debris along with everyone else?
Yes, we were.
And once you were able to go back in, what did you find?
Just disaster. It took a while for the smoke and the soot to clear, but we just climbed over rubbles of cement and iron and just glass, crushed cars. It was a disaster.
Did you hear any voices calling for help?
No, we weren't that deep in where I can hear victims calling or anything, but we were just monitoring radios and doing our searches little by little.
And tell us about the debris itself. Is it densely packed? Is it unstable?
No, it's densely packed with some voids.
So it's a matter, as we now look at, they're cutting through steel girders and removing very heavy blocks of concrete before they can get very deep inside, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so. We'll probably be back down there tomorrow doing some more.
And as you work, the conditions are very difficult because it's hard to breathe, isn't it?
Correct. It was hard to breathe. A lot of the dust and soot was filled with little fiberglass fibers that were getting in your skin and your lungs. So you had to cover it up. But there was a lot of help there, a lot of firefighters there, policemen doing the right thing, getting there and trying to save some people.
What did you think when you heard that there may be more than 200 firefighters missing in that rubble?
It's very hard to swallow. A lot of them could be my friends. I'm hoping that there's voids where they're still alive, or maybe they were taken to some places where they just haven't been accounted for yet.
You have a family, Mr. Long?
No, I do not. I'm single.
It probably helps to be single in a time like this.
A little bit, but I have a brother on the job and a lot of close friends on the job.
Well, we know you've got to go back to work. You got off at 2 o'clock this morning. We thank you very much for stopping by, and on behalf not just of the city of New York, but the whole country, we're very grateful to the work that you all do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Matt Long, who is a New York City firefighter from Ladder Company 43, he's going back to work. He got off at 2 o'clock this morning. They have a very difficult task ahead of them. John McCain joins us now, the Republican senator from Arizona, Vietnam War hero, a man who knows a lot about combat and the difficulty sometimes of finding and then striking at this kind of a target. First of all, the president seems to be building a political foundation before he launches any kind of a military operation, because at this point he does not yet know who we may be striking back against, Senator.
I think that's true. I think they're rapidly gathering evidence, but I don't, at least as far as I know, don't know if it's been conclusive or not. And also, whatever we decide to do militarily will require some preparation. I think that it's important for us to enter in a sustained kind of scenario as opposed to one attack or cruise missiles or otherwise. By the way, could I mention, you know, your book, The Greatest Generation, is a marvelous book about another generation. I think these firefighters would get a chapter in another Tom Brokaw book. They are the best of America, and we really cherish their service and sacrifice.
Senator, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but no one's going to believe that you did that spontaneously. They're sure that that was the price of admission to come on NBC. Would you please assure everyone that that was your idea and not mine? I
assure everyone that these firefighters and policemen, as well as all the thousands of other volunteers, have been the shining light in this very tragic story, and we're proud of them.
You're quite right. They are, in effect, our own domestic army. I felt that way in Oklahoma City when I saw the rescue efforts that were underway there, and you certainly feel that here with the New York City Police Department and the fire department. To go back to what the president is doing, an important condition has been put into place by NATO. It's Article 5. That means that NATO is solidly behind the United States and treating this as an attack on each of its member nations as well. That's vital to the president as he builds a political foundation, Senator.
That's a fact. An attack on one is an attack on all, and so far most of our allies have responded positively, and the president is working hard as well as Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice in building that coalition. I think the president is using his father's coalition building efforts, which were so successful in the Persian Gulf War, as a model. And I think also we can ask for and receive the support of our Asian allies and allies throughout the world, not just our NATO allies.
Senator, tell me about the new environment on Capitol Hill. As you are keenly aware, you've been in the middle of a lot of this. There's been such deep and bitter partisan bickering, sometimes even within parties. Has all that changed as a result of this active terrorist war?
I think it's changed, and I think that's what the American people would expect, and I think the change is genuine. How long it lasts, obviously, is another question, but right now, all partisanship, as far as I can tell, has totally disappeared, and I think that's a good thing.
You know, there are markers in history in which the country has changed. Pearl Harbor was one of them. 1963, when John F. Kennedy was killed, was another time. 1968 was another time. Do you think that America will be changed profoundly by this terrorist act?
I hope we're not changed profoundly, but I'm afraid that we are changed permanently. In other words, I'm not sure we will ever have the total confidence that we can live in a free and open society and have all the pleasures and joys of that society without certain restrictions. Certainly the most obvious is as far as aviation travel is concerned, but it may go significantly deeper than that. That's why it's so important that we remove this threat permanently, not just bin Laden, but the threat. There are other organizations out there that are bent on the destruction of the United States of America and everything we stand for. So I think this is a long struggle, and the reason why it needs to be a long struggle is so that we can do the best we can to preserve the American way of life.
Senator, thank you very much for being with us. I would be remiss if I didn't inquire about your health. How are you doing?
Just fine. Thanks for asking.
Okay, thank you, and love at home as well.
Thank you.
All right, Senator John McCain, who joins us now, he was one of the first senators to use the phrase "an act of war" yesterday, and then, of course, that was used by the president today. Let's show you some video that has just come in from London. This is Prince Charles signing a condolence card to the United States. He is in he's at the U.S. Embassy. He is in his naval uniform, not in civilian clothing. Prince Charles is beginning to take a more conspicuous and, again, public role now after the death of Diana. Socially, he's been seen publicly with Camilla Bowles, his longtime friend, entertaining Americans at Ascot, showing up at polo matches with her and with his 2 children, obviously. Prince Charles signing a condolence card at the U.S. Embassy today. We're going to see some voiceover of search efforts where? Okay. We're going to go back up close now and give you just an example of the daunting task before all of these workers. And think about that's only about 40 feet by 40 feet, and the footprint of these 2 buildings coming down is over a wide area of lower Manhattan. People who have been down there have been stunned by the size of the debris. So much of it has been reduced to little more than large rocks, and it's tightly compacted. So it's hard to imagine that as it came down all 110 stories that there could have been air pockets. But of course we do not want to give up hope on that possibility that people were able to find a way that they could survive. We still don't know an exact number of the people who were working in there at the time. Best estimates are 10,000, 15,000. The final death toll could be that high, and we have to steel ourselves for that possibility. Joining me now is former National Security Advisor Sandy Berger, who served in the Clinton administration, longtime national security expert in various administrations in Washington, primarily Democratic, I think that is fair to say. And he joins us now. Does the President and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense, do they seem to be touching all the right bases at this point?
They certainly seem to, Tom, as I listened today, talking to our allies and proceeding with the law. Someone's talking in my ear here. I guess Tom's a little.
Okay, let's try to get that out. That could not be more distracting as those of us who have to do this all the time. Is it okay now, Sandy?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think you asked me.
Are they touching all the right bases in the administration?
It certainly seems that way today. The President has been on the phone with foreign leaders, as has Secretary Powell. The law enforcement activity is proceeding, and systematically we are moving both to deal with the aftermath of this essentially earthquake that hit New York and Washington yesterday. At the same time, we deliberately think through and plan our options going forward. We've entered an entirely new phase here, Tom, in the war against terrorism. What happened yesterday was obviously a major escalation, both in terms of capability and in terms of malevolent intent.
And I think what we need now to do is proceed in a determined, resolved, but steady way. We don't have to be stampeded into instant action here. We have to know what our next step is and what our step is beyond that and our step beyond that, because this is going to be a protracted undertaking and not an easy one.
And it's going to be diplomatic and political and even economic to a degree, as well as military.
Yeah, first of all, I think we should understand that there already are very severe economic sanctions, again, assuming the path here leads to bin Laden, and I think the administration's been very careful to not reach a conclusion prematurely. But if things lead in that path, there are already very severe sanctions on Afghanistan economically. As you know, Afghanistan is a rather destitute, desperate, starving country. So the economic lever here has a probably limited value. But we need all of the countries in the world to step up the level of their priority to what is clearly a new phase of a war against terrorism.
All right, thank you very much, Sandy Berger, who was National Security Advisor under President Clinton. Let me just ask one more question, if I can, Sandy Berger. During the war against Kosovo, which was conducted primarily from the air, I know that you were very concerned about the political fallout if there were casualties on our side from a military point of view. But isn't the United States, the population in this country, going to have to face up to the fact, to be effective militarily, it is going to unfortunately cost us casualties?
Well, I know we don't want to go back to Kosovo. I actually believe that the air campaign was the best way to conduct that war, and of course we prevailed. So, but without going backward, going forward to your question, you know, this is not going to be a problem solved from a long distance. We're 1,000 miles from international waters. Cruise missiles are not rifles. And the range of military options here that will be considered by the administration, I think, is a broad one. But we also need to recognize that they're all difficult options. The last military force that was in Afghanistan was the Soviet Union, of course, unsuccessfully. But I think everything has to be on the table.
All right, thank you very much, Sandy Berger, who is National Security Advisor under President Clinton. Let's go to the White House now, and NBC's Campbell Brown, who has the latest for us from there. Campbell.
Well, Tom, as you may have heard from Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, a short time ago, they are clearly now defending the decision to keep the president out of Washington yesterday during the aftermath of the attacks. Fleischer saying today that there is specific and credible information that the White House was a target, as was Air Force One. Fleischer saying that the plane that crashed into the Pentagon was in fact targeting the White House. And Tom, the information we're getting from military sources is that plane, the one that crashed into the Pentagon, initially passed the Pentagon, flew over the U.S. Capitol, came back past the White House, again passed over the Pentagon, and did sort of a loop before it crashed into the Pentagon. What Fleischer was not able to clear up for us was why the plane was diverted back to the Pentagon. We have heard from military sources that there were fighter jets in the air. We do not know if there was any sort of interaction or they may have diverted them. Fleischer also today confirming that there was a threat against Air Force One, but again giving no detail at all as to what that threat was, except to say that they were informed while the president was traveling from Sarasota, Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base that indeed there was a credible threat against Air Force One. And that's why yesterday we saw those pictures of Air Force One flying at 40,000 feet and especially high altitude with fighter jets on either wing. Again, the White House defending the decision to keep him out of Washington until late yesterday afternoon. Tom?
Campbell Brown, that will continue, of course, to get a lot of examination from the White House press corps and from others. By the way, Congressman Bob Barr of Georgia has written a letter to Speaker Dennis Hastert of the House of Representatives promoting a bill that would override a presidential executive order that prohibits U.S.-sanctioned assassinations. It's called the Terror Elimination Act. I think it was passed during the during the Carter administration. So far, only 3 known sponsors in the House of Representatives, in addition to Congressman Barr. It was introduced by Barr months ago. It's certainly going to be coming back to the House floor, no doubt. We want to share with you now a debate that was done earlier today by my colleague Matt Lauer on the Today Show with the mother of one of the people who was on the United flight that was crashed into the ground outside of Pittsburgh. Her name is Alice Hoagland. Here now, Matt Lauer and Alice Hoagland.
Moments before jetliners were deliberately crashed, there were a series of chilling phone calls made by victims aboard those doomed planes. Alice Hoagland got one such call from her son. Ms. Hoagland, our condolences to you.
Appreciate that.
Your son, Mark Bingham, was on board United Airlines Flight 93. That's the plane that took off from Newark, bound for San Francisco, and the plane that eventually crashed in Pennsylvania. Can you tell me?
That's right.
Can you tell me about the call you received?
Yes, we got a call at about 6:45 in the morning yesterday. The house is full of people because we just have new babies in the house. A friend answered it. Carol Phipps went and got Mark's aunt Kathy. Kathy spoke to him first. He told her, "I love you," and she said, "Mark, we love you very much." And then Kathy ran and got me, and Mark said, "Mom, this is Mark Bingham. I love you. First of all, I want to tell you guys I love you." And I repeated, "Mark, we love you very much." And he said, "I'm on a flight from," he identified it to Kathy as Flight 93, United Flight 93, from Newark to San Francisco, and the plane has been taken over by 3 guys, he said, who say they have a bomb. And I asked him, "Mark, who are these people?" And he didn't hear me, didn't get the question, didn't answer it, was distracted. And I asked the question again. I heard some commotion in the background. Mark seemed to be talking to someone else, or someone was talking to him. And then the phone went dead. He told me at some point during the conversation that he was not calling me with his cell phone. He was using the airphone, probably at his seat. We know from other sources that he was sitting in seat 4D, which is first class on this United flight. I'm a flight attendant for United Airlines, as is my sister Candace Hoagland, and Mark was flying on her companion pass. That's how they knew to contact us. It's
Ms. Hoagland,
terrible.
You say you heard some commotion in the background. Can you describe that for me?
Well, the FBI has asked us similar questions, asked us if we heard Mark mention anything beside the bomb. He made no mention of knives or box cutters or guns or any other weapons. He mentioned the 3 guys. He wasn't able to get out word about their description, who he thought they might be. I couldn't make out anything distinct from the background. I was trying hard to hear his voice, which was coming over clearly when he was speaking. He spoke fairly slowly, calmly, although I could tell he was under a great deal of duress.
After the phone went dead, Ms. Hoagland, how long was it after that you heard that indeed that plane had crashed?
The call came in about 6:45. We understand that the plane crashed about 7 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And so I guess probably by the time he hung up with us, or the phone went dead, it was about 3 minutes. He had about 12 more minutes to live, I guess. We hope that Mark was able to take a proactive part in thwarting these hijackers. So I have hopes that he was able to. He was in a good position. He was forward in the aircraft, could probably be in full view of everything that was going on, probably saw what happened in the cockpit. He was very active, take charge, assertive young man. We have it from other people, another man on the aircraft who called his wife, who said that he and some other passengers were hoping to get at these guys somehow. So this was the only flight of the 4 that did not reach its target, which they believed to be Camp David, and that gives us reason to think that perhaps Mark was able to help save the lives of people on the ground.
Yeah, there was another cell phone call made from someone who'd locked himself in a rear bathroom who said that we're going to have to do something because it appears we're going to die either way and we have to try something. I mean, it appears that something heroic did take place on that flight.
I firmly believe that. Mark has been in a clinch in times past and has come through with flying colors. He's a Cal grad, rugby player, very assertive guy, aggressive and smart, and we love him very much. We're going to miss him.
I can only, you know, I think this might be a weird way to describe this, Ms. Hoagland, but the phone call in some ways has to be thought of as a gift.
Oh, we were very comforted to be able to get the news from Mark himself. Somehow it made it much easier to take. It's awful. It's a national time of mourning for all of us, so I'm just one of many, many people. We're so touched by the words of our president, by the words of the Congress people, hearing America being sung on the steps of the Capitol building. It's just profoundly moving for me. I'm delighted to see this rebirth of patriotism among the American people. We need to be strong and work together to overcome this hatred that's taken us over.
Well, you are amazingly strong given the circumstances, Ms. Hoagland, and our condolences, our severe and sincere condolences to you and your family.
Our whole family appreciates it very much. I'm delighted to be able to express to the world how much we loved Mark Bingham, my son.
He sounds like an amazing young man. Ms. Hoagland, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Wow.
That riveting and memorable interview today by Matt Lauer with the mother of a young man who called from Flight 93 to say that they were being hijacked and that he and two other men were going to try to do something about it. It is that plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh. It had made a U-turn after leaving Newark, and it was headed back toward the Washington, D.C. area. And as she said, we can only hope that he took a proactive role. Alice Hoagland herself, a United Airlines flight attendant. Her grief, obviously, and her pride in her son is being played out across America for all those families that had people on board those airliners, and the families here in New York and also in the Washington, D.C. area who are awaiting some accounting of their missing loved ones, and our hearts go out to them as well. Ahmed Maher is the Egyptian foreign minister, and he joins us now from Cairo. Foreign Minister Maher, the tricky part now for the United States and for moderate Arab nations, including Egypt, is to find some kind of common ground in this war against terrorism. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree with that. We have condemned this despicable act that took place, this act of terrorism. We believe that the attack on civilians and on important buildings in New York and Washington is something that we should all stand against. We should stand against any aggression. We should stand against any aggression against civilians. We should stand against any attempt to destabilize any nation.
What role will Egypt play in this war on terrorism that the president has talked about in this country?
Let me remind you that a few years ago, President Mubarak suggested an international conference on terrorism. Unfortunately, the idea was not accepted at the time, and we believe that terrorism is addressed to everybody, and we should all work together to combat it. And this is our position. This has always been our position, and we continue to support the idea of cooperation between different countries against terrorism.
Would you agree, even if some of Egypt's adversaries are included in that effort?
Well, it's not a question of adversaries. I don't think any country condones terrorism. If there are people who belong to a country that resort to terrorism, this should not mean that we should generalize against the whole country or a whole community. I believe that it is too early to pronounce any indictment. I think that the inquest has just started, and I would not want to speculate, and I do not want other people to speculate, because these speculations had led to some Muslim women, some Arab women, to have been mistreated in the streets of New York and Atlanta and other states.
Yeah, I
believe that we should keep our calm, and not come to conclusions before the inquest is ended.
Yeah, we couldn't agree with you more, and we have been speaking out strongly here during the course of this day about tolerance for people who happen to be Arab Americans, law-abiding citizens who also condemn this act of terrorism. But in fact, this is not just heedless speculation. No, wait, Mr. Foreign Minister, if I may ask you, if we do discover, as it does seem increasingly clear that we might, that it was Osama bin Laden, that he is being harbored in Afghanistan, and that the United States attacks not only Osama bin Laden, but the country that has been harboring him, what would be Egypt's reaction to that?
We believe in the rule of law. I think there are rules, international law, and we should resort to the ways and means dictated by international law and by the international organizations.
So are you saying that if the United States...
I do not believe every country should take revenge.
But if a country is harboring, a terrorist who is responsible for this act, that country is equally culpable in the act, is it not?
Well, it depends on the relationship between such a country and the terrorists. But as I say again, we should abide by the rule of law. I don't believe that unilateral action is warranted. I believe that countries have a right of self-defense, but they should resort to international organizations and international law. This is the rule. And I'm sure that the United States, as a country that respects the rule of law, will abide by these laws.
All right, thank you very much. Ahmed Mara, who is the Egyptian foreign minister. We're joined now on the telephone by a retired senior pilot for Delta Airlines, Neil Soderman, who is a veteran pilot of 757s and 767s. Mr. Soderman, would it be difficult for someone who had learned to fly a twin-engine, piston-driven plane to get into the left-hand or right-hand seat of a 757 and steer it into the World Trade Center?
No, it wouldn't, Tom. If someone had as little as 100 hours of flying time in a twin-engine airplane, they would have the ability to steer an airplane already airborne into the World Trade Center. However, they couldn't get in the airplane at the gate, get it to the end of the runway, get to altitude. They would be unable to do that. The other interesting point is it would be much easier to hit the World Trade Center than to hit a target on the ground, i.e. the White House or the Capitol building. I understand from watching the news that the airplane that hit the Pentagon was targeted the White House. That would be a much harder objective for someone with very limited flying skills.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to determine yet, whether in fact the White House was the original target of the plane that was flown into the Pentagon. We do know that the plane made one pass over the Pentagon, then over the Capitol, then went back over the Potomac River and headed for the Pentagon. But if that pilot could make those maneuvers over the Pentagon, then over the Capitol, why would it be so hard to hit a target on the ground?
Hitting a spot on the ground may seem simple, but it's harder than it seems. Hitting a 110-story office building, a large vertical structure, would be much, much easier. And I think the data will show that he missed his target.
Mr. Soderman, obviously those hijackers also knew that they should shut off the transponders.
They could have learned that on the internet. They could have learned it at any of a dozen flight schools around the United States. If you fly light airplanes, you become knowledgeable about transponders.
All right. Neil Soderman, former flight instructor for Delta Airlines and a veteran of many hours in the air for Delta Airlines and former Air Force pilot as well. Thanks, Neil, for being with us and sharing with us that view from the cockpit. Neil Soderman in Atlanta, Georgia. We want to tell you that that coming up in just a few moments, many of your local television stations will be going to their local news. Others will be continuing our coverage here with NBC's Brian Williams. To bring you up to date, an international coalition is being constructed by the President of the United States and Secretary of State Colin Powell. Don Rumsfeld has put all military service personnel on alert. They should be very careful with classified material. The White House is saying that the White House itself and Air Force One were targets of the hijackers. They have credible evidence to that effect, but they're not sharing it at this hour. And the FBI reports no arrests have been made thus far. And we still don't have a firm count from either the Pentagon or from the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. I'm Tom Brokaw. I'll see you tonight on NBC Nightly News.
Welcome to 11 Alive News at 5. I'm Wes Sargent.
And I'm Brenda Wood. Here is the latest as we have it right now. It appears tonight the White House and Air Force One were targets in yesterday's terrorist attack. Officials from the Bush administration say they have credible information that both were intended terrorist targets. Today in New York, fire and rescue crews find at least 8 people alive in the rubble. They are city firefighters and police officers. In Washington, fire and rescue crews contained the fires at the Pentagon, and efforts are made to shore up the heavily damaged area around U.S. military headquarters there. And in Boston, a SWAT team charges into a hotel where police take into custody as many as 3 people. They are reportedly linked to the credit card used to rent a car found in the garage at Boston's Logan Airport. Inside that car, agents say they found flight manuals in Arabic. Tonight, the Federal Aviation Administration has not yet given the go-ahead for regular commercial flights to resume, so Hartsfield Airport remains closed at this hour. When the planes get back in the air, travelers will notice some major changes on the ground. They include no curbside baggage check-in. Passengers will be subjected to random checks, and they will see more uniformed security officers. 11 Live's Walt Macaborski has the story from an eerily quiet Hartsfield tonight.
Yes, I don't think anyone has ever seen it like this. Airport officials don't want to take any chances. You can see the yellow caution tape behind me on the doors here. This place is locked down, and I've seen a police helicopter circling and searching the area as well. They say the airport may, I stress may, open tomorrow sometime, but that's not a guarantee.
We will have no flights in or out of Hartsfield Atlanta International Airport today.
Hartsfield, one of the busiest airports in the world, will remain locked down and all planes grounded. This shutdown could last 24 to 48 hours or more as Hartsfield complies with FAA guidelines.
The entire concourse from E straight through T and then this terminal has been searched carefully and in detail, and we know that this facility is now secure.
And when the airport reopens, it will be a slow, methodical process for staff and passengers.
This is a national problem. This is a problem throughout America, and this big engine, which is our air transportation industry, will begin to turn over very slowly.
How do you put a price or a timetable on security? Officials here say they can't and they won't. Reporting live from Hartsfield, Walt Macaborski, 11 Alive News.
Thank you, Walt. Thousands of travelers who wanted to fly out of Hartsfield Airport today had their hopes dashed. Some showed up as early as 6 a.m. only to find the terminal locked down. 11 Alive's Dia Riley has more on those who are trying to cope with the tragedy and trying to get home. Dia?
Wes, when we got here this morning, we found passengers camped outside the terminal waiting to get in. Many were sleeping on benches and some in even wheelchairs. But take a look at it now right behind me. As you can see, it's deserted. Would-be travelers headed for hotels and the homes of friends after finding out this airport won't open until tomorrow at the earliest. As parked planes sit on the tarmac, would-be passengers sit and wait.
I'm ready to go home.
Unfortunately for him and countless other air travelers, that won't happen anytime soon. In fact, they can't even get inside the terminal. Police tape blocks entrances. No one is getting in or out of Hartsfield.
Many people desiring to reach destinations around the country will find that there is really not a flight that they can take.
Still, passengers lingered outside the terminal all morning, hoping the news would change for the better. Many catching naps whenever possible.
There's nothing I can do. I mean, we're both stuck. You got my 3s, my 8s.
Johnny Garcia and Israel Martinez don't particularly like the hand they've been dealt.
There's nothing else to do.
They say this game of waiting is a test of patience, but it's nothing in light of recent events.
Considering what other people are going through right now, especially in New York, Washington, we have nothing to complain about. We've had it easy. We've been lucky, actually. I can't complain, and I'm not going to.
And that's really a sentiment shared by just about everyone we talk to. They say they are not complaining, they're taking it all in stride, many saying that they almost feel guilty about complaining. And most everyone agrees they'll call tomorrow before they head back out here. Live at Hartsfield, Dia Riley, 11 Alive News.
It may be weeks yet before we know just how many people died in yesterday's attack. It now appears that 100 people, not the estimated 800 people, died in the crash at the Pentagon. But in New York, Mayor Giuliani says the country should prepare for the worst, a death toll in the thousands.
It's massive. It's unbelievable.
Amidst the devastation in New York City, a faint glimmer of hope this morning.
Person is alive.
Rescue workers pull 8 people out of the rubble. Among those rescued, 5 firefighters and 3 police officers.
We're doing searches. We have made some recovery of victims, recovery of remains.
And there may still be others alive beneath the debris of the World Trade Center towers. Cell phone calls from survivors are coming in.
We're still hopeful that we're going to be able to extricate more people.
New video obtained overnight shows the first attack, the airliner with 92 people on board crashing into the North Tower. Minutes later, television helicopters record the second plane with 64 on board crashing into the South Tower. The two 110-story buildings are so badly damaged that they collapse one after the other.
When you look up there and you don't see the World Trade Center, it's unbelievable.
The hijacked planes which toppled the World Trade Center both originated out of Boston. And today, FBI agents stormed the Westin Copley Hotel. One man in the Boston hotel was wounded, another taken into custody by authorities. The FBI is also looking at 2 men who trained at a flight school in Venice, Florida. Charlie Voss of Huffman Aviation says the men learned how to fly single-engine aircrafts like Cessna and Pipers, but not commercial planes.
I wouldn't have any idea about what what their reasons would be, but I could tell you that at this flight school they would not be able to learn how to fly one.
What about steer one?
Steer one, possibly.
Now, the FBI has confirmed that those student pilots were passengers on one of the hijacked planes. Once again, it's believed the men received their pilot's licenses from a school in Venice, Florida. 11 Alive Skycam pilot Kurt Callback is in South Florida on his way there now. He joins us by phone. He's driving. Kurt, tell us what you know about Huffman Aviation.
Well, Brenda, right now at this point, Huffman Aviation is still kind of a mystery to me. Many of my sources that I'm trying to talk to right now are not able to gain a great deal of information. But what we do know at this time is that we have 2 alleged attackers that took flight training back in the summer of last year, about 5 months of training. The question that remains right now is exactly how advanced was their training? Was it a private pilot's racing? Was it a rating? Was it a commercial rating? Was it just single engine and multi-engine? I believe that piece you just ran a short time ago talked about a single engine training. Now, to make the leap into a sophisticated aircraft like a Boeing 757 or 767 is extraordinary. I mean, the systems, there are no comparisons. In a small Cessna, you're perhaps doing 60 to 80 miles an hour, moving across the ground a mile a minute. In a Boeing, in some of those flight tracking things we've seen on the national news, these planes were traveling over 300 miles an hour, and you're moving at 5 and 6 miles a minute. So things are happening so much faster in an airplane like that.
But Kurt,
I would like to, yes.
Kurt, you've been a pilot all your life. You know if you've got some auxiliary training somewhere else, and these people have access to twin-engine planes, etc. If they went back to the lands where they're training these terrorists, you could learn how to steer that plane. You could learn how to keep its airspeed up.
Sure, I think we could even take yourself, and within a short time, you can keep the wing straight and level and keep the nose pointed in a certain direction. But to get into an airplane like that, the hard part was done. You got to remember, the airplane was what we call a clean configuration. It's already been after takeoff. The slats on the forward edge of the wing are up. The flaps on the trailing edge of the wing are up, and the gear's up. So the hard part's been done. Now it's just a matter of flying it, pointing the nose in the direction you want to go.
All right,
Kurt, I want to ask one more question real quick, Kurt.
Sure.
Knowing what kind of people get trained at those schools, wouldn't you think that a flight school who had 2 pilots who were remaining very aloof and perhaps a different ethnicity going for them, you think in the future we might be questioning whether or not there's some kind of motive for getting this flight training?
I don't know, because the United States it seems to be a haven for international students, and one of the reasons is, in fact, we get a lot of students from England, for instance, because the cost of training is so much less here. Just look at the fuel cost for one, but the dollar goes so much further here in the States. But really, to get even just a private rating, all you have to be is 17 years old and must be able to read and understand the English language. And those are pretty much the basic requirements to get a private pilot's license.
Well, the rules are likely to change in the future after this.
They may do that.
Thank you very much, Kurt.
Okay.
The terrorist attacks on New York and Washington, D.C. are difficult enough for adults to comprehend, but imagine how children are coping with this. Here are the thoughts of some metro area students regarding the attack.
It's like a defining moment for our generation because, you know, each generation before us, my dad's generation, they had Vietnam and civil rights, and the one before that had World War II and Pearl Harbor, and we really, at this point, have not had a serious defining moment. And I think that this could be like the big unification, I think, of our generation.
As we get our first close-up look at Ground Zero in New York, there are many things that stand out today. Burned out buildings, a thick cloud of dust covering everything in its path, abandoned vehicles on a ground covered in dirt and debris. And 11 Alive's Tiffany Cochran joins us now on the phone from New York. Tiffany, we're trying to get a camera person up to you. We hope that happens so that you can do some video reports for us.
Yes, I understand that. But people are trying as hard as they can to get back to normal here in Manhattan, but really, how can you? Mayor Rudolph Giuliani asking people to get on with their normal lives, unless, of course, that life takes them to lower Manhattan. He had asked everyone pretty much to stay out of Manhattan today. But more incredible stories of survival coming out. You mentioned 8 firefighters and police officers being pulled out of the rubble alive. Just some incredible pictures coming out as well. Inside today's edition of the New York Times, a picture of a man falling head first out of one of the towers of the World Trade Center after he apparently jumped from the building after one of the explosions went off, and that picture is just horrible and chilling. I went out today walking along West 57th Street in Manhattan and along 5th Avenue. All of the nearby churches were having prayer services urging folks to pray for the healing of our nation. Of course, most of the stores and shops along 5th Avenue were closed, and as one shop owner told me, there's still a tremendous sense of fear, and of course out of respect for the victims and their families. Subways are running in most directions, limited bus travel. We understand Penn Station in New Jersey was closed for a while. It may still be closed after a bomb threat was called in. So New York is still very much a city trying to pick up the pieces, but they just don't know which direction they need to head. So,
Tiffany, what you're telling us is that there is right now still no semblance of normalcy there when it comes to just regular lifestyle and regular quality of life and living there.
Absolutely not. We stepped outside last night, Brenda, and the streets were just empty.
Tiffany, we're going to have to stop you here for just a minute. We understand another building has collapsed. We're going to go to MSNBC right now with the latest information. Another building in that area has just collapsed, we're told.
Left side, the exposure 2 is coming down.
All right, could you please point out to me which one it is? So I
see it. It's behind it.
Behind this big brown building?
Yeah, the building is halfway gone, and the rest of it is coming down.
All right, here are some of the reports that we'd heard up until now. Obviously, there's a grave concern about a building 4 collapsing. We had heard that a large brown building was suffering a gas leak. There was also some reports of it buckling. We had heard that there were some evacuations going on around the area, but we had heard 9 blocks south of my position right here, 9 blocks that way, and 2 blocks east, which would have been that way. Then about 15 minutes ago, the remnants of World Trade Center Tower number 2 came down. Again, we don't know if they were pulled down or whether it was, whether they were trying to pull it down and it came down faster or harder than they had expected. Obviously, you're seeing a lot of this develop, as I am as well. We're seeing a lot of these emergency workers. Some of them are environmental workers as well, who are racing out of there. Sir, is there anything you can tell me about why we're seeing all these workers evacuating?
No.
Are you not being told anything via your police radio?
No, I don't have a radio.
Is there anyone that you could point out to us we could ask some questions to as we're being kept behind this barricade? Obviously, this is par for the course by the way it's been here. We are not the priority here, and as that's appropriate, because a lot of these people have obviously witnessed. Excuse me, officer. All right, I'm just trying to get a handle on what vehicles are coming out of here. I'm seeing Verizon telephone trucks. I'm seeing American Red Cross over here as well coming out. There's a fire truck on its way out as well. National Guard is trying to get these people out. We're hearing now that it's the Millennium Hotel.
Tall, narrow, black glass skyscraper.
Okay, tall, narrow, black
glass skyscraper. We have not got that in our purview here. Okay. Directly east of the 3 towers? All right. See if I can point this out for you as best I can. But directly down here, directly down Church Street, south of here, was where the last of Tower 2 stood. Brian, directly east would have been this concern, this glass tower. There's obviously a lot of mayhem. Wait, hold on. I think we...
Back up and get off the side.
All right. They're talking about moving this entire media camp right now so that they can get more of the vehicles evacuated. We are actually pressed up right against the New York City Transit generators here.
That would make sense, actually. The Millennium Hotel was down there near American Express. It's where a lot of...
It's the Millennium Building.
Let's go. You got to pack up. You got to...
All right.
It's where a lot of guests...
Brian, we're going to have to...
Okay. We'll talk to you when you can regroup.
Are you being told anything?
Not right now. We're looking at a building collapse.
Okay. Let's get repositioned, and we will check back in with Ashley Banfield when they get repositioned, as it sounds like the media camp is going to get moved once again.
We have been looking at MSNBC, obviously, and we will continue to monitor all of the networks for late-breaking developments in this ongoing story. If you just heard, the Millennium Hotel apparently has collapsed. That is east of the West Trade Center towers. That building apparently suffered some collateral damage as a result of yesterday's attack. That has now since collapsed. It sounds, as the reporter was saying, and also the last portion of the South Tower has collapsed as well. So the danger is still not over.
There's a real danger in all of this for the workers trying to remove that rubble and get possibly live people out of the pile of rubble there. So it's got to be very difficult and very dangerous for all of those folks. And Tiffany, we know that you're living through some of this. Is everybody still basically trying to just hole up there, or are you getting out and about and seeing what's happening?
You know, you can walk just every few blocks, but really there are police everywhere asking where you're going, what's going on.
So the security is extremely heightened right there.
Absolutely, absolutely. The Millennium Hotel you just mentioned, I'm wondering if that's in fact a hotel that was on fire earlier today. They were really concerned about it earlier, and then they just really didn't talk too much about it. But really what's going on, you're seeing loved ones just kind of walk right into local reporters as they're doing their reports, holding up pictures of their loved ones. A man walked up to a reporter with a picture of his wife, and he was indicating he had not heard from her. She worked in one of the towers. He was very concerned about her. She had not been taken to any of the local hospitals, St. Vincent's or Bellevue, and he made his appeal right there live on television. It was just so dramatic to see how desperate people are to hear word from their loved ones.
And in the days and hours to come, we will continue to hear more of those heartbreaking stories of people who are still looking for their loved ones and have not been able to get any relief from their despair.
It's got to be the greatest frustration of all time, knowing that some people are alive in that building, praying that it is one of your relatives that is still alive, and knowing that the chances of that happening are just very slim.
You all heard about the cell phone situation.
Yes,
right.
Yes, indeed. There are some people there apparently still trapped in the rubble, apparently live, making cell phone calls to their loved ones in hopes that someone will find them before too many more hours go by. Tiffany, where are you, and do you have power? Because we understand that Con Edison is saying that 12,000 people are without power.
Yes, we do have power. We don't have cable, so the TV's been in and out. But fortunately, we do have phone service. Cell phone service is still a little iffy, but the hard lines we can use. Unfortunately, we do have power. I am on West 57th Street, in between 5th and 6th Avenue.
All right, Tiffany, well, you stay safe, of course, and thank you for talking to us and bringing us up to date. We'll, of course, be back in touch with you throughout the evening.
We're going to take a look at the harbor shot right now. As a matter of fact, I believe we've got the harbor shot, which shows, again, a new plume of smoke coming out as that hotel apparently went down. And Tiffany was talking about they were concerned about a fire in that hotel earlier, probably started in some obscure place and then continued to grow while everybody was grappling with the tragedy of the other buildings going down and the other fires happening. And there's just too much going on at one time for the rescue workers, for the firemen, and for the policemen to handle it all. It is absolutely a severe tragedy.
Awfully disconcerting. Things continue to break out here, there, and everywhere. The danger, as we said, not over. If you'd like to send help to the victims in New York City and in Washington, you can do so by contacting the United Way. And 11alive.com also has a link to the United Way website. Just look under the heading Contacts in our emergency information section.
Tonight there are several new developments in the federal investigation of the attacks, and one of them has an Atlanta connection. The FBI is trying to track down an email address through several major internet service providers, including Atlanta-based Earthlink. 11 Alive's Jennifer Leslie joins us now with more on that. Jennifer, are they having success?
Well, Wes, the FBI has to go through certain legal hoops to get information from internet service providers or ISPs like Earthlink. In this case, agents did so quickly, and Earthlink plans to respond quickly. Officials with Atlanta-based Earthlink confirm they received a court-ordered request for information from the FBI today. Federal investigators want information about an email address that may be connected to Tuesday's terrorist attacks.
We're certainly cooperating, giving them all information that they're entitled to by law.
Earthlink is not the only major internet service provider that received the same court order. And although officials here can't talk about details of the request, they say it was very specific.
When the FBI sends requests like these, they are looking for instance, emails that are related to a particular individual or individuals. So they are not out monitoring all our emails or just trolling for information. They are looking for specific information.
The FBI has set up its own special website seeking information on the attacks. Already more than 700 tips have come in. At Earthlink, officials say it's not unusual to receive court orders from the FBI, but they realize this one clearly stands out.
We've gotten these in the past. We'll get them in the future. Obviously, you know, dealing with the issues we may be dealing with here, we certainly want to provide timely information.
Now, company officials say they were encouraged to see that the internet played a key role in keeping the lines of communication open. They've heard from customers in New York who couldn't get a call out on their telephone voice line, but they could get through on their digital subscriber line or DSL. Many people were only able to reach family and friends through email. It has made such a difference.
Let's hope the FBI finds the clues they're looking for.
Definitely.
Thank you. One of the worst jobs that must be done in the days and weeks ahead is identification of the victims' bodies. In the rubble of the collapsed Twin Towers, some bodies will be crushed or burned beyond recognition. All across the U.S., there are disaster mortuary response teams. 2 GBI body identification experts will be going to New York. The job of removing the rubble goes slowly because it is believed some people are still alive, and moving just the wrong chunk of concrete could send tons of debris down on them. Dr. Mark Koppinen is a medical examiner and expects to be sent as soon as he can clear up some court cases still on trial here in Georgia.
There's urgency to get as much done as you can, as quickly as you can, and that's all dependent upon the recovery process.
He told us the mortuary response team will rotate in and out of the situation because no one could stand day after day of this kind of work.
And this sort of work is extraordinarily physically and emotionally demanding, and individuals can't go and stay for the duration.
Fingerprint expert Charles Moss will be going to New York immediately. He also said the job is very emotional, but he said you must focus on the task and get it done.
How we actually go about taking the individual prints from each victim will depend on the circumstances of the victim, what type of condition the person's in.
Rubble is stacked more than 100 feet in the air, and there may be more than 10,000 bodies to identify in the World Trade Center buildings. So it will take a while to complete the task that will get grimmer and grimmer with each passing day. Mortuary experts from Macon are also on their way to New York City.
A monumental struggle of good versus evil. That's how President Bush described the situation now facing the nation. The president asked Congress this morning to authorize emergency funding to assist in rescue efforts, to help citizens in New York and in Washington, and to protect the nation's security.
The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world.
Secretary of State Colin Powell says he is talking to counterparts around the world, gathering support for a worldwide response. This morning, he vowed that those responsible for Tuesday's attack will not get away with it.
We're mad. We were assaulted. But our spirit wasn't assaulted, and our fighting spirit was not assaulted, so we want to respond. You don't attack America like this and get away with it.
President Bush is now saying also that he'll be going to the Pentagon within the hour. Western aid workers are pulling out of Afghanistan, fearing U.S. will seek revenge soon for the terrorist attacks. Workers at one German relief agency told reporters they were leaving after being ordered to do so by the German Foreign Ministry. Others simply packed up and left as quickly as possible once word of the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon reached them. UN officials working in the country are also said to be pulling out. The main FBI tip line office for the terrorist attacks is operating out of Atlanta. It is the same office set up during the Olympic Park bombing in 1996. Atlanta is the next largest field office outside of Washington and Boston. Those offices are overwhelmed with agents investigating the actual crime scenes, so the Atlanta FBI office was tapped to handle the tip line calls. The FBI tip line number to call is 1-866-483-5137.
Joining us now from Washington via telephone is Georgia Congressman John Lewis. First of all, thank you, Congressman, for being with us again this evening.
Thank you, Brenda.
Is a military attack in Afghanistan imminent? I say Afghanistan because that's where Osama bin Laden is known to live. And we understand that U.S. citizens are pulling out of that country, even as we speak, in droves right now. Is an attack imminent?
I don't know. We've been in discussion today with representatives of the administration at the highest level. I don't think at this point, at this moment, they will even inform us if they were going to do it. The element of surprise is always probably better. But I know we are preparing and planning to do something. We are right now on the floor of the House. We are debating a concurrent resolution that will be passed by the Senate and the House in support of whatever the president decides to do.
He's asked for the money to deal with all of this. Do you expect that we might get some support from moderate Palestinians in our response?
Well, I think freedom-loving people and people who believe in what is fair and what is right and not killing innocent people will support us wherever they live in this world.
There seemed to be an incredible amount of bipartisanship exhibited during today's House and Senate sessions. Do you believe that spirit will continue as the country continues to deal with this? Is there a consensus on both sides?
This spirit will continue. As a matter of fact, in a few minutes from now, we will meet together, members of the House, members of the Senate, both Democrats and Republicans, in a prayer vigil in the rotunda of the Capitol. And this is almost unheard of. That will happen this evening. Is there a consensus, and will there be a consensus on both sides of the aisle as to how we should respond to this? Oh, we are in agreement that we must respond, and I think the great majority of the members of the House and the Senate will be together how we respond.
Congressman, on airport security, we're worried about and we're concerned about the fact that there may be really increased security, lockdowns like in European countries, and as a matter of fact, we're wondering why, if you get aboard an El Al airline, for instance, there are 2 doors to get into the cockpit. One of them is a secure door. Do you expect things like that are going to start happening in the United States?
Well, we've had a discussion today with the Secretary of Transportation, Ms. Mineta, and we're going to see some changes. There will be changes at every major airport. There will be changes on airplanes, and we just got to make the adjustment, get used to it. But we will not do anything, I think, that will violate the civil liberties and the civil rights of people as they travel.
Should there be federal workers manning all security checks at airports?
Well, we're looking at all possibilities to protect our citizens as they travel. But it's not just travel. It's not just people getting on a plane, but in churches, in synagogues, where people are gathering in schools and stadiums. This is not just designated for one area of travel, but it's what could happen to all of our citizens.
We've had some great freedoms in this country, and having some taken away from us by these terrorists would be a crying shame, would it not?
Well, it would be a shame and a disgrace, and that's what the terrorists would like for us to do, to become immobilized and give up some of our civil liberties. But we're not going to do that.
We're right now looking at some of the destruction at the Pentagon and the death there also. We're hearing as many as 800 people died there. Again, a reprehensible attack. And you know, you must be discussing how deep and how tough our response can be. How tough do you think we'll get?
Well, we have to send the strongest possible message that terrorism will not be allowed to stand. That somehow, in some way, we will track the people down. As the president said last night, that those who harbor, those who house these terrorists in their country, they will have to pay a price.
You know, the Senator Zell Miller said today, bomb them if there's collateral damage. Tough.
Well, we have to find a way, and I think we have to be calm and be rational and plan, because this what happened in New York and what happened to the Pentagon just didn't happen overnight. It was well thought out. It was well planned. And we must get to the bottom of it, and we will.
Congressman John Lewis, again, thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
Georgia Senator Zell Miller is telling the Senate it's time for for the U.S. to punish its enemies with a swift and sustained military attack.
The perpetrator and those who gave them safe haven should be in our bomb sites. We must strike the viper's nest even if he's not there. This diabolical plot was probably hatched there. I say, bomb the hell out of them. If there's collateral damage, so be it. They certainly found our civilians to be expendable.
Senator Zell Miller. NBC News reports that Georgia Congressman Bob Barr goes even farther. Barr wants Congress to overturn a long-standing presidential order that prohibits the assassinations of enemy leaders.
The attack on America has raised questions about effectiveness of security at our nation's airports. Investigators want to know how terrorists were able to board planes at 2 U.S. airports in order to carry out their plans of mass destruction. 11 Alive investigator Jerry Carnes is here with news of the criticism that has been leveled at U.S. airports in the past and probably will be in the future unless things really tighten up.
And things are going to change, Wes. These are government reports that have all been issued within the past 3 years. They point out problems with security at U.S. airports. The question now, did terrorists take advantage of those problems to carry out their attack on our nation?
He showed how easy it would be to hide what might be a bomb.
It's an image that might concern anyone who's flown through Atlanta's Hartsfield Airport. In 1996, during a hidden camera investigation, a producer for NBC's Dateline is hired as a baggage handler at Hartsfield. The problem, according to the network, is he was never given the required background check. The same investigation reveals food handlers who get into secure areas without going through metal detectors and without showing identification. As a result of the Dateline story, the Federal Aviation Administration made changes to keep such problems from happening again. And a former FAA executive here in Atlanta says he sees few problems with security at Hartsfield or other U.S. airports.
I know it works well because I see it work. But are there holes? Sure, there can be holes.
It was 1999 when a branch of the U.S. government did an undercover test of their own. At several major U.S. airports, they too found security holes. A report from the Office of the Inspector General claims their testers got into secure areas without authorization by following airport employees through doors, walking through cargo facilities unchallenged, and driving through unmanned vehicle gates. Just last year, a report from the country's General Accounting Office questioned the effectiveness of the people hired to scan airport baggage nationwide. The report stated the security employees were paid less than workers at fast food restaurants. The report goes on to say some screeners were placed on the job without the proper ability or knowledge. The FAA proposed changes.
There has been a tightening up, I know, just in the past year or so of the requirements for people working in the system.
Today, Hartsfield Airport's general manager wouldn't address the reports that have been critical of security, but he did defend the operation here.
We have a very tight operation here and have had a tight operation. Will continue to be tight and to tighten up even more.
Something airports nationwide will have to do after American aircraft are used as bombs in an attack against us. According to former FAA executive, the former FAA executive that we spoke with, the tightest security in the world can be found at the airport in Tel Aviv, a location that is constantly under the threat of a terrorist attack. He says while there have never been problems there, it can take you up to 3 hours to go through security, and he questions whether that's necessary at airports here. But certainly, Wes, we're going to experience some longer waits to get onto airplanes here in the United States at airports because the security is going to be much stricter for some time to come.
I was reading some things today where they were talking about random searches and random questioning of people. What good would that do? Well,
I'm not certain that it'll go that far, but Jack Barker even talked about going as far as not allowing restaurants within the airport to have knives, to have even plastic knives, because those could be used on an airplane, taken onto an airplane and used by a terrorist to overtake it. So, I mean, we're talking about extreme measures here, but it's an extreme situation.
Thank you, Jerry.
Well, out of the mouths of babes, sometimes it's often very poignant. Right now, we're going to hear more of what some local students had to say about yesterday's attack.
And we have to realize that this is an attack on the entire United States of America, and we need to put ethnicity aside, our differences aside, and really become one nation and fight this.
Officials from military forces around the metro area are being sent to Washington and New York. All U.S. bases around the world remain on Delta alert tonight. That is the highest security alert. 11 Alive's Keith Whitney joins us from Fort McPherson with more on that. Keith?
Yeah, Brenda, we're here at Fort Mac, otherwise known as Forces Command or FORSCOM. These are the guys in charge of U.S. Army troop movement in the Middle East. As you can imagine, they will be key players in any kind of retaliation effort on behalf of the U.S. in that region if it's determined that a sponsored state has helped these terrorists. Let's get you a live shot of what goes on here if you're trying to get inside this base under the high alert status that it exists right now. You can see probably, might be a little obscured, but the MPs are in front checking out one of the SUVs. These guys are doing incredibly thorough searches with mirrors, actually going on their backs under the cars, checking it out to see if there's any kind of device on these cars. They've done a lot of other measures as well. Only key personnel are allowed at this time. There has been barbed wire reinforcement all around the campus. More concrete barriers are in place at different points. Detours off of major roads are occurring right now in this base. And earlier, we even saw a fighter jet from Dobbins Air Force Base buzz this area. We don't know if it had any particular reason to be here other than some kind of surveillance or recon from a heightened position. But they are taking the alert seriously on all the military bases, including Fort Mac, which will be a key player on any kind of action in the Middle East. Now, earlier in the day, I talked with Governor Roy Barnes, and he says the state as well has increased security everywhere, especially in buildings where there are sensitive computer files or financial records. There's been extra law enforcement called in as well, and some members of the National Guard. The governor says war right now is definitely an option.
Well, I think it's shock and horror, like anyone else. Those who have done this are thugs and cowards. They should be hunted down and punished. Any nation that gives them aid or comfort or harbors them is an enemy of the United States, and we shouldn't tolerate it as a people. We should take all appropriate actions, including military force, to make sure that the world knows, or those that would seek to terrorize our people, that we will retaliate and we will not tolerate such an action.
Governor Barnes says that Georgia has offered emergency disaster aid to New York via GEMA, Georgia Emergency Management Agency. He adds that it's important for all residents of the state to resume their lives without fear. Let's give you one more quick shot of the search. You can see a little better here on this red SUV that has come in. They take deliberate time. These searches probably last a couple of minutes. They go through every nook and cranny on the undersides of all vehicles because it's very easy to hide any kind of a device. But again, this military base, as are all others in Georgia and across the United States right now, are at a very high threat con level, the highest, in fact, that you will probably see other than in times of...
That was Keith Whitney reporting from Fort McPherson. Here's some information here. The U.S. Army has established a hotline to ensure 100% accountability for soldiers, Department of the Army civilians, and contractors who work in the Pentagon. The number is also for people who have loved ones who work at the Pentagon. The number 1-800-984-8523. Again, 1-800-984-8523. 8523.
Kmart has temporarily removed ammunition and firearms from its nearly 2,000 stores. The company made the move in the wake of the New York and Washington terrorist attacks. Kmart officials say this is an attempt to keep all their customers safe. They also extended sympathies to all the attack victims and relatives. Kmart is one of the nation's leading chains for gun sales. They don't have any hard numbers yet, but after yesterday's attack, military recruiting stations all over Metro Atlanta are reporting a big increase in the numbers of calls about joining up. 11 Alive's Dennis O'Hare visited one station where patriotism has turned into action.
It made my decision. I was stronger in my decision to go ahead and do this.
24-year-old Josh Geip is back at the Army recruiting station on Ponce de Leon. He paid his first visit on Monday and started weighing the pros and cons of enlisting. The next day, the world changed.
By signing up for the armed services, obviously, we're going to be part of very heavily involved in going after the people who did this.
We see a lot of call-ins. We see a lot of prior service calling in to say we're ready to go back and do our part.
There was a man, he's 44 years old, and he's like, if there's a loophole you can find to get me in, I'll go.
But new recruits like Josh Geip won't join the hunt anytime soon. Up first, background checks, physical and academic tests, and basic training. But recruits and veterans say there's now a new reason to wear the uniform.
I, owe something to my country. When all of us are tested, our freedoms are put in jeopardy. Obviously, I want to be someone who helps defend that.
If need be, ready to go back and get on that trail.
Now, while the attack inspired many more people to think about enlisting, there was a trend even before that. Last week, the Army announced it met its recruiting goals for fiscal 2001. 75,800 new active duty recruits. 23,700 of those are from right here in the Southeast. And for that 44-year-old who called the Army, the maximum age is 34. Live in the newsroom, Dennis O'Hare, 11 Alive News.
All right, good to know. Tonight, many in Metro Atlanta want to show the world that yesterday's attacks have united, not divided our country. They're encouraging friends and neighbors to fly the American flag as a sign of pride and defiance. 11 Alive's Jennifer Leslie found a group of local radio stations trying to spread that American spirit.
All right, red light.
Flag for you?
Radio station employees darted through Buckhead traffic.
There you go. You're welcome.
To give drivers a way to show their patriotism.
There's a flag for you.
I think it's great, yeah. I think we need more of this.
Here you go, sir. We want Atlantans to know that we support America.
We're just going to get them. I know that the United States is going to take charge of the situation.
There you go, ma'am.
Drivers did not turn them away.
Thanks.
Some even asked for extra flags.
There's a handful. Take them out of the office.
This is what many of them needed.
On a flag?
It may help people, make them feel better, maybe. Everybody's depressed. It's a good idea.
Thank you.
Clear Channel radio stations sent out teams across Metro Atlanta with boxes full of flags.
Here you go, ma'am.
A small but sure sign of our unity.
The more people that have them, the more impact it will make.
Jennifer Leslie.
There you go.
11 Alive News.
You guys are great. Thanks a lot.
The Clear Channel Communications radio stations sponsoring that flag giveaway include 96 Rock, Peach 94.9, and News Radio WGST.
Other Georgians are showing their patriotism and giving spirit by volunteering to go to New York City or to Washington. 11 Alive's Rick Blaylock met some of them in Alpharetta. Rick?
With all the horror and the immediate disaster from yesterday's attacks behind the country, there is now much work ahead to recover the lost souls, both in New York and in the nation's capital at the Pentagon. And help is on the way from all over the USA, including right here in Georgia.
We've never had this kind of response before, so this is...
Part of the volunteer force is being coordinated out of this room in the basement of the Southern Baptist Convention's North American Mission Board headquarters in Alpharetta. With monitors that track the latest news and an oversized wall screen with clocks from nearly every time zone, the place has the makings of a command center.
We're involved in the Oklahoma City bombing. We've been involved in hurricanes, tornadoes. I'm not sure that anything prepares you for this. We know it's going to be tough. We're going deep. We're looking for chaplains from across the country.
The work here is noble, and the needs of the people in D.C. and New York are great. The folks here say they're not only sending communications equipment and food up northeast, but also a supply often overlooked during emergencies: showers.
bathing and everything is going to be an issue, and we currently have three shower trailers that have been activated and one that's on standby right now. Those are being sent to New Jersey and eventually will probably go into the Manhattan area to be used by rescue workers and by their staff.
Here now live outside of the Southern Baptist Convention's North American Mission Board, we are told that more people will be leaving. They've got about a team of 32 people who will be heading up to New York and Washington, D.C., in addition to the ones they've already sent. They say also that the control center that you saw in the basement of this building here behind me will soon be going to a 24-hour rotation in terms of the manpower here. So far, it had been 12 hours. We're told it'll go to 24 hours soon. Reporting live in Alpharetta, Rick Blaylock, 11 Alive News.
All right, thank you, Rick. Tonight in New York, hundreds of rescue workers are desperately searching for signs of life in all that rubble.
Except for the fact that this destruction is the result of a terrorist act, the recovery operation is similar to the aftermath of an earthquake.
NBC's Dr. Bob Arnott has been at those quake scenes. He joins us now with more on these rescue efforts, and thank you very much, Dr. Bob, for joining us. We understand that there is sort of an eerie quiet in all of that debris and rubble. Is that an unfortunate and very frightening sign?
It is an unfortunate and a frightening sign. I've been to most of the major earthquakes over the last decade or so, and this is what this would be most similar to. That is, you have buildings that pancake, as that World Trade Center did, where you have one floor falling to the next and the next and the next. But in those earthquakes, in Turkey or in China or India, you might have a building of 5 or 10 stories. To have something of 108 stories is almost unimaginable. Generally, the outcome is this. You expect and hope for so many survivors, but with the massive destruction here, with the weight of the concrete, you tend to have an extraordinary number of dead and very few injured relative to the number of dead. Now, kinds of injuries. Crush injuries are what they try to deal with, very tough because it often shuts down the kidneys, and the reason is that there's a thing called myoglobin, which comes out of the muscle into the bloodstream, into the kidneys, and can shut them down. Also burns for those individuals up on the floors that did have intense fire, smoke inhalation, and the biggest complaint, even though it's a minor sort of injury, is all of the dust that you see that looks again like a volcano's gone off, that then sticks in the firefighters' eyes and policemen's eyes and makes it very difficult to see, and without special goggles makes it very difficult for the operation. Now, I have seen in earthquakes survival of up to 7 days after an earthquake. There was a famous case, I believe, in Mexico City where young children were still there because they had brown fat that they could burn to survive. So hopes will still be up that there are some individuals, but with each day that goes by, there's sort of an exponential drop in the possibility that there will be survivors.
Doctor, we heard the mayor talking today about 130 truckloads of trash being removed, debris being removed from the area. That's awfully slow going. It may take a long time when you're talking about a pile that's over 100 feet high.
And it's tough, too, because you have to look at the safety of the workers to make certain that they're not at risk. You have the FBI, of course, is the second priority, treating this as a crime scene, wanting to take the trash away to be able to examine it. It's a very slow, tough, tenuous process. Remember, though, that the World Trade Center does have those cavernous garages down below. And, of course, the hope would be that down deep underneath the World Trade Center, there's still a possibility that there might be some people alive. Or in the more peripheral areas, where you didn't have that tremendous destructive force falling from 108 feet. Interesting, too, that, you know, steel begins to weaken at about 800 degrees Fahrenheit. It'll actually melt at about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. And this kind of a fuel-air bomb using aviation fuel is about 200 degrees Fahrenheit, or I should say 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is enough to melt. And that's why it fell. It wasn't that the airplanes hit it, it was that they actually melted the steel. And it's a real tribute to the architecture of that building that it stayed up as long as it did, allowing enough people to get out.
Given all of that,
a substantial number of people to get out.
Doctor, given all of that, how do these teams accomplish their first priority, which is finding survivors? I mean, what a daunting task to have to go through so many feet of rubble.
Well,
Where do they start?
been with these teams. I've been with these teams all around the world, and the dedication of staying up for days on end. They might stay up for 7 days on end, taking every last measure to try and find people who might be trapped. Sniffer dogs, probably one of the best measures in terms of trying to figure out whether there is someone that's alive. They have special ultrasound devices, very, very sensitive listening devices to see whether there's someone rumbling around, if there's a human voice below. Trying to, of course, use those cell phone calls from people who might still be or have in the past cell phone to try and get a location, to get some sense of where they might be. But very tough and very frustrating work.
I was going to ask you about those cell phone calls. Are you getting calls from people who say they are injured? Are these people saying they're okay, please come find me?
You know, I haven't heard any reports since yesterday, and those reports were of individuals who are saying basically, please come find me. Understand that if you've had 108 stories fall down on your location, you're likely to either be in reasonable shape or unfortunately dead because of the tremendous forces. So you have to be in some kind of pocket where you were had a reasonable chance of survival. And again, with an injury, after 24 hours, it's very unlikely you're going to survive. So those people that they find over the next, hope we find over the next days, are likely to have very minor to no injuries, but simply to be trapped. Key will be water. They can do without food, but water to be able to survive after about 3 days. Out to 7 days, it really is miraculous if you can still find individuals.
Dr. Bob, we're also hearing that the remainder of the South Tower has collapsed, and there have been several other buildings around their collapse today and in the last hour, and in danger of collapsing. Those workmen, the rescuers, are working around some very dangerous situations.
They are, and you know what's interesting is you want to look at the predictive capability. People who know the architecture, they know the forces that have been involved, so that you actually can predict which buildings are apt to fall. For instance, the World Trade Center itself, given the wind direction after the first one was hit and the amount of fire there, specialists knew that that building was going to go, and the question is whether that information was given to individuals in those buildings. A very, very close friend of mine, Lindsay Herkness, a terrific individual, served on the board of a hospital with him, was on the 70th floor. When a friend of mine called him and said, hurry up, get out, he said, I'm in no hurry to leave. And unfortunately, we have not heard anything from Lindsay in the last 24 hours. The likelihood that he get out, I think, is extremely poor.
Dr. Bob Arnott, we want to thank you for being with us and giving us some insight as to the daunting task down there for rescuers. And we pray for the survival of those who are still perhaps beneath that rubble.
Thank you very much.
People in our nation are banding together under the pressure of the attacks. Many are inundating blood banks right now in the aftermath of yesterday's devastation. Federal government workers were told today that they are free to leave at any time to donate blood. President Bush and the First Lady also helped encourage donations today by setting up a blood drive right on the grounds of the White House. Meantime, and a strange sight, Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat rolled up his sleeves today to show just how serious he is about offering assistance to the U.S. Arafat donated blood to be sent to America at a Palestinian hospital in Gaza City, and he encouraged other Palestinians gathered outside to do the same. Arafat had been scheduled to travel to Syria for talks on the Middle East peace process today, but instead postponed that trip after learning of the attacks in New York and in Washington. And here in Metro Atlanta, donors showed up early at area blood bank offices also to do their part. 11 Alive's health editor Mark Picard was there with them, and as we said, people are coming in droves to do what they can.
And the first ones to show up here in Atlanta began showing up at Atlanta's Red Cross's Monroe Drive Center at 5 o'clock this morning, 2 hours before it opened. Here and across the state, Georgians are literally giving of themselves to help their fellow Americans in need. It is appropriate that two of the most identifiable symbols of America waved together at half-staff outside the Monroe Drive Blood Center today.
You need a good clipboard?
Inside, donors waited in the hallways like lottery ticket buyers hoping to pick the winning numbers. For them, the payoff was waiting at least 3 hours to lose a pint of blood.
You know, I would wait as long as it took, pretty much, because it's worth it, and I want to do whatever it takes to really honor those who lost their lives. The innocent lives were lost yesterday, so this is just a small part that I can do.
I do feel I'm on the front line.
Red Cross worker Samuel Day has never seen this blood center this busy.
It's my way of giving back, you know.
The southern region yesterday collected more than double the blood it usually gets on a normal day, some 2,000 units. But because blood lasts only 42 days, and because people can only donate every 2 months, officials are worried what's going to happen down the road.
So our big concern now is to try to get some of the donors that are coming in now to come in the following weeks and months because we're going to have a problem a month and a half, 2 months down the road when a lot of this blood is no longer available, and a lot of the donors are ineligible to donate for another couple of weeks after that happens.
Atlanta usually imports blood. This effort will allow local blood centers to become self-sufficient, freeing those who would usually send blood here to send it to New York or Washington, D.C. That's not going to stop Dawn O'Brien from giving blood here. She is doing it to honor her uncle, the New York City firefighter, whom she hasn't heard from yet.
The Red Cross is particularly interested in people donating platelets. Those are the parts of the blood that causes clotting. Log on to our website, 11alive.com, to link to the Red Cross website and learn how you can give credit card donations. And for more information about how to help the victims of the attack, call 1-800-HELP-NOW. Weston, Brenda, you get the feeling that we're going to be needing a whole lot more help for quite a bit longer.
Well, it's good that people are turning out now to do what they can now, but don't forget about the Red Cross 6 months from now.
Exactly right. The key is down the road.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Thanks, Mark.
And how to transport all that blood being donated and other supplies has been an issue also. Commercial flights across the country are still grounded. So in a situation like this, you call an Angel. Angel Flight is being allowed to move through the empty skies of America. 11 Alive's Joel Thomas joins us right now, and where crew just took off from Peachtree to Cab Airport. Right, Joel?
Yeah, that's correct. And you know, a lot of times we're out going live and people are going, well, there's nothing going on there. Well, have a listen. There is nothing going on here, and that's unusual because normally PDK is buzzing with engines and the roar of private jets. So how strange it was to come up to an empty, quiet airport and see somebody loading up a plane. The man that was climbing on board the plane is one of the top men for the American Red Cross. He's flying from here to take over emergency operations for the Pentagon cleanup. His job is important enough that he is cleared to fly. It took 5 hours, though, to do it. Georgia is home to a group called Angel Flights, a volunteer group of pilots that flies humanitarian missions. Today, they're beginning their first grim mission on the way to D.C.
With the mass casualty potential here is nothing like we've ever seen in the history of the United States. So it's going to be tough. I know that. It's probably unimaginable right now, but we know we have a job to do.
And there are other people with a job to do, flying in what are now empty American skies on some of the most important missions going into Washington, D.C. and New York. We'll have more on their missions of humanitarian aid in what has become a bizarre situation of quiet airports around Atlanta. Reporting live at PDK, Joel Thomas, 11 Alive News.
In a time of crisis, Americans band together, but for some in the business community, it can become a time to seek a quick monetary gain. Fears of such gains at the gas pump have Georgia officials now out in force to monitor what could be price gouging. Our call for action attorney Bill Liss was out today following up on consumer complaints about overpaying at the pump. And Bill joins us with this call for action report. This is an unfortunate situation, especially in light of all the other things that are going on.
You know, Brenda, you would think that Americans would never think that way, but unfortunately it's a fact of life, and it's something that we will not tolerate under any circumstances. And folks, keeping the price of vital consumer necessities like gasoline and basic consumer goods in line during a crisis is an American tradition. But when there's a sense it's being violated, outrage becomes more than just a headline.
Financial uncertainty and fears of a shortage can often lead retailers to hike prices before they think supplies will run out. For one industry, gasoline, the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington spiked that fear, and with it, gas prices at the pumps skyrocketed across the country. Metro Atlanta consumers were quick to spot a sudden increase in prices on Monday night.
We did see initially a brief spiking up of prices, but I think everyone now is working together to try to keep that from happening in Georgia.
But not everyone. Call for Action went to McDonough and found a gas station with prices that were out of focus.
$1.59, $1.79, $1.89. And directly next door, it's about 30 cents less. We're going to go in and try to figure this one out. Our interest is to know why you guys are charging $1.89 a gallon for gas that's 20 and 30 cents cheaper everywhere else. We can't figure this one out, especially now with what's happening in this country.
And neither can Governor Roy Barnes. He said today, "It is appalling to me that any business would use this time of national crisis for personal gain." Auto Club South says the average price of gasoline in Georgia is $1.33 for unleaded regular, $1.43 for mid-grade, and $1.50 for super. That's 40 cents less than this McDonough station was charging. And Georgia consumers are angry. Dirk Robinson is an Atlanta physician.
People are going to price gouge, take advantage of gasoline. It's the lifeblood of this country. It's like charging more for blood as a physician. I can believe it's happening, but I find it irreprehensible.
Call for Action spoke again to the McDonough station, this time the distributors. We gave them 1 hour to lower the prices. They did. Prices came down as much as 20 cents a gallon.
Now, folks, if you should encounter any price gouging in Georgia stations and anywhere else around the area, you can contact the state's Department of Agriculture, whose inspectors are carefully monitoring gas prices throughout the state. Now, you can call them at 1-800-282-5852, or you can call the Governor's Office of Consumer Affairs in Barry Reed at 1-800-869-1123. Will not be tolerated under any circumstances. And I can tell the folks out there, if they're running gas stations, we're going to be out again tomorrow. If anybody wants to price gouge, you're going to deal with us, because we're going to be out there with our cameras and our microphones. You're not going to get away with it. It's very, very simple.
All right, good enough. Okay. We want to bring you up to date. A new development now. The president has just arrived at the Pentagon. They have, at the last minute, changed the announced plans, his arrival plans, for security reasons. And he has just now arrived in the presidential helicopter at the Pentagon to assess the damage there, to talk to those workers who still may be in the area, and also to give encouragement to the workers at the Pentagon. As we have reported, there have been sporadic fires throughout the night at the Pentagon that have spread, causing even greater damage subsequent to the initial damage from that plane that crashed into the side of the building yesterday. All of those fires are now out at the Pentagon, but a larger number of people had to be evacuated today than originally thought because of the spreading of fires. And instead of the original number of dead as 800, now the Pentagon is reporting that it is about 100 people who lost their lives as a result of the terrorist attack on the Pentagon yesterday. So President Bush has just now arrived at the Pentagon to assess the damage and, of course, to give support to those who are there in that area.
We're taking a look right now at the New York Harbor shot one more time. We've had a big cloud of smoke out over the harbor again today. Lots of people are starting to see that again, and that's because the Millennium Hotel, which was on fire, has collapsed, and several walls of several buildings that were still standing also collapsed. And so that's what you're seeing right now, is all of that smoke. Metro area schools tried to return to normal today because, as one psychologist put it, normal makes children feel safe. But in many classrooms, if students needed to, teachers allowed them to talk about their feelings. 11 Alive's education editor Donna Lowry spent time in a couple of schools and is here now with more. Are the children fully comprehending what's going on?
Well, of course not the young ones, but the older ones are, and it's amazing to hear some of their comments. Middle and high school students tell me they couldn't stop watching TV last night. They couldn't sleep, and they couldn't stop wondering what happens next.
These people were innocent people, and they didn't do anything to harm anyone. So they just, and then the plane hit the building, and then they just all died.
As they talk, they also try to cope. For these students at the Epstein School, as in schools across Metro Atlanta, students are trying to make sense of insanity.
I'm scared and mad and upset, but I'm mostly mad. If they're capable of doing it one time, they're capable of doing it another time, and that we just have to be really careful.
I, of course, agree that it was a horrible tragedy, but I'm also afraid of how America will react, and it could cause a huge war.
In Hebrew, some have written poems to send to victims' families. Some have friends and family in Israel.
In Israel, there's a lot of bad things that are happening, but you don't really get the feel of what's really happening to them until it happens to you.
Across town at the Paideia School, high school students understand the weight of what's happened.
It's so frightening, like our whole safety net, the fact that we're America, we've got these two huge oceans, separating us is just, it doesn't matter anymore.
It also changes the way we've looked at our national identity. We can't think of ourselves as invulnerable anymore.
What this might mean for our generation is that we're going to have to think about the role that the U.S. has economically, politically, and a lot of people in this generation haven't thought about that kind of thing before.
It's brought us closer together because, when something like this happens, we don't focus so much on our little differences.
At each school, the students felt a strong need to do something. Many feel helpless because they can't go to New York or Washington or Western Pennsylvania to help. Some are planning unity events. For instance, at Fulton County's North Springs High School, the Student Council is encouraging all students to wear red, white, and blue on Friday as a show of solidarity as a country. They're asking the elementary and middle school students in their cluster to do the same. So we're going to see lots of that. And for more information on how to talk to your child, it's on 11alive.com.
I know you've talked to some of the young children too. Their comments have to be a lot different.
Yeah, so they're trying to understand it, and like I said yesterday, they're taking a lot of cues from their parents in terms of how to deal with this whole thing. So we've got to think about the way we ask, how we look at things.
Thank you, Don.
Another development on the national scene. Lots of things are occurring out of the ordinary, and here's a small point, but an interesting one. We just showed you pictures of the Pentagon and the arrival of President Bush there, but the helicopter that you saw was not the presidential helicopter, as I stated. It was in fact a decoy, and this is a little bit out of the ordinary, but as you can imagine, and for obvious reasons, there were cover helicopters that were brought in along with the president for security purposes, and so we want to make that point of clarification. Lots of things out of the ordinary for security purposes, especially surrounding those at the White House and particularly President and Mrs. Bush. The president is at the scene of the Pentagon now, where there's been huge damage as a result of the terrorist attack there, and he is not only there with his helicopter but several cover helicopters to protect him as he moves about from place to place. Meanwhile, Pope John Paul II says September 11th will now be known as a dark day in our history. The Pope condemned the attacks and prayed for the victims and their families today in St. Peter's Square. The Pope also asked God to grant the American people the strength and courage needed to get through these difficult days. Churches across Metro Atlanta will likely see a lot of new faces for tonight's Wednesday service. People are using the power of prayer to help cope with the tragedy. 11 Alive's Jay Watson joins us from Ebenezer Baptist Church with more on that.
Brenda, the doors here at Ebenezer Church have been opened all day so people can come in and pray, and a lot of churches across the metro area are holding their own services tonight as well. A lot of people took time out of their workday to attend services today at noon. They left home and work, seeking out something in this noontime service.
We just feel that this is a time that the nation needs to be united, and the people of our nation need to know that we stand together.
God empowered those who upheld freedom and the dignity.
Images from yesterday pushed parishioners to prayer at Peachtree Christian Church.
Seeing the beauty.
And you know, it's just so.
Well, I think
wounding. I mean.
Yeah, and I think everybody's first reaction, at least ours, was probably like it was, you know, some movie you went out and rented and you wanted to hit the eject button, but you couldn't.
The nations are in an uproar. The kingdoms totter.
Head pastor Dr. Jim Collins knows the hurt everyone feels and talked of God's power.
Even in the worst of times, God would have us know that God is a God of justice. Church will
Answers for why it happened cannot be found, but Collins urged the people to remain strong.
Terrorists cannot steal the peace that we have deep within our hearts. Terrorists cannot make us not love. Terrorists cannot cause us to give up our freedom.
Not everyone can heal the hurt with prayer and faith, but for some, it's the only way to go on.
And I would say, how could you get through it without faith?
Now, coming up a little bit later, the biblical significance to all of this. A local theologian weighs in. That's coming up later. For now, live in downtown Atlanta, Jay Watson, 11 Alive News.
All right, thank you, Jay. One mother is able to find comfort having the chance to talk to her son by phone just moments before he died. Mark Bingham was on board United Airlines Flight 93. That's a fourth hijacked plane that crashed in western Pennsylvania. Bingham called his mother in California 15 minutes before the plane went down.
Mark said, "Mom, this is Mark Bingham. I love you. First of all, I want to tell you guys I love you." And I repeated, "Mark, we love you very much." And he said, "I'm on a flight from," he identified it to Kathy as Flight 93, United Flight 93, from Newark to San Francisco, and the plane has been taken over by 3 guys, he said, who say they have a bomb.
Kathy Hoagland says she considers it a gift to have heard the news from her son personally, and she says she's hopeful that Mark may have done something to try to stop the hijackers. It's thought that the target of that plane, by the way, was Camp David.
Very strong lady. Earlier in this newscast, we told you about two men who took flight training in a Florida flight school. Authorities believe the men are Arabs and that identification raises concern for some Arabs living in the metro Atlanta area. Our Karen Greer joins us now with more on that. Karen?
That's right, Wes. One of the men FBI officials are looking for, his name is Mohammed Atta, a Muslim name. And Muslims living in the metro Atlanta area tell me they don't want people to hate or fear them, especially if a Muslim is found to be responsible for the acts of terrorism.
It's unfortunate and very sad situation. We consider this a very sad, very sad and terrible.
At this mosque in Gwinnett County, Arabs pray for peace here in the United States after the acts of terrorism at New York's World Trade Center and the U.S. Capitol. Many worry that after the suspects have been identified as Arab-looking men, they too will be looked down upon.
It's outrageous, and we are very upset. This tragedy hurt everybody. It touched the heart of America, and it touched our hearts. We are Americans, and we are standing behind our people and our government.
Sam Hamad says pictures of Palestinians celebrating in the streets yesterday and today should not represent all Arabs. As a Lebanese American, he says he is outraged.
I saw that on TV where people were cheering and happy for what happened. It's sad to see that some people are cheering for people being killed, kids and families and innocent people that is not even involved in that complex in the Middle East.
And as they pray at the mosque, Arabs are being urged to donate blood.
This is our home. This is where we work. This is where we live between our friends and our neighbors.
Well, the Muslim community in Metro Atlanta is very tight-knit with several mosques, including a large one just off of 14th Street here in Midtown. Now, while none of the Muslims I talked with have received any types of threats, they are being very careful, very cautious, very protecting tonight of their families.
All right, thank you, Karen.
In the wake of the attack, the death penalty trial of Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin here in Atlanta has been delayed 1 week. Jury selection in the case was to have started today. Al-Amin, the black militant known as H-Rap Brown in the 60s, is the leader of a Muslim mosque in Atlanta's West End. He's charged with shooting Fulton County Sheriff's Deputy Ricky Kenshin to death in March of 2000 and wounding another deputy. A major new development in the murder investigation of DeKalb County Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown. This afternoon, police arrested and charged with murder former Sheriff's Deputy Patrick Cuffey in connection with a deadly shootout at his house last March. A shooting police say is directly linked to the assassination of Derwin Brown. 11 Alive's Kevin Rosen joins us from DeKalb County with more details. Kevin?
Brenda, it was just 2 weeks ago that the DeKalb District Attorney said that the Derwin Brown murder investigation was dead in the water. But today, the Derwin Brown Task Force announced the arrest of 35-year-old Patrick Cuffey on murder and kidnapping charges. Not in connection with Derwin Brown's murder, but in connection with a shootout at his house in March that resulted in the death of 27-year-old Jeffrey Nigel George. And for the first time, the task force said that that incident is connected to the Derwin Brown murder.
Thanks, Fred.
With smiles on their faces, task force members filed into a press conference to announce the arrest of Patrick Cuffey and to announce for the first time that they have established a link between the murder of Jeffrey Nigel George and the murder of Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown.
While we cannot tell you specifically, we do stand here and say to you, as a result of that investigation, we now have suspects in the death of Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown.
And at least some of those suspects are from a group of people arrested in connection with a shootout outside Cuffey's home on March 18th. Police say the shootout was the culmination of a dispute over a large quantity of marijuana. 24-year-old Dania Hewitt, his brother 23-year-old Carl Hewitt, 24-year-old German Montez, his brother 28-year-old Antonio Montez, and 24-year-old Theophilus Williams have all been charged in connection with that shootout. Testimony in pre-trial hearings indicates Patrick Cuffey called the parties in the dispute to his house to settle it. After the shootout, the body of 27-year-old Jeffrey Nigel George was found in a park near Cuffey's home.
This is just another indication that they have no idea who killed him, that they're not looking for anyone who killed him, and that they're still trying to manufacture some kind of fairy story.
Patrick Cuffey is not being held at the DeKalb County Jail. His attorney, Dwayne Jones, tells me he's being held at the Douglas County Jail. DeKalb County Police say he's not here for his own safety. Now, as you might remember, Patrick Cuffey, from the beginning of this investigation, has declared himself a suspect in the Derwin Brown murder. Though the cases have been connected, the task force members would not name any suspects, but Chief Moody assured us that he will be able to name names real soon. Live at DeKalb County Police Headquarters, I'm Kevin Rosen for 11 Alive News.
Thank you, Kevin. And now back to our main story. Kurt Kellebach has been headed down to Venice, Florida, that flight school that we told you about earlier, where 2 of those pilots, we believe, were trained. And Kurt, you've now arrived there. What kind of school is it? What more can you tell us about it?
Well, the search for suspects takes us to the Venice Municipal Airport down here in southwest Florida. We're just south of Sarasota, Florida, a small airport here. And let's show you some tape that we shot earlier of what the airport looks like. I can sit here and look at a couple dozen airplanes out here on the airfield, a very small, tiny airport, like I said, just south of Sarasota, where apparently the 2 alleged attackers had received flight training from July through November of 2000, last year. They received about 5 months of training in some of the airplanes that you see behind me. And how advanced was this training? Well, we spoke to Charlie Voss, the owner of Huffman Aviation. Here's what he had to say.
I wouldn't have any idea about what what their reasons would be, but I could tell you that at this flight school they would not be able to learn how to fly one.
What about steer one?
Steer one, possibly.
Still, the questions remain on just exactly how advanced was their training. Was it single engines? Was it multi-engines? Of course, it certainly doesn't prepare you to step into a Boeing 757 or 767. It's entirely a sophisticated aircraft. And Wes and Brenda, as we talked briefly at 5 o'clock about, keeping it straight and level. Sure, we can train someone in a short order to keep it straight and level, but to navigate over the miles that they did and at the speeds that they operate, it certainly would seem like perhaps they did receive some advanced training somewhere down the road. In the reality of things, what will it really matter when things add up here? What kind of training do we have? I don't know. Perhaps what it will tell is exactly how complex and how well thought out that the plans were for the attack.
Kurt, we'll be expecting more from you later on tonight. Thank you very much for that report.
Okay.
Well, the attack on America tragedy has touched Atlanta's sports teams, amazingly, and some people have been personally touched knowing someone who died either in New York or in Washington. Our sports director, Fred Khalil, joins us now with more details on that, and of course the Braves game and all Major League Baseball games still put off for right now.
Exactly. And Dan Reeves really was touched. We'll get to that. Major League Baseball has called off all games until Friday. Braves pitcher John Burkett, scheduled to start last night, was stranded at his home near Dallas. He borrowed a former teammate's car and drove to Atlanta from Dallas. Meantime, the Braves and Phillies were scheduled for a big series at Turner Field. That will not take place, but the teams did work out today. Randy Waters has more.
People's hearts and minds are in other places. I guarantee you, even if we played tomorrow, as big a series as this is and as big a game as that would be tomorrow, guys aren't going to feel the same way about it as they were feeling about it Monday night.
Hardly another day at the office for the Braves and Phillies. For them, like others, the national pastime has become mourning and worrying. John Smoltz hasn't heard from a New York golfing buddy.
If you don't have faith in God, I don't know where you else would turn. I think it's something that has caught everybody in just the unbelievable.
Jason Marquis grew up in Staten Island. He's been able to reach family and friends, but
you hear it all the time on TV, people saying it's like out of a movie. I mean, right now that's what it feels like. I mean, not being home with my family.
The Phillies' Nelson Figueroa had a lot of reasons to fret.
I have a few police officer and firefighter uncles and cousins who are on duty now, but they weren't at the initial blast.
When they do return to the real thing, they know for America it may be a helpful distraction. But they also know it's asking a lot.
We're asking the public to come here and watch a baseball game or watch a sporting event, which in the scheme of things is pretty insignificant.
So, millionaire baseball player or average Joe, we all are indeed going through the same things. Randy Waters, 11 Live News.
Meantime, the NFL is still unsure about its weekend. The Falcons are scheduled to play the Rams in St. Louis. Coach Dan Reeves, who once coached in New York, said a son of a family friend was still missing. He was emotional at his weekly news conference.
It's hard to think about football when you get, prayer thoughts, people that you, love and care for, and children. It's just tough. And I don't know what the league's going to do. I mean, I wish they'd make a decision and let us know something, because it's just, it's hard to keep your mind on this. And our players are having a tough time, the shock of it and just realizing this is, I don't know that kind of hate. I don't know, I think it's just the whole country.
The Thrashers hit the ice today at training camp, but the tragic events of the last 24 to 36 hours were still on the minds of the team and staff. Former NHL player and current scout Ace Bailey and amateur scout Mark Bavis were aboard United Flight 175, one of the two planes that hit the World Trade Center, and Thrashers GM Donnie Waddell knew Bailey pretty well.
I think all our lives have been touched in different ways, and we were sad to lose two scouts from Los Angeles Kings. One particular, Ace Bailey, who's been in professional hockey for some 30-some years. So it's a tragedy for the hockey community, but the world in whole.
The SEC announced this afternoon that all of its games will be played as scheduled. That includes Georgia's game against Houston in Athens. The SEC also said it will donate $1 million from the weekend's receipts to help victims of the attacks. Let's take a look at the sporting events which have been postponed. Division I football, Tech and Florida State, Miami, Washington State in the Big East, and ACC all sports have been canceled until Friday. The Pac-10 all sports until Monday. The PGA World Championship of Golf has been postponed, and the Major League Baseball, as we said, until Friday. Saturday's middleweight championship bout between Bernard Hopkins and Felix Trinidad Jr. and qualifying for the New Hampshire 300. The lineup will be determined by the current point standing. So lots of stuff on the back burner, as they well should be.
Well, such a trickle-down effect from these attacks. All right, thank you.
Now to update you on the latest developments in the terrorist attacks, a spokesperson from the President's National Security Council says the plane that hit the Pentagon may have been headed for the White House and Air Force One. Meanwhile, efforts continue to try to identify the men who hijacked the four jets yesterday. And the focus is on Boston, where two of the planes were commandeered. Police and FBI agents stormed the Westin Hotel and took one person into custody, but the agency isn't calling it an arrest, at least not yet. However, guests were evacuated after a bomb-sniffing dog detected something suspicious. And the governor of Maine says two suspects in yesterday's attack flew into Boston on a U.S. air flight from Portland, Maine. FBI agents reviewed surveillance tapes there. The two men also left behind a rental car, which is now impounded at the Maine State Police Crime Lab. The FBI also says two men who are suspects in the attack in New York may have learned to fly and received their pilot's license from a school in Venice, Florida, that we've been reporting on with Kurt Kalbach.
U.S. flights remain grounded tonight until the FAA gives a go-ahead for them to resume. And when flights do resume, if you fly, get there earlier because security measures are going to change dramatically. Walt Makaborski joins us from Hartsfield, a very quiet Hartsfield Airport this evening. Walt?
That's right, Brenda, but we have some major information tonight. Hartsfield will be open in the early hours tomorrow morning for international flights that were diverted to Bermuda and Canada. Now, these are international flights. We do not know what airlines, how many airlines, or exactly what time the airport will be open. But they have to process these people through customs, then they have to find their own ways home. And when the planes get in, they will be grounded, because we do not know when this airport will open again officially. No one wants to take any chances when it comes to safety. Hartsfield may open tomorrow, but airport officials offered no guarantees as they continue to review airport procedures and comply with FAA guidelines. The first priority, security.
One of the reasons that we closed the terminal last night and didn't allow anybody to spend the night was because we knew that we would have to completely search and secure the entire building, which we have done.
Teams of officers and bomb-sniffing dogs patrolled the airport all day. Stranded passengers were turned away with little or no information as to what they should do next. But when Hartsfield begins operations again, the process will be slow, deliberate, and expectedly more secure.
The ramp-up of active operations will take days, as not only just to get it started if we were going back to business as usual, but especially since we will not be going back to business as usual. Things will be different, things will be slower, and it will take more time for us to be back in business.
Again, some breaking news out of Hartsfield tonight. International flights from Europe bound for Atlanta that were diverted to either Canada or Bermuda will land here tomorrow morning. We don't know how many planes, what airlines, or what time. It'll be in the wee hours of the morning. Then those planes will be grounded, and those people will have to find a way home. But some flights will be coming into Hartsfield tomorrow. Reporting live from the airport, Walt Makaborski, 11 Alive News.
All right, thank you very much, Walt.
For passengers at Hartsfield Airport, it's another day of waiting. Our Dia Riley waited with them. Dia?
Wes, being stranded for 2 days in a city that you didn't plan on visiting is stressful. But surprisingly, most of the passengers that I talked to today weren't complaining at all. They were taking it all in stride. They say the tragedy like this, the one that this country experienced yesterday, puts it all into perspective. And they were relieved today to find kindness in the midst of such grief and suffering. Marty Fraker and Kay Bernier work one end of the terminal. Diane Sayer patrols the other.
En route to Tampa, and we have room for 2.
All three have a common goal: to help travelers in need.
What Red Cross and Travelers Aid are doing out here at the airport are trying to get people settled in hotels. We were here last night, getting them settled into hotels and getting them food.
We actually found some of those folks in phone booths crying because they didn't know what to do.
Diane Sayer doesn't work for a charitable organization. She's moved by a higher power.
God.
She and her husband are on a mission. They're trying to find 2 people who need a ride.
We're driving from Atlanta. We wanted to see if somebody needs a ride to Tampa. We couldn't help any other way.
It doesn't take long to find 2 takers.
We're going to Tampa with these beautiful people who offered us a ride. We don't know them, but it's okay.
It's the kindness of others that makes us different, says Richard Sickles, a stranded passenger from Minneapolis. He puts these 2 days all into perspective.
I have thought for 2 days, this is inconvenient, but I'm here.
And that's a sentiment echoed by just about everybody I talked to today. Many of the people said they felt almost guilty about complaining about this minor inconvenience. Brenda, Wes?
Thank you, Dia. Throughout the metro area, there are signs of patriotism. At Kittredge High Achievers Magnet School in DeKalb County, students and parents have lined the front of the property with American flags. Many principals are encouraging students to find ways to express what they are feeling. Crisis teams and psychologists are helping students who need help coping with what's happening. Many flags are flying at half-staff today, and many others are prominently displayed, all signs of American condolence and patriotism. Several Georgians have even handed a free flag today, which is helping many to stay strong. The stars and stripes that inspired Francis Scott Key to write our national anthem is a symbol which continues to unite our nation in these trying times.
Atlanta's First Church of Christ Scientist doesn't usually have a flag on its front steps. But this morning, Ann Tufts Church took the inside flag and rigged an outside holder for it using an umbrella stand.
As I was praying for our country, it came to me as I drove in that the flag had to be out here.
All kinds of other people had the same idea. At the Kmart near the Big Chicken in Marietta, there are 38 large flags sold out in hours. From 9 to 2 today, 150 small ones were snapped up, along with bows for cars and fences. When do you think you're going to run out here?
I would say the way we've been selling, would probably this afternoon we'll be out.
Well, it reminds us of everything we went through to get what we have, and it's a symbol of who we are and where we've been and where we're going to be in the future.
Freedom, equality, love for each other.
In normal times, the flag can be used by everybody from political parties to car dealers. But when that flag is under attack, people unite behind it. It's as if they're saying, we have our differences, but we're free to have them. It's a love letter to those differences, even when we can't find the words. In Buckhead, Dennis O'Hare, 11 Alive News.
The entire state of Georgia is flying flags at half-mast in honor of those who lost their lives and the families and friends who were left behind. Today, Governor Roy Barnes made it official and signed an executive order for the U.S. and Georgia flags to be flown at half-staff on all state buildings and grounds until further notice.
We want to take you back to New York now for some live pictures and bring you up to date on what's going on. There is a building there in the background. That tall, great building there in the background is apparently a threat. It is unstable, deemed unstable. It could come down. This is obviously in the area of all the great damage around the World Trade Center, but this is of great concern right now for those in the area, the rescuers especially, who are trying to go through all of the rubble and debris looking for survivors. That gray building is deemed unstable. It could come down, and it is a very real threat because just moments ago, about a half hour or 40 minutes ago, the Millennium Hotel did collapse. It is just east of the the World Trade Center. The Millennium Hotel was damaged in the initial attack and did come down a little while ago. And also the remaining portion of the South Tower at the World Trade Center, the remaining portion, a huge chunk, did come down as well just within the last hour or so. And it is all hampering efforts to try to find survivors. Hundreds of rescue workers now in the World Trade Center Plaza trying to go through mounds and mounds, literally 100 feet or more of debris, looking for any possible survivors. And when you've got all of these threats of possible collapses still in that area, it does make that effort very, very difficult.
The debris was stacked 10 stories tall, and with all those other buildings falling, we're getting reports of cell phone calls from people who are still alive in the catacombs, the basements of some of those buildings, and they need to be found fairly quickly. We did have a doctor earlier who said that they might last as much as 7 days.
They could survive, but of course, you know, the chances of that decrease significantly as the hours go by. You're looking at smoke there behind the skyline of New York. That's smoke from the recently collapsed Millennium Hotel and the recently collapsed remaining portion of the South Tower.
And let's take a look at our own airport right now. Hartsfield Airport has been closed down. We've been telling you about that. 30,000 people stranded in our city. Tomorrow, some international flights will be coming into Hartsfield. They had been diverted to Canada, but they will be coming in and will be landing. There is no definitive word yet on when planes might start to take off from Hartsfield. I think it's an hour-by-hour, day-by-day decision for the planes coming in. It's a very eerie feeling out there at Hartsfield. A lot of people still stranded in this city. They would love very much to be able to go home to their loved ones and put some of this behind them, but I'm afraid all of us are going to put none of it behind us for some time to come.
And you can be sure once the flights do resume, you can expect some long delays at the airport because of increased security checks, obviously. Stay with 11 Alive and NBC for continuing coverage of the attack on America. Next at 6:30, an expanded one-hour edition of NBC Nightly News, followed by an 11 Alive special report at 7:30 this evening. Starting at 8 o'clock, NBC will then air a special report, and then 11 Alive News tonight at 11 will bring you local coverage of the attack.
We'll see you right back here at 7:30. Have a good evening, everyone.
Attack on America. The day after, the smoke begins to clear. A breakthrough. NBC's terrorism task force with new information on who did this and why. The president's press secretary says the White House and Air Force One were missed targets. A day of desperate rescues, profound sadness, and moments of astonishing kindness.
Attack on America. This is a special edition of NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw.
Good evening. Tonight, another major section of New York City's World Trade Center is in danger of collapsing as the United States is marshaling forces for a war against terrorism. President Bush tonight visiting the Pentagon. At the same time, the president and his advisors are working urgently to line up an international political alliance. They're also sending a very stern message to Afghanistan. They're organizing military options, and most important, they're trying to determine who was responsible, find them, and punish them. Here in New York, the sad task of the search for the survivors and the victims goes on and on. You're looking live at the scene tonight. This is ground zero, what's left of the mighty twin towers of the World Trade Center, and another section may collapse. It's now a heavy construction zone. More than 100 pieces of major construction equipment on the scene, mostly removing large pieces of debris so the rescuers can pick through the rubble hand by hand. Amid the devastation, a few small miracles. 7 people have been pulled out alive so far. Rescue attempts continuing, still no guess on the death toll, but remember, it's estimated that between 10 and 20,000 people were in the building when those twin towers came down. A temporary morgue has been set up in what was once a Brooks Brothers store. It is taking in remains, but grim news, mostly body parts at this point. The Commander-in-Chief has gone across the Potomac tonight to the Pentagon, where he is greeting the military personnel who have been working around the clock at the Pentagon, which was another target in this terrorist war. The death toll there now has been revised. Originally, Arlington County fire officials said it could be as many as 800. Today, Defense Secretary Don Rumsfeld said it will be lower than that, although he could not give us a specific number. We do believe, however, that it's more in the range of 100 to 150 than the 800 number. That's a small piece of good news, but the loss of more than 100 American military personnel too great, obviously, as well. We're going to begin tonight with the fast-moving developments on who did this. We have organized an NBC News journalistic terrorism task force, and we have extensive new information tonight. We'll begin with NBC's Justice Department correspondent Pete Williams with the latest for us. Pete?
Good evening, Tom. With the smoke still clearing from the terrorist targets in New York and Washington, Justice Department officials tonight say they have what they call a tremendous number of leads from a worldwide investigation that's now moving surprisingly quickly, partly because of solid detective work and partly because of lucky breaks. Federal agents respond immediately. More than 4,000 FBI special agents and 3,000 support staff already on the case, sweeping the nation for evidence from fragments at the scene of the attacks to any documentary proof of what the suspected terrorists were up to. Between 3 and 6 per plane, authorities now say.
The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews.
Scrutiny of those passenger lists leads the FBI to this flight school in Florida, where officials say they believe at least 2 of the terrorists received pilot training during the past year. A man who worked at the flight school says he allowed both of them, who described themselves as Germans, to briefly live with him and his wife.
While they were here, I know that they had used this address initially, and I know that because I would get insurance renewals for them addressed to them at this address for that call.
In Boston, agents swarm area hotels where registration records match suspicious names from passenger lists of the hijacked planes, detaining at least 3 people for further questioning, holding them now on immigration charges. And in a hugely helpful break, the FBI impounds a car found at the airport after a witness says it was driven by 2 Arabic men. In it, authorities say they discover airplane technical documents. Federal agents also stop an Amtrak train in Rhode Island today, part of a frantic nationwide effort, the FBI says, to make certain no other conspirators remain at large where they could mount further attacks.
Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future.
Among other searches today, agents descend upon this mailbox rental office in New Jersey, where some of the suspected terrorists may have received their mail. And tonight, law enforcement officials tell NBC News they're preparing still more search warrants based on evidence churned up by this rapidly expanding investigation. One official tonight says expect to see even more federal raids in the next few days, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Pete Williams tonight. There was a great deal of activity today. Federal law enforcement officials were swarming all over the city of Boston. It was Logan Airport, obviously, that was the origin of 2 of the flights that were used in the hijacking, the 2 flights that crashed into the World Trade Center. One of our investigative reporters, Dateline's Chris Hansen, is in Boston tonight. There were reports of arrests earlier today, but no arrest in Boston, I gather, at the end of the day.
Well, Tom, they're calling them detainments, if you will, not technically arrests. The people are being held on what you could call immigration charges here. It has been a fast and furious day here in Boston as investigators are learning that very likely there were many more people involved in this terrorist plot than anyone first imagined. First off today, we started to get information about pretty much what was a raid at the Copley Plaza Westin Hotel here in Boston. 3 people were detained after investigators found out that they were using a credit card that appeared to be the same credit card that some of the hijackers used to buy their tickets. After that, there was another police action at a suburban Boston hotel. They confiscated a car, and inside the car there were technical documents having to do with the Boeing 767, which of course is the kind of plane, the two planes that were hijacked out of here early yesterday morning. There was also that train that was stopped between Boston and Providence, and a man was taken off the train. He's being questioned. Police are telling us tonight that initially he's being held under suspicion of having a weapon. Here at the airport today, there were some 300 state troopers on duty here, keeping a watch on things. They're going through this airport with a fine-tooth comb. Every inch of it is being inspected with bomb-sniffing dogs. Every plane here is being inspected. And we can take a look here at some of what was going on earlier today here at the airport. As I said, a lot of activity. Still not quite sure here in Boston when Logan Airport is going to reopen. It could still be days. Today they did start the removal of some 9,000 cars here at the airport that were abandoned when the airport was evacuated. A number of leads are being followed up on here, including that suspicious car that police were led to by a man who said he had an altercation with two Arabic men early yesterday morning. He told investigators where the car was parked. They went there and they found technical aviation manuals having to do with flying commercial planes written in Arabic. The police and investigators linked that car to two men, brothers, one of whom is an experienced pilot, and they believe those two were among the hijackers, Tom.
Dateline's Chris Hansen. Obviously, the Boston area is ripe with possible evidence that will be helpful to federal investigators. A number of people are being detained. Technically, they have not been arrested. They can be held on immigration charges or suspicion of immigration charges as they try to find out from them what connection they may have or what knowledge they may have had of these hijackings from Logan Airport yesterday. Now let's go to NBC's Kerry Sanders, who's in Coral Springs, Florida tonight with more on the connection in that state with two of the pilots who apparently were trained and certified there. Kerry?
Well, Tom, we've moved down now to the FBI headquarters here in North Miami because a material witness has been flown into this area now and brought to the headquarters here. We don't have much more information on who was brought here or why. Meantime, the FBI task force that is set up here looked over the passenger manifest, and when they looked at it, some counter-terrorist agents saw a name there, and it jumped right off the page at them, Muhammad Atta. They linked him to a suspected car bombing or bus bombing in Israel in 1986. 33-year-old Muhammad Atta on the flight manifest of one of the suicide flights. One of those who the FBI suspects took the controls of the hijacked jet. Where did he learn to fly? Venice, Florida. Visited today by FBI agents who carted away at least 8 boxes of records. NBC News has learned those records show Atta and his cousin, Marwan al-Shahi, spent 7 months in training here. Employees at the flight school say money never seemed to be an issue for them. The cost? $25,000 each to get a commercial flight rating. The plane Atta and his cousin flew to get their FAA certification? This Piper Seneca. The FAA's designated pilot examiner says he barely remembers either man from their 3 flight tests late last year. Dave Whitman says while neither could fully command a 757 or 767 with their flight experience, they could take control in the air and easily direct a jet like that into a target.
As far as just flying the airplane, such as driving it around the sky, it's not that much different.
Were Atta and his cousin legally in this country? That's something the FBI is now tracing. But flight school owner Rudy Deckers says he was suspicious.
We don't think that these people came in a normal way, not that we can know that, but the normal way is that they get a permit to enter, and a few of them are in reviews in the last couple of years, and that's okay by us. These people came at our door and wanted to get training done, and you know, what can you do? I mean, it's, for us, it's a customer.
The FBI today visiting an apartment in Coral Springs, Florida, where Ada once lived.
Can you tell us if you found anything?
Oh, ma'am, no comments today.
At the same time, in Hamburg, Germany, another address used by Ada. Police there leaving with evidence. By all accounts, in Germany and in Florida, Ada and his cousin kept to themselves, except for last Thursday at this bar in Hollywood, Florida. It's believed both men came in, drank heavily, and then refused to pay the bill. FBI agents showing Ada's passport photo to bar staff and listening to the manager recount the argument.
If there's an issue where you can't pay your bill or something, just tell me, okay? Let's stop, you know, let's cut to the chase here. And the guy got like very, very offended, and he said to me, he said, "Oh, I can pay my bill. I'm an airline pilot." And I was like, "Okay." And that's what I told the FBI agents, and they were like, "Oh, really?" And
Now, FBI agents are serving search warrants in various locations around Florida. They served a search warrant a short time ago in Vero Beach, Florida. And now, about a half hour ago, agents, along with local police, moved in on an apartment complex in Hollywood, Florida, where they are also serving yet another search warrant. At this point, no idea what they're finding at these locations, but the agents are boxing up what they do find, and they're bringing it back here to their command center, which is under extreme heavy guard. Tom?
NBC's Kerry Sanders, thanks very much. His detective work has taken him back and forth across the state of Florida today, but now we're going to get a recap of the rest of the day's developments. Another unprecedented, indeed a surreal day for this country. NBC's David Bloom joins me again tonight. David?
Well, Tom, I am in Lower Manhattan. It is a very tense situation here tonight. Over the past hour or so, hundreds of relief workers have been streaming up this street, Church Street, moving away from the World Trade Center, which is about 6 blocks to the south. Why? Because at this hour, authorities fear that 2 buildings, including the large black building that you see there, the 50-story One Liberty Plaza, and another building directly in front of it, which you cannot see, the Millennium Plaza, could be in imminent danger of collapsing. Until the rescue workers were evacuated, this was the situation here in Lower Manhattan and throughout the nation tonight. As the day wears on, dump trucks and heavy equipment haul tons of debris from the toppled Twin Towers. Emotions grow taut. Exhausted New York City firefighters scouring the World Trade Center wreckage for victims, including hundreds of their colleagues missing, presumed dead.
We were there until 3 o'clock in the morning, but it's like Planet of the Apes. You got 200 guys dead. Whoever did it, they should kill the bastards that did it, period.
What does it do to you knowing that there are 200 of your brothers dead under there?
There's 200 guys. The guy that relieved me is dead. No, I can't do it.
New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, conflicting earlier accounts, says only 4 people have been pulled from the rubble alive. 2 police officers, a firefighter, and then this afternoon,
a woman who was found still alive, taken to the hospital. So now there are at least 4 people that we've been able to take out. We're searching for others.
Addressing the nation for the 4th time in 2 days, the president says the attacks
were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
And tonight the country is on a war footing. Military troops patrolling the nation's capital.
That U-Haul over there.
National Guardsmen on the streets of New York. A Navy aircraft carrier, the USS George Washington, off Long Island. The stock market shut down until at least Friday. Airports still closed. Only a few planes, diverted after Tuesday's attacks, allowed to fly. In Manhattan, as the wind shifts, the cloud of smoke drifts north, the sawdust-like powder choking rescue workers and passers-by. And late today, what emergency workers fear most, the heap of rubble that remained from the World Trade Center's South Tower collapses. Authorities afraid that even as this rescue proceeds cautiously, still more lives could be lost. So again, that is why the rescue workers have been evacuated. Looking at a live picture again of the 50-story One Liberty Plaza. Authorities telling us that one of the buildings may be buckled, the other may have a crack in it. A very dangerous situation here tonight, and especially making the rescue efforts, which have been going on so cautiously, so laboriously, that much slower this evening. Tom.
Thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom. Over my shoulder, you can see the scene of Lower Manhattan looking across New York Harbor. Now we want to show you the reverse of all of this. This from Midtown New York, an eerie view of one of the world's most celebrated urban skylines, New York City. That is the Empire State Building in the foreground, and of course the dust and the debris and the smoke from lower Manhattan continue to obscure our view. The twilight of another day in the city of New York, but of course it is not the twilight for the city and the people who are determined to make a comeback from this terrible devastation that has been visited upon them by terrorists. We struggle to come to grip with all of this. New proof tonight of the enormity of these attacks. A Columbia University seismograph, which usually monitors earthquakes, showed the shock waves created when the World Trade Towers collapsed. That's about 2.4 on the Richter scale. It's the size of a minor earthquake. And above ground, New York might never look the same. This is a graphic representation of New York's famous skyline before, now, after. We won't see it for real until the ban on helicopters is lifted. But up in space yesterday, crystal clear views of the huge plume of smoke and debris sent up into the sky by the attacks. So it was an attack that was in fact enormous in its magnitude, and the enormity is being felt tonight, the devastating effect on so many people. Back here in New York, the huge effort to find anyone still alive in the rubble continues nonstop. There are a few successes to report, but the outlook is very, very grim. NBC's Rahima Ellis joins us with the latest.
At Ground Zero today, firefighters on the front line still spraying the smoldering wreckage more than a day after the explosion. Working all through the night, hundreds of rescue teams picking through the rubble, but it's tough, slow work. There are literally mountains of debris here. The soot alone is 2 feet deep. The air is filled with choking dust. Power saws cutting through steel, blow torches slicing mangled girders. Though the chances of getting anyone out alive are now fading, there is still determination.
I've seen a couple of police officers, a couple of firefighters, a couple of civilians. There's a lot of people being pulled down.
Rescue teams from across New England and the mid-Atlantic states are working in 12-hour shifts. But most don't want to quit, even when their shift is done. They don't want to give up.
We work here, the other rescuers work there, and we all work as a team, so everybody's working as hard as we can. And yeah, these guys would work till they drop to get people out.
The emergency workers behind me are waiting their turn to go into the rubble. It is hard to imagine that what is on the other side of these workers is what is left of the World Trade Towers. You can see a portion of the archway that literally connected the two towers. It is crumbled now and on the ground. And just a few blocks, 2 to 3 blocks away, what was the top of this 110-story tower is now collapsed, and it looks like a structure that's arching out of the ground.
It's a mess. It's like your worst nightmare. You could never even believe what it's like in it.
Did you want to come?
Oh, of course, everybody does. We're going to need everybody because it's going to take a long time.
Even after more than a day at the heart of an unthinkable disaster, all the firefighters like Robert Fithian want to do is keep working to make certain no one is left behind. Rahima Ellis, NBC News in Lower Manhattan.
And if you would like to know how you may be able to help out, you can log on to msnbc.com, and on that online site you'll be able to find places where your assistance would be greatly appreciated. Now let's go to the medical battle to save the victims of the bombing. With that story, NBC's Robert Bazell joining us tonight from St. Vincent Hospital, the main medical staging area for the crisis. And Robert, we can only call it a bombing because in fact those 2 airlines were used as bombs and they were heavily loaded with fuel. Are severe burns still the problem, or are we now into major trauma injuries?
Well, we've had both, of course, Tom, and the burns occurred earlier on in the day. This hospital, St. Vincent's, is the trauma center closest to the World Trade Center, and ambulances have still been coming in here at the rate of a few a day. And this trauma center can treat every type of injury except for severe burns, and those are taken uptown.
New York Presbyterian Hospital has the largest burn center in the country, filled today with 21 victims of the explosion, many unrecognizable with burns over 70 to 90% of their bodies.
The patients that we're seeing coming in
their burns are just horrible, and the majority of them cannot talk. And if we do get somebody who talks, we immediately get their name.
Nurses and doctors struggle to stabilize the patients.
Her pips were climbing today up into the near 50 range, 48, 50.
Dr. Roger Yurt, head of the unit, says the first 24 hours are the most crucial.
They actually lose so much fluid that they go into shock. And so we have to give large amounts of fluid, get them through that first 24 hours. And then after that, it's concerns for infection and getting their wounds to heal.
Brian Reeves, a security supervisor for a financial firm in the Trade Center, burned over 30% of his body. His wife, Jewel, and his 7-year-old son, Brighton, at his bedside today. He says thoughts of them helped him save himself.
Explosion came right through the window and broke the window and it knocked me down. And I was in, but when I opened my eyes, I was right there in between the fire. I just saw my son's face and just got up, yelled, and ran.
Reeves is one of the lucky ones here. Many others not expected to live.
It's difficult. You have to remain detached to some extent, because if you did concentrate on some of the misery and the deformity that occurs, you wouldn't be able to do your job.
Still, the hospital president says his staff is eager.
We've got people volunteering for overnight shifts, volunteering everything from their bodies to help work, to giving blood, to being here at night, to giving their homes, their mattresses, their food.
A valiant effort to help the most critically injured.
As of this evening, Tom, this hospital and others in the area have treated about a total of 2,200 people. That's a lot of injured, of course, but it's a very small number compared to the expected number of dead. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's chief science correspondent Robert Bazell, who is a journalistic authority on medical matters, of course. And we hate to keep coming back to this number, but there are estimates that as many as 10 to 15, perhaps as many as 20,000 people were in the World Trade Center at the time that the Twin Towers came down. Tonight there's a surprising piece of news out of the White House. Administration officials are claiming that Air Force One and the White House itself were in fact targets of the terrorist attacks, and that explains some of the president's diversionary action yesterday, flying from Florida to Louisiana and then on to Omaha. NBC's Campbell Brown is at her post in Washington tonight. Campbell, what's the latest there?
Well, Tom, the president has been facing criticism from both Democrats and Republicans for being away from Washington in the aftermath of the attacks. Well, tonight, the White House is on the defensive. Officials here claiming now that the president's life was in danger, but offering little information to back up that claim. Today, as the president gathers with his national security team to plan the U.S. response, administration officials make a startling announcement.
We have real incredible information that the airplane that landed at the Pentagon was originally intended to hit the White House.
According to military sources, the plane, which took off from Dulles Airport, first flew past the Pentagon, heading instead for the U.S. Capitol. The plane flew over the Capitol, then circled toward the White House. Officials say its intended target. What's unclear, why the plane kept going, crashing finally into the Pentagon. Officials also say Air Force One was a target, information they learned as the president was en route from Florida to Louisiana's Barksdale Air Force Base. That's why they say the president was shuttled to yet another Air Force base in Nebraska, with fighter jets escorting the plane. But what exactly was the threat?
I'm not indicating what form it came in, John, and it will not.
Today, as new information about the attacks pours in, the president signals the administration's first priority to make sure the rest of the world supports the U.S. in whatever action Bush decides to take.
This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world.
At the White House today, security eases somewhat. Tourists are allowed back in. The First Lady visits with victims of the Pentagon attack at a local hospital. In a show of unity, the president invites congressional leaders from both parties to the White House and asks for their support in funding relief efforts. The nasty budget fight for the moment forgotten as Democrats pledge their help.
It is our strong desire to do this not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans.
Now, regarding the White House claim that Air Force One was a target, officials here were asked the question today, do they believe that the plane that crashed in Pittsburgh may have been the plane targeting Air Force One? Officials would only say that they have no information about the mission of that fourth plane. Tom?
All right, NBC's Campbell Brown at the White House tonight. Now let's go to the Pentagon, still reeling from the attack that killed perhaps as many as 200 people yesterday. Military officials are working tonight on a plan to retaliate, and they're trying to reorganize themselves in the midst of all of their grieving as well. NBC's Jim Miklaszewski joins me once again from the Pentagon. Jim?
Tom, tonight, rescue workers here have given up all hope of finding anyone else alive as the Pentagon becomes one giant crime scene. An army of FBI agents descends on ground zero, gathering up bits and pieces of possible evidence. But 24 hours after the attack here, nerves remain on razor's edge. The mere sight of a large plane in the distance sends people running for cover. The scene remains grim. There are no signs of life detected beneath the tons of rubble. The area remains too unstable for rescue workers to even get close, but there's little hope anyone is left alive. The Pentagon now estimates that between 150 to 200 people are killed, including those aboard the plane that slammed into the Pentagon. Tracy Rowenhorst's husband, Edward, worked for the Army and is among the missing.
Mostly I'm just here in case he comes out and that I can be somewhere in the vicinity where I can get to him.
Tonight, the U.S. military is on the move. Warplanes continue to patrol the skies over 41 major U.S. cities as the aircraft carrier George Washington arrives off the coast of New York to provide security and medical assistance. And in a videotaped message to the troops, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld pledges swift and sure retaliation.
We face powerful and terrible enemies, enemies we intend to vanquish so that moments of horror like yesterday will be stopped.
Osama bin Laden remains the prime suspect. Pentagon officials tell NBC News if there's enough evidence to link him to the attacks, the Bush administration is prepared to move quickly and aggressively. The sources suggest these would not be the kind of pinprick missile strikes that have failed to get bin Laden in the past, but an all-out military campaign designed to capture or eliminate the Saudi-born terrorists. In addition, the military campaign could be aimed at the Afghanistan's ruling party, the Taliban, for harboring bin Laden. Such an effort would require a military commitment the Clinton White House would not make, and a willingness to accept a large number of American military casualties. After yesterday's devastating terrorist attacks, former General Norman Schwarzkopf says it's a sacrifice the American people are willing to make.
I think the American public is angry now, and I think they're going to get more angry. Rather than less angry. I think they're going to expect action to be taken.
That kind of support evident tonight as rescue workers unfurl a huge American flag on the roof of the Pentagon. Secretary Rumsfeld also warned his troops today against leaking any military secrets. One more sign the Pentagon is dead set on launching military strikes. Tom?
Jim Miklaszewski at the White House. Thanks very much tonight. As we have mentioned, it could be days, even weeks, before there's a credible guess at how many people died in the World Trade Center attack. It could rival some of the deadliest days for Americans in all of history, all of which were in wartime. Gettysburg, Vicksburg, the Civil War, of course, Okinawa, Iwo Jima, Pearl Harbor during World War II. The magnitude of the losses here in New York, Washington, and in other cities where the passengers and crew of the doomed planes lived is just beginning to sink in. NBC's Jim Avila tonight at Bellevue Hospital Center on Manhattan's East Side. Jim?
Tom, tonight, the reality of the situation, this very grim situation, being forced upon the families of the victims here in New York City as they go from hospital to hospital, sometimes with pictures and lists in their hands, looking for their relatives. But they're being turned away, and often with no information, even when they're sent here to the city's morgue. A solemn parade of desperate New Yorkers, pictures over their hearts, tears in their eyes.
We love you, Nina. Please come back home.
Clutching the faces of the missing, holding hope in their hands.
We need to keep the streets clear, we need to keep everybody calm, and they're going to help you as quickly as possible.
At this one Manhattan hospital, St. Vincent's, police set up barricades to keep order among 500 relatives lining up for help. A photo gallery of the missing,
Catherine Robinson, a 46-year-old trader on the 47th floor. Myra Rodriguez, 39 years old, a secretary on the 102nd floor. Pedro Graham, 35 years old, a broker on the 104th floor. Andrew Stern, 41-year-old broker on the 105th floor. Jack Aaron, a 52-year-old insurance man on the 95th floor. At the end of that long line, Craig Castro.
I have a picture here of Michelle Henry. This is the girl we're looking for.
Looking for his 27-year-old fiancée, last heard from at work on the 92nd floor of the World Trade Center when the planes hit.
I have the ring sitting in my room, and I was going to give it to her within the next month. And I just wanted to meet her and see her so I can give it to her, and then we can spend the rest of our life together.
Uptown at the New York City morgue, more heartbreak. The family of window washer Rocco Camage, last seen at work on the 105th floor. Today, they're looking for any sign of survival.
He called us about 5 to 10 minutes after the airplane actually hit from the 105th floor. So that was the last we heard from him, and he was just telling his wife and his kids to not worry, that he was in God's hands.
But for some, there is no hope left. New England farm country outside Boston, a memorial for pilot John Oganowski, American Airlines captain whose 767 was the first to crash into the New York skyline. Father of 3 daughters, remembered today as a family man who loved to fly.
I consider my brother a hero for many reasons.
Yardley, Pennsylvania, home of 15-year veteran United pilot Victor Saraceni, whose plane was the second to hit the Trade Center, mourned today by family and friends.
It's unspeakable. There are no words to describe it. I wish I could. I'm going to have to go home and sort the whole thing out.
And in suburban Chicago today, memorial services for Jeff Miladnik, a popular church pastor, father of 4 children, ages 4 to 21, aboard American Airlines Flight 11 when it was hijacked and crashed.
I mean, he's a tremendously brilliant, loving, passionate guy of 43 years.
On the United flight that crashed minutes later, Lisa Frost, newly graduated from Boston University and en route home to Southern California.
I'm sad that my daughter's gone. I will miss her tremendously. There's nothing that can ever take her place.
Part of the pain being felt across the nation tonight, also identified as one of the dead, Neil Levin, who is well known in the New York area as the executive director of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. That's the bi-state authority that actually built and controls the World Trade Center, one of the now uncounted many who did not survive the accident. Tom?
Thanks very much. NBC's national correspondent Jim Avila tonight at Bellevue Hospital with the names and faces of just some of the victims. So many more are still to come. For more on the victims, including the list of names that have been released so far by authorities, you can log on to msnbc.com. Of course, if this is the work of foreign terrorists, as most authorities believe, it would not be the first foreign attack on American soil. Attacks on what has often been called Fortress America stretch back to the earliest days of the Republic, the war in 1812, to say nothing of the British. But not since Pearl Harbor has another nation attacked us outright. Only terrorists. And now to some of the most haunting questions of this crisis. We return to NBC's Terrorism Journalistic Task Force. And joining me first is NBC's Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, why has the United States apparently been unable to prevent such a massive attack? After all, there were so many warnings from so many authorities.
Exactly, Tom. With all the leads being developed now by investigators, the question tonight, why didn't we know earlier, in time to prevent the assault on America? How could the terrorists operate right under our noses? And why didn't billions of dollars spent on intelligence give us an early warning? As they hunt for the culprits, Bush administration officials are also asking tonight, was this a colossal collapse of intelligence?
We did not get the cueing we needed. We did not get the intelligence information needed to predict that this was about to happen or be aware of this kind of event coming our way.
Tonight at headquarters of the top-secret National Security Agency, analysts review hundreds of millions of pieces of information intercepted before yesterday's attacks, searching for an overlooked warning, a pattern of activity.
It isn't just simply information that predicts operations. It's information that talks about meetings among suspicious people, traveling activities, movement of finance.
The problem, experts say, too much information, too little smart analysis.
We're getting to the point where our ability to collect information far exceeds our ability to analyze it. We need some help.
And terrorists speak in codes on the internet, use chat rooms, instant messaging, emails, and rarely, if ever, an explicit threat.
You just don't pick up a phone call saying we're going to blow up the World Trade Center tomorrow. That's not how it works in reality. It's far more complicated, and that's the difficulty.
It is not cheap. Before the attack, the counterterrorism budget request for next year, $13 billion, more than double what it was 6 years ago. And today, the president talks about spending billions more.
This morning, I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes.
And tonight at Langley, CIA Director George Tenet goes on closed-circuit television to rally thousands of demoralized troops, telling the nation's spies, quote, "Though we did not stop the latest terrible assaults, you, the men and women of CIA, have done much to combat terrorism in the past. Put some spirit in your steps, square your shoulders, focus your eyes. We have a job to do." And, say experts, that job is getting a lot more complicated and more dangerous.
There are groups out there that really are no longer just trying to get publicity and make a political point. They're trying to kill massive numbers of people.
While re-examining what went wrong, the more alarming possibility, Tom, is that our nation's spies will never be able to guarantee that it won't happen again. Tom?
NBC's Andrea Mitchell in Washington tonight. Now let's go to the question of learning to hate, the mind of a fanatic. Joining us from Tel Aviv tonight is NBC's Martin Fletcher with a look at the psychological makeup of those suicide terrorists. Martin?
Tom, it seems impossible to get into the mind of a suicide bomber. How could anyone do that? Well, Israel, at the sharp end of terrorism for so long, has some understanding of the terrorist's mind. How does someone get to this, full of hate, ready to massacre so many and die in the process, turning your body into a guided missile? Allahu Akbar! Most experts agree suicide bombers are not lunatics. They're usually rational idealists who are prepared to die for what they believe is the greater good of their society. A typical candidate, a young man from a religious home, first approached in the mosque, then recruited, tested and trained to be a walking bomb.
They are acting, in their view, with the approval of God.
No country has more experience than Israel. Here, suicide bombers are a daily threat. At least 2 attacks a month for the last year. More than 60 Israelis killed, hundreds wounded. Terrorism experts say there are 2 types of motivation for the bomber. First, anger and a sense of hopelessness. Samir Toubazi, 19 years old, a Palestinian, caught by Israel with a 22-pound bomb, driving into a disco, ready to kill himself and as many Israelis as possible. I lost my job, my future, my hope, he says. Then Israeli soldiers killed my friend. I wanted to die, so Toubazi decided to become a suicide bomber. His goal, to kill Israelis, supported by many in the region, angry at Israel's treatment of the Palestinians.
War makes you hard-hearted. Death has become like a part of their daily life. They know that they're going to lose someone.
The second motivation for the bombers, a deep religious belief that a better life awaits in paradise. But Islam is divided on suicide bombers. The Quran, the Islamic holy book, forbids suicide, and many Muslims condemn the suicide bombers.
Islam has a philosophy that opposes attacks on civilians.
But others see them as martyrs, warriors committing not self-destruction, but heroic acts. Every death in battle with Israel fuels Arab anger, much of it directed against America, seen as Israel's chief ally, and in the minds of the bombers, both legitimate targets for terror. And events like today in the West Bank just keep the pot boiling. 9 Palestinians killed by Israeli soldiers who were trying to prevent more attacks by suicide bombers, but causing more anger in this cycle of Mideast violence that it appears has now come to the United States. Israel has found the only answer to suicide bombers is good intelligence, to stop them before they begin their murderous journey. And now Israel's calling on Washington to pool all their resources in the fight against terror. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Martin Fletcher tonight in Tel Aviv. Now for a look at the latest intelligence on how the terrorists are operating, I'm joined by NBC's Fred Francis. Fred?
Tom, intelligence officials tell NBC News that this is the work, very likely, of terrorist cells. Cells, small groups of fanatics who very often don't know that others are on the same mission. The CIA estimates that Osama bin Laden has hundreds of these cells in 50 countries, including, one official said, many in this country.
One of their modus operandi is to move what we call sleepers or submarines into a community, and in some cases keep them there for years.
As many as 5,000 cell agents have been trained using this so-called Encyclopedia of Afghan Jihad, Holy War, captured by U.S. personnel, detailing everything from communication security to bomb making. Then they often participate in local groups in the community and wait.
There was one case where they were prominent members of the local PTA. Another in the World Trade Center bombing was worked for a respected chemical company.
Techniques used by Ramzi Youssef, who ran several bin Laden cells in the 90s. He was caught and convicted in the first attack on the World Trade Center.
He failed in that attack because he couldn't get a hold of enough explosives, and it appears that the bomb was placed by the wrong support column. But clearly where he failed, it's possible that other people inspired by him have succeeded now.
Analysts say the cell Youssef ran in this apartment in Manila 6 years ago was like the cells that pulled off yesterday's attack. His plan, called Operation Bojinka, 5 men independent of each other, planting bombs in 11 jumbo jets, timed to go off in 48 hours over the Pacific. Youssef's captured computer gave up exact tail numbers of the targeted planes, also an unbreakable code used to communicate so no one person knows enough to compromise the operation.
And there's one person in the cell who's responsible for communicating with other cells or with the superstructure of the organization.
Also in that computer 6 years ago, a plan to crash into the CIA with a U.S. airliner loaded with explosives. Today, sources say, cells use anonymous emailing to message each other, often not knowing to whom they are communicating. All this confirmed by several bin Laden agents now in U.S. prisons. And intelligence officials say these people are highly motivated, highly disciplined, and obviously, as we've learned, willing to train a long time to die in a single act. Tom?
NBC's Fred Francis tonight. Thanks very much. Another member of our terrorist journalistic task force here at NBC News. Another casualty of this disaster, this country's aviation system. Another day of grounded planes. A whole new way of life for the flying public coming when the airlines actually do get back to business. Joining me now from Washington, NBC's aviation expert, Robert Hager. Robert?
Tom, air travel paralyzed for a second day in a row, and now it appears that may remain the same until Friday because of FBI and CIA concerns about starting back up too soon. Meantime, only a few flights are being permitted, and it looks as though that's the way it'll be tomorrow as well.
The delay will also give officials more time to prepare for a major crackdown on security. Sweeping searches of airports and empty planes using explosive-sniffing dogs. Clearing garages too close to terminal buildings where there'll be no parking from now on. Tougher searches of passengers and carry-on bags. No more curbside baggage check-in. Even plastic or metal knives banned from airport stores or concessions. And a temporary hold on carrying mail in passenger planes. The post office adding more trucks in the meantime. The Air Travelers Association's David Stempler.
The security lines at the security belts are going to be much, much longer, going to take much more time. There's going to be much more random checking for explosives, and so it's going to be a much longer process.
A few flights are allowed today to get some passengers from cities where they were diverted on to their original destinations. But thousands more remain stranded.
Does anybody want to be part of a carpool going to San Francisco?
Right now, it's up in the air what I'm going to do. Whether I'm going to try to stay here and get a flight tomorrow, or maybe take Greyhound, I'm not sure what my plans are right now.
Hundreds of Americans returning from abroad left in Canadian cities where they were diverted. In Nova Scotia, many housed overnight in a gymnasium. Meantime, do other security precautions need fixing? For instance, how could weapons like knives get through passenger screening? Intelligence consultant Bruce McIndoe.
It's really very difficult, and with modern technology of plastics and ceramics that can avoid metal detection, it's a very steep challenge to try to control those kinds of things getting on planes.
But it doesn't help that until today, some knives were allowed on planes. From now on, they'll all be banned. One warning from officials, the hush-hush program that puts armed sky marshals, shown here in a drill, puts them on a few international flights now as a deterrent to terrorism, will now be extended to a few domestic flights as well.
The Sky Marshals program is one that's been languishing because there hasn't been any U.S. hijacking in 10 years until this one. And even before then, most ended in very little loss of life, no loss of life. Now suddenly there have been 4 suicidal hijackings, taking an unprecedented toll in deaths and injuries. Tom?
NBC's Robert Hager tonight. Among the astonishing stories that we're all hearing as a result of this tragedy, the reports of so many of those doomed passengers on hijacked planes calling their loved ones on cell phones to tell them what was happening, then saying, "I love you and goodbye." More now on that from NBC's Bob Fall.
The use of cell phones is prohibited, the stewardess said. But here, those little boxes became a lifeline. Flight attendant C.C. Lyles on United Flight 93, hijacked from Newark, called her husband at home in Fort Myers, Florida.
The only thing I'm just going to say from that is my wife said she just called to tell me that she loved me dearly, and just to tell the boys that she loved us.
Just before that jetliner slammed into the Pennsylvania woods, business executive Thomas Burnett, father of 3, called his wife.
He called her on the cell phone and told her that one of the passengers was already dead and that they knew that they were all going to die, and that 2 other men and he were going to try to do something.
Inclined to do something to fight back, 31-year-old Mark Bingham, a rugged ex-rugby player from Cal, who called home just before the crash.
He just said, "I want to let you all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again."
We didn't have cell phones 20 years ago, so I reached out by praying.
Held hostage on a Pakistani airliner for 13 days 20 years ago, Jeffrey Belkin knows the captive passenger's terror.
At that point, it's just resignation to one's fate and saying my life's over. Possibly I did some good with my life.
Each call helps investigators, from Barbara Olson on the flight that slammed into the Pentagon. Information hijackers had box cutters. From Burnett, hints passengers fought back. In C.C. Lyle's call, passengers are heard screaming. Each call is a snapshot and a precious gift, says Mark Bingham's mother.
We're very comforted to be able to get the news from Mark himself. Somehow it made it much easier to take.
Brief messages that are indelible.
Through all what she was going through, she took the time to call me to let me know that she loved me and to let the kids know that she loved them. And I love her, and I just thank her for it.
At the end, a final link, words of fear and love, and then silence. Bob Fall, NBC News, Washington.
And unfortunately, it does appear tonight that there are so many more of those stories to come. Those stories, all these events, have riveted the country for a second day in a row, and they will in succeeding days. In places near to where the tragedies are playing out and far away, Americans are trying to figure out what to do in the face of hopeless grief and sympathy and anger. Here's NBC's Roger O'Neill. Roger?
Tom, religion often becomes the pillar we lean on during times like these. Here at the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception in Denver, prayers for the families, prayers for peace, praying for answers to the question why, people turning to their God for help.
Church is a safe house, a place some see light shining on the darkness, a place where many find answers. Hundreds at noon Mass today, but the strain of the last 2 days on the faces of the faithful.
It takes care of my soul.
Gives you a feeling of peace.
But at another house of worship in Irving, Texas, an Islamic mosque, the peace shattered when 6 bullets are shot through windows. In at least 5 other American cities, threatening emails, phone calls to Arabs and Muslims. Denver Bishop Jose Gomez admits when innocent people die, faith in God is tested.
It's difficult for us to understand why God allows these things to happen. But we cannot forget that pain and suffering is part of our human nature.
Across America today, emotions still running very high, anger just below the boiling point on talk radio in Los Angeles.
since these people want to be martyrs and want to sit at the right hand of Allah, we should oblige them and send them there as soon as possible.
Another emotion, patriotism. Flag sales soared across the nation. The world's biggest retailer, Walmart, saying 88,000 American flags sold Tuesday, 100 times normal. Yet another emotion, empathy. Giving blood. So much blood has been donated, officials say they need no more for now. Still, at the Bonfils Blood Center in Denver, 550 units of blood already sent to New York. 2,000 people giving yesterday, 2,000 more today, 4-hour waits. Donors say it's the only way they can help.
It just makes you feel better that you're doing something.
There has also been a dark side to what some Americans have done. In Toledo, Ohio, and several other cities today, gasoline price gouging. $4 a gallon at one station, $4.99 here.
I don't know who bombed us, but the American people are having a ball with it too. They're hurting their own people.
The action so outrageous, the government promising to prosecute those trying to rip off consumers. As fast as prices go up, they have since come down in most places. Perhaps only one other American city knows the pain and suffering of New York and Washington. That's Oklahoma City, where boxes of teddy bears were packed today. Doris Jones lost her daughter Carrie in the bombing of the Federal Building in 1995.
It just brings it all right back. You know, your heart just is aching so hard for those families because I've been there. I know what they're going through and what they're going to go through.
No one in America has escaped the terrorism. Professional baseball, the PGA, some college games, perhaps even the NFL, putting their games on hold. Sporting events just not appropriate this time. Tom?
NBC's Roger O'Neill in Denver, and in tomorrow morning's New York Times, there will be a full-page ad taken out by Oklahoma state officials expressing their sorrow and their support for the people of New York City. When the Oklahoma City bombing occurred at the Murrah Federal Building, among the first people to respond were the New York search and rescue teams who worked steadily and long hours searching for survivors there. Tonight, those same search and rescue teams are searching for their own and others in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Back here in New York, and some news about the financial markets, closed, of course, since the nerve center of banking and finance was essentially destroyed, and certainly it was wounded at the New York Stock Exchange, located just a few blocks from the World Trade Center. It will not reopen until Friday at the earliest, but bond trading will resume tomorrow morning. Joining me now for more on all of this from CNBC, the co-host of Business Center, Ron Insana. Ron, what are the analysts saying about the economic impact of this, especially about the possibility of a recession growing out of it?
Well, Tom, there is a great deal of worry and a great debate among economists now as to whether or not the uncertainty and fear surrounding this event will lead to a huge dent in consumer confidence, which was already fragile to begin with. There are worries that consumers will essentially freeze in place and cease buying cars and homes and other big-ticket items. The Fed has been able to avoid a full-blown recession thus far by lowering interest rates and keeping the consumer afloat. The risk is that that's not any longer true.
All right, CNBC's co-host Ron Insana. And Ron, we do expect the markets to reopen on Friday morning?
It is possible on Friday. Now, One Liberty Plaza, which is a very large building in just near the World Trade Centers, is at risk of collapse, as I'm sure you've reported. The problem there is that as there is more structural damage throughout the community, New York Stock Exchange Chairman Dick Grasso said they have to wait until the area is secure before they can reopen, Tom. All right,
CNBC's Business Center co-host Ron Insana. There have been so many examples of goodwill and good feeling in this country, and especially in the city of New York in the midst of this great tragedy. We want to share some of them with you tonight. Here is NBC's Ann Thompson. Ann?
Tom, the offers to help come from across the nation. 11,000 medical personnel volunteering their services. 700,000 people calling the Red Cross to donate blood. But the heart of the response is here in New York City. To the rest of the world, New Yorkers are a tough, brusque crowd. And there's none tougher than Dave Bryant, an iron worker from Queens, who gave up his night to come and try to free people from under thousands of tons of rubble.
There must be 60 fire trucks that are totally destroyed.
His goal, to help people like Eva Narula.
Somebody has to find.
Today, desperately searching for her 22-year-old sister, Monika, who worked on the 101st floor of Tower Number 1. Volunteers pass food and water to those hungry for information. One of them, bereavement specialist Ellen Gorman.
And I think that that's the way everybody feels. I think they don't know what to do, and they don't know where to go. And I think it's in fact helpful for people to do something.
For thousands of New Yorkers, their answer, to give blood. So many donors, the New York Blood Center turns people away.
We will still need your blood next week.
Two friends of Dino Rinaldi are missing.
You give blood, you sit back, you volunteer, you do what you can.
At the James Beard House, they do what they do best, cook. Known as the Carnegie Hall for chefs, now it's a collection point for donations from local restaurants.
You know, half hour, 350 degrees, it's warm now, but if you want to really heat it up.
The food usually served in some of New York's best dining rooms, including Babbo and Le Cirque, today feeding doctors, nurses, and rescue workers.
Food is nurturing. We want to help nurture the people who are out there giving strength to others.
And today, a new appreciation for the men and women known as New York's bravest and finest. New Yorkers applauding along the West Side Highway as rescuers return to the attack site. A few blocks away from the terror, Jackie Fanasoulis turns her restaurant into a guest house for 9 people.
We let people sleep in our restaurant. There were couples that could not get back to their home.
New Yorkers who pride themselves on having seen it all, today seeing sights they wish never to see again.
How would you describe the scene?
It looked like apocalypse now. I mean, I was in Vietnam as a Marine, and I have never in my life seen anything even remotely close to what I saw there.
As the saying goes, there are 8 million stories in this city. Tonight, so many small acts of kindness, the best in New York brought out by the worst in mankind. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC's Ann Thompson tonight. Now, for all of us, the hard part, the consequences of this war on terrorism that has been executed against the United States. The terrible task of recovering and counting the dead and honoring them for what they are. Innocent civilians who were executed by zealots only because they were in America in the wrong place at the wrong time. For the president and his advisors, the identification of the terrorists and their sponsors, and then the battle plan. It will require the diplomatic support of not just our well-known allies, but the support as well of other powerful nations, China and Russia. Once that is in place, find the perpetrators and strike back hard. No military operation is ever easy, and this one, very likely in very hostile territory against an elusive enemy, will be especially challenging, and more American lives could be lost. So difficult times are ahead in this land of liberty and devastation tonight. That's Nightly News for now. We'll have continuing coverage on this NBC station. Brian Williams will be here. Some stations will be returning to their local news. I'll see you tonight at 8 Eastern Time for continuing coverage.
Good evening, I'm Wes Sargent.
And I'm Brenda Wood. You're watching a special edition of 11 Alive News. Here are the very latest developments in the attack on America. First, here locally, Atlanta-bound international flights that were diverted to Canada will begin arriving here at Hartsfield Airport around 3 a.m. In New York, Mayor Rudy Giuliani now says the number of survivors is 4. Earlier, they thought 8 people had been pulled from the rubble at the World Trade Center, but that number now is 4. In Washington, fire crews spent the day putting out sporadic fires burning around the Pentagon. And in Boston, 3 people were taken into custody at the Westin Hotel there. Authorities believe the 3 used a credit card to rent a car found at Boston's Logan International Airport. And inside the car was a flight manual in Arabic. Also in Florida tonight, the FBI is looking at 2 men who trained at the Huffman Aviation School in Venice, Florida. They confirmed that the 2 were passengers on one of the hijacked planes.
And tonight, some of those who were in New York and Washington, D.C. yesterday are finally making their way back home. One Marietta man spent all day driving back to Atlanta after witnessing the attack on the Pentagon.
Randy Ort was driving near Reagan National Airport when he saw the American Airlines plane go down. And Randy, you'd heard about the attacks on New York. You must have believed you were not seeing what you were seeing.
It was a very surreal situation. I was there on a business trip with Noble Systems, my company. Was entering the area as far as 395. I saw the plane coming down. Clearly it was an American Airlines jet. It was about 500 yards in front of me, about 150 feet up in the air, and it was coming in extremely fast into the airport, what I thought was the airport. About 8 seconds later, it exploded. The gas, the flames were there. I drove another mile or so, and like many people, pulled over to the side of the road to see what had occurred. I went to the top of the hill, thinking that perhaps there was a way I could help or be of support. Looked over the top of the hill, and there was the Pentagon.
Wow.
And I thought it was the airport.
What went through your mind? I mean, to see something so surreal as that.
It was exactly as you described, surreal, because as I looked at the Pentagon, immediately it clicked with what had occurred earlier with New York and what had happened there at the Pentagon. So I looked at it for 60 seconds or thereabouts, knew it was best for me to get out of the area to allow emergency vehicles in, and I continued my commute into Washington, D.C. to go to the conference.
Did you ever feel threatened at all with your own safety?
I did later on, because it took me about 2.5 hours to get to the conference I was to attend, and at that time I was listening to the radio and they said there was another plane on the way in. It was about 10 minutes out and it was heading for Washington, D.C. So clearly prayers were being uttered at that point.
Randy, we're hearing now that the main target might have been the White House and that the Pentagon might have been the secondary target. Is that because, as I remember, it'd be very difficult to get to the White House? You'd have to fly high and then dip low quickly. And the Pentagon is in a clear field. It's easier to get to.
I really don't know, but that plane was so low, it was, I'd say, within 100, 150 feet of the ground when I saw it.
Well, I know you had contemplated helping or doing something to try to help those victims. You decided against that.
Yes, I wanted to go ahead and get out of the way of traffic and what I knew was going to be emergency vehicles. As I entered into Washington, it was very unusual to see hundreds and hundreds of people walking the sidewalks, their heads down, to look up in the air and see a fighter jet and know that life had changed forever in Washington.
I know you count yourself very lucky in which you are. Thank you very much. Glad you got here safely back home.
You've lived through a nightmare, and we're all living through that nightmare now, too. Thank you very much. A vigil for the victims and their families tonight has just begun in Piedmont Park. And 11 Alive's Karen Greer is there right now live with more on the outpouring of emotions there. Karen?
That's right, Wes. Actually, people are just starting to gather here at Piedmont Park. And I tell you, I'm going to move out of the way so you can see folks are starting to come in, coming from work, stopping to come and pay tribute to those who've lost their lives in this tragedy. It was started by Lisa Flick. She used to, she was a volunteer with AmeriCorps National Service Program, and she said she just got on the computer, emailed some friends, and said, you know, we ought to do something. And the responses she was getting were overwhelming. So they decided to come out tonight, light candles. They had drummers that started the whole program off this evening, and right now they're just kind of saying a couple of words, talking about the tragedy, and they're going to have a big fire and go from there and light candles to remember the victims who were killed in this tragedy. We're going to stay here, bring you some more pictures from this as soon as they get started, as soon as the sun goes down a little bit more, but we are live over at Piedmont Park. Brenda, West, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. More information now about the operations at Hartsfield that we told you about at the top of this newscast. Sometime very early tomorrow morning, a few flights will land at the airport. These are the international flights that were headed to Atlanta yesterday and then diverted to Canada and Bermuda. With that exception, however, the world's busiest airport will remain on lockdown, and all planes are grounded following yesterday's attack. Hartsfield isn't taking any chances with security.
The entire concourse from E straight through T and then this terminal has been searched carefully and in detail, and we know that this facility is now secure.
When the airport reopens in the morning for those international flights, passengers will be processed through customs, and then those with connecting flights will have to do what other travelers are doing. Wait until the airport resumes normal operations. Some stranded passengers arrived at Hartsfield Airport before dawn this morning, hoping to be the first to get out of Atlanta. 11 Live's Dee Riley spoke with some very unhappy travelers today, and she joins us now with more from Hartsfield. I imagine those people were just counting on the airport resuming operations at noon, which was the original time given for resumption of normal operations at the airport. Didn't happen, huh?
No, it didn't, Brenda, but actually they were very calm. They were taking it all
all in stride. When we got here this morning, we found people camped outside the terminal hoping to take off today. They were sleeping on benches and even in wheelchairs. But take a look at this place now. You can see that it's deserted. There's not a traveler in sight. They all headed to hotels and called friends to come get them after finding out this airport wouldn't open until tomorrow morning at the earliest. As parked planes sit on the tarmac, would-be passengers sit and wait.
I'm ready to go home.
Unfortunately for him and countless other air travelers, that won't happen anytime soon. In fact, they can't even get inside the terminal. Police tape blocks entrances. No one is getting in or out of Hartsfield.
Many people desiring to reach destinations around the country will find that there is really not a flight that they can take.
Still, passengers lingered outside the terminal all morning, hoping the news would change for the better. Many catching naps whenever possible.
There's nothing I can do. I mean, we're both stuck. You got my 3s, my 8s.
Johnny Garcia and Israel Martinez don't particularly like the hand they've been dealt.
There's nothing else to do.
They say this game of waiting is a test of patience, but it's nothing in light of recent events.
Considering what other people are going through right now, especially in New York, Washington, we have nothing to complain about. We've had it easy. We've been lucky, actually. I can't complain, and I'm not going to.
And that was a sentiment echoed by just about everybody that we talked to. Everybody was trying to make the most of a bad situation. There was even one woman walking around out here with a sign that read, "En route to Tampa, have room for 2." She was driving down and offering a ride to anybody who needed it. That was the story out here today, and there are plenty more just like that. Live at Hartsfield, I'm Dia Riley for 11 Alive News.
Thank you, Dia. Fighter jets made passes over the Atlanta area tonight as Georgia military bases remain on the highest alert status. At Fort Mack, MPs continue to do sweeping searches of vehicles entering the base, which is the nerve center of Army operations in the Middle East. That means if troops are sent into that region, the base will play a key strategic role in any assault. The U.S. Army has established a hotline to ensure 100% accountability for soldiers, Department of the Army civilians and contractors who work in the Pentagon. The number is also for people who have loved ones who work in the Pentagon. They should call 1-800-984-8523. Once again, that number, 1-800-984-8523.
A reaction from our Georgia delegation. Georgia Senator Zell Miller is telling the Senate it's time for the U.S. to punish its enemies with a swift and sustained military attack.
The perpetrator and those who gave them safe haven should be in our bomb sites. We must strike the viper's nest even if he's not there. This diabolical plot was probably hatched there. I say bomb the hell out of them. If there's collateral damage, so be it. They certainly found our civilians to be expendable.
Georgia Congressman Bob Barr goes even farther. Bob Barr wants Congress to authorize the president to order the assassinations of enemy leaders.
We can only imagine the ordeal faced by the pilots and crew of those airplanes that were hijacked and used as bombs to attack the United States. Tonight, we look at their ordeal through the eyes of a former Delta pilot. 11 Alive's Jerry Carnes joins us with his story. Jerry?
Wes Neil Sodeman flew planes for Delta Airlines for 31 years. He piloted Boeing 757s and 767s, the same types of aircraft that were hijacked and used in yesterday's attacks. Since his retirement for Delta earlier this year, he has continued living here in Atlanta, but tonight he spoke to us by phone from his summer home in Massachusetts, and he called the pilots of those doomed planes heroes.
Pilots are trained every year, trained and retrained on hijacking procedures. I don't believe the flight attendants or the cockpit crew members had a chance to do anything. I believe they were either murdered or maced or stunned with some sort of gas, and the terrorists got in the cockpit and incapacitated the pilots and took over the controls. So I don't believe that they had any chance to try and implement any kind of hijacking training that they'd been taught. Is there any possibility that an airline pilot for any airline would fly his airplane into the Pentagon or the World Trade Center or the White House? Absolutely not. If I held a gun to your head and said, fly into the World Trade Center or I'll kill you, I'll say, well, you better tell me because I'm not going to do that. So it's not maybe they didn't do it. There's not a way in the world that a trained airline pilot would do that.
Soderman tells me the lack of adequate security at U.S. airports contributed to what happened yesterday. He says it's something that needs to change immediately and needs to change permanently. We'll have a little bit more from him coming up tonight at 11 o'clock. Everyone is speculating what might have happened on Flight 93, the one that went into Somerset, Pennsylvania, that totally missed its target. It looks like some of the passengers may have attacked the hijackers or something like that, or the crew fought. Yeah, exactly. And it's speculation on Neil Soderman's part as well, but he thinks that's exactly what happened. He thinks on board that plane when the hijackers burst into the cockpit that someone, either the crew or some passengers, someone on there said, not with this aircraft. We're not going to let you take over here, that there was some sort of a fight, and that the plane, maybe the pilot was alive and had no choice and felt, well, I'm not going to crash into a building. I'm going to put it down right here and take us all, but we're not going to take more lives than the people on this aircraft and just put it down. There were cell phone calls from people on board that flight with people saying, hey, we're going to chance it. We're going to die anyway. That's right. That was the attitude, and that's why he's referring to not just the crew of these airlines, but of these aircraft, but also the passengers on board that took part in anything like that. He says these people are true heroes for doing what they did. A tragic story, tragic ending, but it's not over yet. And he'll hear more from him tonight at 11. He's got some more interesting things to say. Thank you, Jerry.
The investigation into yesterday's hijackings and attacks is stretching across the nation and around the world. In Florida alone, there are more than 400 FBI agents working the case right now. Two of the possible suspects may have learned some of their flying skills right there in Florida. 11 Live's Kurt Callback has more.
The search for suspects takes us to Southwest Florida. I'm standing here at Venice Municipal Airport just south of Sarasota, where flight training for the two alleged attackers seemed to take place here in the summer of 2000. 5 months of training, which took them through the single engine course, and what we understand this afternoon is it took them through the multi-engine course as well. Now, it's a question of how advanced was their training. Spoke with Charlie Voss, the owner of Huffman Aviation.
I wouldn't have any idea about what what their reasons would be, but I could tell you that at this flight school they would not be able to learn how to fly one.
What about steer one?
Steer one, possibly.
Once again, it is a question of how advanced was their training. Looking behind me and seeing the multi-engine airplanes that sit here at the airport certainly is not in comparison to the sophistication of a Boeing 757 or 767. But what is clear that the hard part of the flying portion for that airplane was done. It was done already by the pilots. The landing gear was up, the flaps were up, and also the slats on the forward leading edge of the wing. So basically, if they had the understanding of how to fly the airplane upright, keep the wing straight and level, and point to their destination, certainly the rest was easy. The hard part was done. But once again, we're taking place where this all started last summer here at the Venice Municipal Airport in Southwest Florida. Kurt Callback for 11 Live News.
A student at Huffman Aviation says he knew both Mohammed Atta and his friend whom he knew as Marwan al-Shahi. The two men reportedly told the school that they planned on flying corporate jets in the United Arab Emirates.
Here in Georgia, some metro area residents are volunteering to go to New York City or Washington, one way of saying that they will not let this terrorist act defeat them. 11 Alive's Rick Blaylock is live in Alpharetta with more on efforts there. Rick?
Well, we're joining you live tonight from the Southern Baptist Convention's North American Mission Board. Now here, a number of people are working to try to offer some support. One thing we learned from the folks we talked to here was that a number of people are asking the question, how can I help? What can I do? Even though I'm not in New York, I'm not in Washington, D.C. Well, the answer tonight, we are being told, is if you're going to go and be a part of the relief effort, be a part of a sponsoring organization, because if you go by yourself, what they call a sudden unsolicited volunteer may cause more trouble for the rescue teams there than help. With all the horror and the immediate disaster from yesterday's attacks behind the country, there is now much work ahead to recover the lost souls, both in New York and in the nation's capital at the Pentagon. And help is on the way from all over the USA, including right here in Georgia.
We've never had this kind of response before, so this is...
Part of the volunteer force is being coordinated out of this room in the basement of the Southern Baptist Convention's North American Mission Board headquarters in Alpharetta. With monitors that track the latest news and an oversized wall screen with clocks from nearly every time zone, the place has the makings of a command center.
We're involved in the Oklahoma City bombing. We've been involved in hurricanes, tornadoes. I'm not sure that anything prepares you for this. We know it's going to be tough. We're going deep. We're looking for chaplains from across the country.
The work here is noble, and the needs of the people in D.C. and New York are great. The folks here say they're not only sending communications equipment and food up northeast, but also a supply often overlooked during emergencies: showers.
Bathing and everything is going to be an issue, and we currently have three shower trailers that have been activated and one that's on standby right now. Those are being sent to New Jersey and eventually will probably go into the Manhattan area to be used by rescue workers and by their staff.
So folks here at the North American Mission Board of the Southern Baptist Convention in Alpharetta will continue to man their control center, if you will, downstairs in the basement of the building here. It was on a 12-hour rotation. We are told now that it will run 24 hours until further notice. Reporting live in Alpharetta, Rick Blaylock, 11 Alive News.
Thank you, Rick. Red Cross blood centers across America, including here in Georgia, are packed with people looking to donate blood in the wake of the tragedy. Donors started lining up to donate blood at this blood center on Monroe Drive at 5 o'clock this morning, some 2 hours before it even opened. For many, the wait was worth it, knowing that they were helping folks in need.
You know, I would wait as long as it took, pretty much, because it's worth it, and I want to do whatever it takes to really honor those who lost their lives. The innocent lives were lost yesterday, so this is just a small part that I can do.
Red Cross workers say they've never been this busy or never seen the center this busy, but they urge future donors to wait a few weeks to donate their blood, because blood goes bad after about 42 days and people can only donate every 2 months. The Red Cross also needs people to donate platelets. They're the part of the blood that causes clotting. You can log on to our website, 11alive.com, to link to the Red Cross website and learn how you can give credit card donations or call 1-800-HELP-NOW. And as we said, the Red Cross is particularly interested in people who might be able to donate some platelets. They're a part of the blood that causes the clotting. They need those especially.
Okay, right now we understand we're going to go to the Capitol, where Congressman John Lewis is leading in prayer.
And with the families of those who perished in Pennsylvania. We pray tonight for the firefighters, the police officers, the doctors, the nurses, and all of the emergency medical personnel. We pray, O Lord, for our entire nation in this time of tremendous grief and despair. We call on you tonight, dear Lord, because there's no one else for us to call on. We turn to you tonight, for there's no one else for us to turn to in our hour of need. We ask that you continue to watch over America and shed thy grace on thee. We need thy help, O God, now, right now, more than ever before. Hear our prayer. We stand in need of your presence, O God. We are your people. We are your children. We are hurting. Our people are hurting. Our nation is hurting. Help us, O God. See us through this storm and hold us in the palm of your powerful hands. Tonight, dear God, let there be peace in our world, peace in America, and peace in our hearts and soul. Oh God, we just want to do your will. Give us the strength. Give us the courage to be faithful to your calling. This is our quest. This is our plea. This is our hope. Oh God, this is our prayer. Amen.
We've just been listening to Democrat Congressman John Lewis of Georgia, a very well-respected man in the House on the Capitol. On Capitol Hill, we are looking at the beginning of a prayer service for both the houses of the legislature. Congressman John Lewis told us that he would be very much a part of that when we spoke with him earlier today. It is another exhibition of bipartisanship among all of the legislators there in Washington who are uniting in their stand behind the president in condemnation of what has happened in this country.
And our reporter Tiffany Cochran has been getting a close-up close-up look at all of this, too. She's been seeing the burned-out cars, all of the ashes, etc. She's been stuck up there in New York. She was on a family vacation when it happened with her family.
Well, she's been keeping us updated on the telephone, and we're glad that Tiffany is safe, and she joins us now by phone once again. Tiffany, hi, good evening.
Good evening, Brenda and Wes. Thank you.
Yeah, well, listen, besides those rescuers who are busy, very, very busy around the clock trying to find survivors, and with the exception of those people who are victims or have loved ones who are victims, what is life like this evening in New York City?
People are just trying to cope at this hour, Brenda. I just left a prayer vigil across the street. As I mentioned earlier, I'm in Midtown Manhattan off of West 57th Street. And, you know, the pastor is just encouraging everyone just to pray, to help people, to comfort them in this time of need. He said, we have no answers as to how this could have happened. But he also pointed out that 1 in 200 New Yorkers work in the World Trade Center. And he said churches across New Jersey, Connecticut, New York are having to deal with this very thing, and the only thing that's going to start the healing process in this city and in the nation is to pray. And it was just I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I know it's Wednesday night, and so lots of houses of prayer are open tonight, and I'm sure full to capacity there. When it comes to just returning to any semblance of normalcy in Manhattan, are the malls open, are stores open, are restaurants open, or are things closed down?
In this part of Manhattan, it's basically shut down. There are very few restaurants that are open, and those that are open are closing early. Their kitchens are probably going to stay open until 8 or 8:30. We found that out last night. As we were walking to church, we noticed that there was a lot of police activity on one particular corner. Everyone's still a bit on edge. I think it's fair to say everybody's on edge. I did notice that there were at least 2 officers in at least a 5 kind of block area around here, and they said they're just out to make sure everything's okay, you know, and just basically to serve as another level of comfort for people who are basically not really sure what's going on.
And are people still fearing for their safety?
Oh yes, very much so. I talked to one store owner on 5th Avenue who said that the reason a lot of the stores around Rockefeller Plaza are closed down is because Rockefeller Plaza is so tall, they're so scared. They're still in fear, so they felt that to protect the workers and customers, it's just best not to be at work. And there are notes posted on just about every store on 5th Avenue. Due to the tragedy, we will not be in business until perhaps Thursday or Friday. So a lot of the businesses are hoping to open up tomorrow.
All right, Tiffany, well, I know that your prayers and thoughts, as ours, go out to the victims there in New York. We wish you all the best. Stay safe and keep in touch.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tiffany. If you'd like to help, to send help to the victims there in New York or in Washington, you can contact the United Way. 11alive.com has a link to United Way's website. Just look under the heading Contacts in our emergency information section.
Thousands of people across Metro Atlanta are flocking to area churches, too, this week in search of faith and fellowship. But some worry yesterday's terrorist attack is a sign of more to come, maybe even the end of the world. 11 Alive's Jay Watson spoke with a local pastor to get his theological perspective.
You know, there are people who dogmatically assert that there is a time schedule in the book of Revelation that is being played out.
Is this biblical, a prophecy fulfilled, a sign of what some call the end of days?
Theology has a word for it, eschatology. It's the doctrine of last things. And we do know that if God created everything and set it in motion, there will come a time when it all comes to God's fulfillment.
Pastor Bob Tyler says this represents the depth to which fallen humanity can sink.
Other than the fact that as the time draws near, things seem to begin to happen, you know, earthquakes, wars, rumors of wars. He says when you begin to see these things, look up, your redemption draweth nigh. But I won't set a date.
Jay Watson, 11 Alive News on TV 33.
Most churches across Metro Atlanta are having prayer services on a daily basis, at least for the immediate future.
We're going to go back out to Piedmont Park, where Karen Greer is there with a crowd gathering for a candlelight vigil to remember the victims in yesterday's attack. Karen?
That's right, Brenda. There are a couple of hundred people out here actually at this point this evening. We're going to take a look and see just how people have been actually giving testimony, talking about the events of the last few hours, talking about loved ones who've been lost, talking about how difficult this whole thing has been for them to heal. In just a few minutes, the candles will all be lit. There are even children out here. There are a person carrying an American flag. Lisa Flick is a member of AmeriCorps National Service Program. She actually headed this all up, got on the internet, talked to some friends, got them all to come out here today, and just talk about why this is so important.
Well, actually, I'm Lynn Walson, and I direct an AmeriCorps program based in Douglasville, Georgia. And this morning, we got together and grieved and tried to start the healing process, and we just felt so disconnected because we were sitting in a group of 15 to 16, 17 of us, and they wanted to connect with a larger community, share stories, share feelings. And I put the phone call then into Lisa Flick, who then emailed, and this is kind of a result of that. So
I tell you, people have come out. It's amazing to see at such short notice how many people have used their computers to stay in touch with the situation and are now getting together here instead of places of worship, as we've talked about, but getting together here in Piedmont Park to just be one.
Yes.
And to heal together.
Yeah. It's incredible how many people in such short notice came out. It's overwhelming, and it's a beautiful thing. I'm really feeling everybody's pain and peace. So I look forward to lighting the candles and us starting the process anyway.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. As we said, still enough time to get out here to Piedmont Park. There are a few hundred people out at this point, and I tell you, it's amazing. This all happened within a matter of hours. They got on the computer and just told people they were going to be out here. Please come, please join us, and people are still coming as we speak. Brenda, anything from the studio?
Well, you know, it's interesting. We've been listening to counselors all day today on all of the networks talking about how important it is to stay connected to people as you absorb all of this tragic information, and you keep going over and over the same pictures, and it begins to sink in that it can really do a lot to dampen your spirit, to wound your spirit.
Absolutely.
And we hear so many counselors talk about how important it is to talk about it with someone, with your friends, stay connected. Take the time to grieve, which is what we're seeing people do here.
What I think is very interesting is there are a lot of people out here with their children, families, so they have in fact actually gone that extra step, talked to their children about what's happened, talked about the tragedy, and they are trying to make this just one whole healing process for our community, because as the days go on, we will find out more about some of the victims' names, and you know, it will all hit closer to home for quite a few people, so this is very important.
This story is not going to go away overnight. It's going to be around with us for a long time, and I think it's very clear from what we're seeing in America right now that we will not be bowed except our heads bowed in prayer. I think it gives us more determination and more cohesiveness than we've had in a long time. Political bickering's been set aside. The country has a mission now, and I think it will be carried out.
Karen, what exactly is going on right now? Are we just having people stand up and talk?
Absolutely. Everyone, anyone that wants to talk is able to stand up, give testimony, talk about what this whole event has meant to them, their families, and how they are working to heal. A couple of people have had to actually walk away from the situation, very tearful, and it is just an unbelievable sight to see just right here in our own community. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Karen, thank you. Some programming notes here. We want you to stay with 11 Alive, of course, and NBC for continuing coverage of the attack on America. Coming up next, NBC will air a special report, and then 11 Alive News at 11 o'clock. We'll be covering local connections to the attack. At 11:30, NBC and MSNBC will resume coverage with continuous live updates.
And we thank you for joining us for this special report. Have a good evening, everyone.
It is the day after the day that no one could imagine coming to America. Recovery teams beginning the grim task of counting the dead as fear spreads that more buildings may collapse in lower Manhattan. The FBI fanning out across the country and around the world, tracking new leads, promising to track down the terrorists. There is word the attackers could have had two other targets in mind, the White House and Air Force One. And President Bush vows retaliation for what he calls acts of war.
This is an NBC News special report. Attack on America. Here is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening again, everyone. I am Tom Brokaw here in New York, and here's what we know at this hour. There is progress reported in the hunt for the World Trade Center terrorists, the terrorists who also attacked the Pentagon and took another plane down outside of Pittsburgh. The FBI is saying it has a tremendous number of leads, and late today, recovery efforts at the World Trade Center were forced to slow down after 4 stories that remained of the South Tower collapsed. President Bush visited the Pentagon this evening, where it is safe to assume that the United States response militarily is being planned. Tonight, we'll take you minute by minute through today's heartbreaking search for those survivors. We'll have the latest on the hunt for the terrorists. We'll explain how the terrorists may have been able to accomplish such a sophisticated, well-coordinated attack. We'll go inside an intensive care unit in the hours immediately after the attack. We'll witness the tragedy of New York's bravest, the city's firefighters and policemen, hundreds of whom are now believed to be dead. We'll have advice for helping you with your children as they cope with this tragedy. And coming up in a few moments, I'll be talking with Secretary of State Colin Powell and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. I'll also be joined by Senators John McCain and Hillary Clinton. But let's begin tonight with NBC's David Bloom and the latest on the precarious situation at the World Trade Center. David?
Well, Tom, not surprisingly, given the chaotic situation here in Lower Manhattan, we're getting conflicting reports tonight about how concerned emergency workers are about the possibility of at least 2 buildings in this area surrounding the World Trade Centers collapsing. Let me tell you the buildings that we're talking about. It's very dark here, of course, tonight, just after 8 o'clock Eastern time, but you can still see the lights on 1 Liberty Plaza, the 50-story building, which is about 3 blocks north of what remains of the Twin Towers. Within the last couple hours, hundreds of rescue workers came streaming up Church Street away from what remains of that complex because they were worried about the buildings collapsing. Now, within the last half an hour or so, we've been told by police department officials that the fire department is now saying perhaps the building is structurally sound. Perhaps it is safe to go back, at least nearby, if not inside. Within the last 10 minutes, we've seen some trucks carrying debris coming back up this road. But we've also seen emergency workers streaming out of here saying, no, we're still being evacuated. Bottom line is, this agonizingly slow rescue effort, if it's proceeding at all, it's proceeding very, very slowly, very, very cautiously tonight, and at last reports, only 4 people, according to Mayor Giuliani of New York City, have been pulled out of the rubble alive. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom. We'll ask you to stand by. We'll be coming back for an update during the course of the evening. But joining us now from Washington, D.C. is Secretary of State Colin Powell. Mr. Secretary, NATO today invoked Article 5, which means that an attack on the United States is an attack on any NATO member. That will give you great military and political cooperation. But what about the states like Kuwait and Jordan and Egypt and Saudi Arabia, who were so critical to us during Operation Desert Storm? Do you expect from them outspoken positions of support?
Yes, I do, Tom, and we've been in touch with many of them in the course of the day, and I'll be talking to more of them this evening and tomorrow. I have been very, very satisfied with the degree of support we have received, not only from our NATO allies, but other European countries, from our friends here in the Western Hemisphere at the Organization of American States Summit yesterday. And as I have called around the Persian Gulf region, I am getting expressions of support. I got a letter from Mr. Amri Moussa, who is the chair of the Arab League, expressing condolences, and I also spoke to him on the phone. And they find this an outrage against humanity. It should not be seen as something done by Arabs or Islamics. It was something that was done by terrorists, and we ought to see it that way, and we ought to rally the entire civilized world against this kind of activity.
Are you sending a message to Afghanistan tonight through Pakistan, and if you are, what is that message?
We are sending a variety of messages to any nation that might have knowledge about such terrorist activity. We're not accusing any organization yet, but there is a body of evidence that is slowly growing. And what we're saying to the Pakistanis is that we'd like to have any information that you might have that would shed light on this incident or who might have caused it. And as we go forward, we might want to come to you for assistance if the response turns out to be in an area where you can be of an assistance. With respect to Afghanistan, we have always told the Taliban leadership that they should not be harboring Mr. Osama bin Laden and a network that he controls. And we're reinforcing that message. and also making it clear to them that they should disavow themselves of any kind of involvement with such organizations if they want the world to try to help them with the serious problems that they have in their society and in their economy. And we're doing this throughout the region, throughout the world, wherever terrorists find host nations to take care of them, to give them support. The President was very clear last night. We're not only going after the perpetrators, we'll go after those nations, states, and organizations who give them succor, who provide them assistance and give them a place from which they can launch their terrorist attacks.
But, Mr. Secretary, it's one thing to go after a headquarters of a terrorist organization or even its leader, but when you begin to attack the country that may be harboring him, that can change the political equation very quickly, can't it?
Well, it can, and we will be very cautious in how we might use our military strength. And I don't want to get into hypotheticals, but one always has to consider that. But at the same time, these countries tend to put themselves at risk by harboring terrorist activity of this type. That's why it is in their interest to become part of a civilized world and get rid of this sort of activity and not let it perpetuate and exist within their borders.
After the terrorist attacks on the United States embassies in Tanzania and Kenya, there was a swift response at 2 targets. Later, some question about whether or not, in fact, one of the targets was appropriate. Are you going to take more time this time?
Well, let's first of all determine who is responsible and then determine the best response. The response may be political, certainly diplomatic, and it may well be military. And you can be sure that we will do it carefully, we will do it prudently, and we'll make sure we've got the goods on them, or at least a high probability of having the goods on them before launching military strikes, if that turns out to be the proper recommendation coming from the Pentagon to the President, and the President approves it.
Mr. Secretary, you grew up as a military man in a bipolar world. We formed NATO, the greatest military alliance in the history of mankind, to face down the Russians if it ever came to that. Are we going to have to form more permanent alliances now to deal with terrorism, long-term, not short-term?
I think we do have to form more other kinds of alliances. I'm not sure we need a new organization. I mean, you saw what NATO did today. They invoked Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, which was never designed for this kind of purpose. When you look at the spirit of the Washington Treaty, where all of these nations were going to come to each other's aid in time of danger in the event of an attack, this in the 21st century is the kind of attack that we have to be prepared to defend against, to respond to. And NATO came forward today and understood the nature of this new threat, and I think correctly invoked Article 5 of the Washington Treaty. Any nation attacked, all other nations will be expected to assist in the response and come to the defense and assistance of the nation that's been attacked from outside the alliance.
Secretary of State Colin Powell, thanks very much for being with us tonight, and obviously we wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Let's get the latest now on the investigation from our Justice Department correspondent Pete Williams, who joins us from Denver, where he was stranded as he attempted to get back from his Rocky Mountain vacation. Pete?
First, the numbers. There's probably about 8,000 federal agents and support personnel working on this investigation tonight. The Attorney General says now that the FBI has received over 2,000 leads. Now, you might expect that magnitude of activity at this point, but what's unusual about this investigation is how far it's gotten, according to officials. For example, by checking the manifest of people who boarded those 4 planes that were hijacked and comparing them against hotel registration lists in Boston, for example, they've already done some searches in Boston hotels, and they say they've found material that's useful in that investigation, technical data about airplanes and so forth, maybe even things that people use to disguise themselves. Now, another lucky break. A man in Boston in the airport said he'd gotten into an altercation in the parking garage with some characters that he thought looked suspicious. He described the car. The FBI found it, and that led federal agents to a flight school in Florida, where these 2 men who were registered to that car had studied pilot training for about the past year, describing themselves, they said, as Germans, and staying for a time with one of the people who ran that flight school. That, in turn, led the FBI to search residences that those 2 people used, their cars, places they went, bars, restaurants that they've been hanging out. So that just gives you some indication of the kind and the magnitude of the FBI investigation. Now, one other thing that the federal agents are doing is looking at email accounts that perhaps the suspected terrorists might have used to communicate with each other. Now, not all the leads have panned out. There was some concern at one point today that some people associated with this terrorist got onto a train. They stopped it in Providence, but they decided there was no connection, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Pete Williams, who's been working the phones from Denver, contacting all of his law enforcement sources, and joining us now from Washington is State Department correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, what do you have for us?
Well, Colin Powell is actually, I think, taking a very unusual tack here with NATO, not having the support, as you quickly pointed out, in the Middle East, going to Europe, going to other countries, Russia and China, who have themselves feel threatened by Islamic terrorism, Islamic-sponsored terrorism, and beginning to try to build a new kind of coalition. Now, this investigation that Pete has been reporting on, I think, has been pretty extraordinary in how quickly they have come together with these leads. Against the backdrop, as you know, of what is widely viewed as an intelligence failure. At the CIA tonight, there was an attempt by the CIA director, George Tenet, to try to rally the troops. He did a closed-circuit video message to all of the thousands of workers out there at Langley, trying to tell them that while they missed preventing this attack, they should stand tall, they should be proud, and they should move onward to try to prevent the next attack and solve this one. Tom?
Thank you very much, Andrea. NBC's Andrea Mitchell tonight. And joining us now from the Pentagon is Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Well, we'll come back to that momentarily. We obviously are having some audio difficulties. That was a tape that we did earlier with Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, who had a number of things that were important to share with us. But we want to go now to New York's Times Square and Dateline's Stone Phillips, who is there. Stone?
Tom, I'm on Broadway at Times Square, the so-called crossroads of the world. Normally at this hour, this place is packed with people, pulsing with energy, and it's very noisy. Tonight, as you can see, well, this is what it's like. The lights are bright, but crowds just aren't here. Actually, it's pretty quiet with all the Broadway shows shut down because of yesterday's terrible events. The people who are here seem subdued, not a character trait New Yorkers are known for. And it's something we've seen all day long, a palpable difference. Whether it was riding to work on a half-empty train, as I did this morning, or walking these half-empty sidewalks, you see a kind of 1,000-yard stare in people's eyes. It's almost as if they're trying hard not to cry.
Dawn, the day after the worst day in modern American memory. Americans wake up to a world changed forever. And on the first day of this new and uncertain era, a soldier-turned-statesman talks of a war that must be fought and won.
We're mad. We were assaulted. But our spirit wasn't assaulted, and our fighting spirit was not assaulted, so we want to respond. You don't attack America like this and get away with it.
In the debris field where the iconic Twin Towers once stood, 18 search and rescue teams, hundreds of people, have been working all night long, sometimes digging with their bare hands, hoping to reach survivors.
I think anybody that was up in the building, you know, I don't think there's much hope for them, but hopefully there are people who maybe came in on the PATH train or were in the stores below and they're just kind of stuck. They might still be alive.
Driving those hopes, the incredible story of 6 firefighters rescued on Tuesday from a pocket in the ruins so intact that one of them was said to be surprised the building had collapsed around them. And this morning, reports that at least one other police officer had also been pulled out alive. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani this morning.
We were able to move 120 dump trucks out of the city last night, which will give you a sense of the work that was done overnight. So some of the debris has already been removed. More of it is being removed, and it'll be done by barge all throughout the day today.
And the question on everyone's mind, how many died? The mayor says he is preparing for the worst.
The numbers that we're working on are in the thousands. Obviously, we hope that's not the case.
At the city's hospitals, the hope is there would be more survivors to treat.
They told me the story of how they've had physicians down at ground zero at the site. One person was trapped and they thought they'd have to amputate his leg. They were able to get him out without doing that, and he is alive and here thanks to that tremendous dedication.
And that police officer rescued this morning, word now of his heroic effort to save others before he himself became trapped.
He said that as soon as they discovered him, that the EMS personnel at the scene were doing an outstanding job of comforting him. They were giving him water to drink. They were doing, he said, a great job of trying to get him out of the scene, but it was very difficult, very dangerous. He was actually pinned for quite a while until they were able to get him out.
This morning at the Pentagon, the all-night effort merely to extinguish the fires is still underway.
We were never able to fully extinguish the fire in the roof structure. We were able to get it mostly knocked down, and again, because we're having extreme difficulty making access under the slate roof, it's to be expected to take a while to get there. We have had the fuel from the jet catch fire again, and we're now in there with some additional hand lines and some phone lines with aircraft firefighters inside of the insides of the Pentagon, trying to suppress it, this time with firefighting foam.
And even as the struggle to contain the fires continues, the death count begins. Word this morning that the number would exceed 100, mostly from the Army and Navy, and some intelligence personnel. From the White House this morning, another address from the President.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life.
As he did last night, the President seeks to reassure Americans that life would go on, but it is going to be different.
The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens.
Across the nation, it is clear things are far from normal. This morning, air travel still shut down, stock markets closed, sporting events postponed, Broadway shows dark, and U.S. military forces worldwide on high alert. Warships patrolling the waters off Washington and New York, AWACS radar planes patrolling the skies. As rescuers toil, another high-stakes effort is underway to find those responsible for the carnage. NBC's Chris Hansen reports investigators are making swift progress.
Authorities may have identified some of the actual hijackers, and here's how they think they might have done that. Yesterday, they got a phone call from a passenger who had left Logan and arrived at his destination. Of course, he saw on the television monitors what had happened at the World Trade Center. He called investigators to say that he had had an altercation with two men he described as being Arabic in the central parking garage near the American Airlines terminal here at Boston Logan. He described the car that they were near, which was turned out to be a rental car, a Mitsubishi sedan. Investigators arrived at the sedan, took a quick look, and they found inside that there were flight training manuals in Arabic. They were able to connect that sedan to two men who are now identified as brothers, both of whom have passports from the United Arab Emirates, one of whom is a trained pilot. 2 to 3 other suspects may have come across the border into the U.S. from Canada and flown here yesterday morning from Portland, Maine to take part in the hijackings.
And today in Florida, FBI agents spend hours questioning instructors at a flight school and confiscating potential evidence. Their focus, 2 men described as Middle Eastern who trained at the school last year. By midday, reports that the FBI has connected the two with yesterday's terrorist acts. NBC's Kerry Sanders reports the Florida angle is developing quickly.
They enrolled last July into the Venice Flying School, and they really completed their training there in January.
The investigation picks up pace this afternoon, with SWAT teams moving into this hotel in Boston, the city where 2 of the hijacked flights originated. Authorities reportedly looking for material witnesses, people who might have had contact with the growing list of suspects.
They believe they are linked to yesterday's attack. They say that credit cards that these men possess were allegedly used to purchase tickets on flights.
There are local news reports, unconfirmed, of 3 arrests. All we know is 1 person is taken away in a van, and it is unclear this afternoon what, if any, role he had in yesterday's attacks.
And federal investigators are confirming that they do believe that there is an actual terrorist cell here in the Boston area with direct links to Osama bin Laden.
As the search for suspects heats up, distraught family members search for loved ones. Thousands of people still unaccounted for at the World Trade Center and at the Pentagon, where hope for any survivors now seems to have all but disappeared. In New York, a long line of anxious Americans outside the city's Family Services Center.
Didn't really hit me until just now, you know.
I haven't heard from everybody, and it doesn't even, you know, it's like everybody knows somebody, and we're just all in this together, no matter who we are or what our beliefs are.
And from the families and friends of the passengers on the hijacked planes, heartbreaking stories of heroism and bravery. Tom Burnett, a passenger on the United flight that crashed outside Pittsburgh, called his wife, says Father Frank Calaccio, a friend of the family.
Yeah, he called her on the cell phone and told her that one of the passengers was already dead and that they knew that they were all going to die, and that 2 other men and he were going to try to do something, the conversation, and love you, honey, and that was the end of the conversation.
The speculation today that Burnett and his comrades were successful in bringing down the plane short of the hijackers' intended target in this western Pennsylvania field instead of a Washington landmark. On the same plane, Mark Bingham called his aunt and mother.
He just said, I want to let y'all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I hope it was quick. I hope he took an active part in thwarting the hijackers.
As the day wears on, fresh evidence of the magnitude of this disaster. Pictures released by NASA show the Trade Center fires so large they could be seen from space. And on this day after the towers collapsed, more scenes of absolute devastation. At 2:30, Secretary of State Powell gives a briefing. He makes it clear that not only the United States, but its allies around the world will be seeking the perpetrators. But as of now, no hard answers.
We have to make sure that we go after terrorism and get it by its branch and root. And so we will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups.
Later this afternoon, more unsettling news that the White House may have been the initial target of the plane that hit the Pentagon. NBC's Jim Miklashevsky.
That it circled up over the Capitol and then headed down toward the White House, in the direction of the White House.
White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer confirms that account, also telling reporters that the president himself was a target, even as he flew with a fighter escort to those military bases yesterday.
That also is one of the reasons why Air Force One did not come back to Andrews, where some people may have thought it would.
There was also troubling news of a different sort today. The first reports of retaliation against Arab Americans. This mosque outside of Dallas, Texas, attacked. Its windows shot out. And New York's mayor registered concern on that front as well.
But we've had a few incidents that appear to have been directed against people because they may be regarded as Arab or Asian, but nobody should attack anyone else.
The mayor also provided the latest numbers on casualties.
We so far have a body count of 55 people as of about a half hour ago. We were able to take out another person about 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, a woman who was found still alive, taken to the hospital. So now there are at least 4 people that we've been able to take out.
But with so many people still missing, no one expects the death count to stay so low. Hospitals prepared for a second wave of survivors today find themselves instead waiting. In Washington, Attorney General John Ashcroft outlines some of the facts of the hijackings. It's a chilling recitation.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats. Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
Then at 5:15, another echo of the devastation as the remains of the South Twin Tower collapses and another skyscraper near Ground Zero begins to crack.
Yeah, the building is halfway gone and the rest of it is coming down.
At day's end, President Bush arrives at the Pentagon, an emotional visit by the Commander-in-Chief to inspect the damage and pay his respects to those who suffered some of the first casualties of this newest war. Night falls on a city and a country transformed. Tuesday, a day of horror. Today, in this city at Ground Zero, a day of stunned reflection.
Stunned is also the word to describe the reaction of both U.S. senators from New York, Chuck Schumer and Hillary Clinton, after they surveyed the damage in lower Manhattan today. And there is also word from Washington that President Bush plans to come here. The exact timing has not yet been determined. Tom?
All right, thank you very much. Dateline Stone Phillips tonight in the heart of New York City in Times Square. We're going to go back to Washington now. Our Washington bureau chief and moderator of Meet the Press is Tim Russert. Tim, understandably, the attention of this country is focused on lower Manhattan, the Pentagon, where they're still trying to remove the rubble and the bodies of those people who were caught in that attack, and on the Oval Office, the State Department, and the Defense Secretary's office. But there's other business to be done in this country at some time. How long can it be suspended?
Quite some time, Tom. You know, the whole debate over the so-called Social Security surplus, who would spend it, the president said only during a war or recession. We now have both. The Democrats and Republicans and the President of the United States are embarking on a plan to provide disaster relief and war preparation that will cost tens of billions of dollars, and no one's complaining.
Describe for us the political climate on Capitol Hill today as opposed to, say, just a week ago, Tim.
Night and day, Tom. People bickering about lock boxes, that's all vanished. It now is America under attack. Who is our enemy and how do we retaliate? Tom, people want a disproportionate retaliation. They want to send a message. They realize, however, how difficult it will be, and also the ramifications or consequences if we strike back at Afghanistan or a country like that. What will it mean in Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt? Will it cause incitement in those countries? Very, very complicated. Tom, the White House is working also very hard to underscore how much they thought these planes may have threatened the actual White House. NBC News has learned tonight that the Secret Service physically went into Dick Cheney's office and said, "We are moving now." This is when they learned the plane that left Dulles was heading towards the Pentagon was in fact circling over the White House. And one other interesting note, Tom, we've also learned at NBC that there was a President Bush in the White House during the morning of these events. His father, former President Bush, was actually at the White House the morning of the attack.
And I'm told as well, Tim, that when he left for Minneapolis in a speaking engagement, that the Secret Service insisted that his trip not be completed. Is that true?
Absolutely, Tom. They were quite nervous about him taking part and being engaged in U.S. airspace. A full-scale alert, no doubt about it. They understand now that they must retaliate. They believe they have the unity of the Congress, the unity of the American people, but it's going to take time. It's delicate and complicated, and it has enormous, enormous fallout for not only the Middle East, but the rest of the world.
When they moved Dick Cheney from his office in the White House, where did they move him?
Tom, to a, quote, secure area. They will not comment whether that's inside or outside the White House. The fact is there are facilities within the White House that are extremely secure, that can withstand even an airplane attack. There are also areas in the vicinity of the White House they say can do the same. All right, thanks very much, Tim Russert, who's our Washington bureau chief. Joining me now is Republican Senator John McCain, who serves on the Armed Services Committee, a leading Republican on Capitol Hill, and of course a decorated war veteran. Senator McCain, let me ask you, first of all, what is your assessment of what the administration has been doing today?
I think they've made significant progress, both in process of identifying who was responsible, and also particularly Secretary Powell deserves great credit for unifying our NATO allies, and is now reaching out to other friends to make sure that they're all completely with us in whatever we do.
The sad fact is that we're likely to have a very high death toll, and once this country gets past its shock and its grief, it's not unexpected that there could be a volcanic eruption of rage in America, but this is likely to go on for some time in terms of military options.
Well, I think that's why those of us that are looked up to, especially the president, is going to explain to the American people that this is going to be a long, hard struggle. Even if tomorrow we eliminated Mr. bin Laden and his organization, there are other organizations in the world today who are bent on the destruction of the United States of America. This is a long struggle, and it's going to require significant expenditure of American treasure and, unfortunately, perhaps expenditure of American blood.
You were a warrior during the height of the Cold War. We're now in a wholly different kind of a war. Are we going to have to rethink how we reorganize our military and deploy it around the world?
Without a doubt. It's long overdue since the end of the Cold War, and we haven't made the much needed reforms. A lot of it is due to pork barreling right here in the Congress as we speak, but now's our opportunity. I think the American people will support such reform, and it's very badly needed, and we can achieve it.
We have learned recently that there's not much appetite in this country, understandably, for ground action in these military operations that put the men on the ground at risk. For example, in Kosovo, there were no ground troops. Everything was conducted from the air. It seems unlikely, to me at least, that you can have a successful war against terrorism without committing ground troops in some fashion.
I think the biggest mistake of the Kosovo conflict was when we ruled out the use of ground troops. I don't know what scenario will be required, whether it's with or without ground troops, but I think the president and the American government and the American people have to say to these terrorists, we'll do whatever is necessary, and that includes all options.
Senator John McCain, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Tom.
Thank you. Senator McCain told me earlier, by the way, that he's doing just fine in terms of his health. We want to share that information with you as well tonight. Joining me now is Democratic Senator Joe Biden, who is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, same question for you that I began with Senator McCain. What is your assessment of how the administration is organizing its efforts in the first 48 hours?
I just spoke with Secretary Powell. I think they're doing an incredible job in getting a consensus here. Tom, for the first time in the history of NATO passed a resolution, the so-called NAC, the group that makes these decisions, as you know, passed a resolution saying this is an Article 5 action, meaning that an attack against one is an attack against all. Translated, if we can show, which we will be able to, that this was an asset from outside of the United States that did this, that they will join us in pursuing the aggressor. This is a big deal. Secondly, we have had significant input from moderate Arab states who I believe, and I think the Secretary will be able to put together, will be supportive of whatever action we take. China and Russia have expressed in a way they never have before because they understand their growing vulnerability, the willingness to deal with these folks and whatever state is harboring them. This is an opportunity. People have talking about, Tom, about our way of life ending. Wrong. The way of life of organized terrorist cells is about to end. They crossed the line. They crossed the line. And the civilized world, I predict you, is going to respond, and I compliment Secretary Powell on beginning this organizational effort.
Senator Biden, I remember very well on the eve of Operation Desert Storm in the Senate, there was a very spirited debate and a very close vote about whether the Senate would support then President George Bush the 41st in his efforts to get Iraq out of Kuwait. You expect anything like that kind of divisive debate?
Absolutely not, Tom. And Tom, if I may say, you asked John a question. John's a close friend. You asked him a question about we wouldn't put troops on the ground in Kosovo. John and I were the ones that had the resolution saying put troops on the ground in Kosovo. This is not Kosovo. The American people have been attacked. There will be overwhelming support. The military understands. The people understand. I would be dumbfounded if a single person would argue against using military ground forces if that is deemed to be necessary.
And this military operation, as Senator McCain and others have indicated today, the American public has to be aware of the fact that it could go on for some time.
Yes, well, by the way, it may go on sporadically, but Tom, we have an opportunity here if we do this well, and I think we will, to actually unite the world in dealing with this so we can begin to end the possibility of large-scale terrorist organizations having the succor and support of other nations. I mean, everybody has to understand. For example, the Pakistanis have to understand they got to pick sides now. Everybody's got to pick a side, Tom, off the sidelines, period. And I think that's going to happen. This has never happened in the whole second half of the 20th century. This is a seminal moment. And I think every once in a while, Tom, some group, some individual, some nation goes so far that they crossed every line. The terrorist organization involved here crossed the line, and I think they've signed their death warrant and the death warrant for the ability of these kinds of cells to exist with the support of other nations.
Thank you so much, Senator Joe Biden, who is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee under the new reorganization in which the Democrats have the majority, reflecting some of the passion that is felt across party lines tonight. There was a memorial service tonight on the steps of the Capitol shortly before Senators McCain and Biden appeared with us. The nation today, in fact, the world, stared in disbelief as mighty American symbols tumbled to the ground, American citizens still stunned at the sophistication, the complexity, and the coordination of this attack. It was not a random act of a lone terrorist, obviously, but a carefully planned catastrophe executed with alarming precision, cold-blooded calculation. Dateline's John Hockenberry has some of the frightening details.
It fits into a pattern, deadly, effective. The Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the bombing of the World Trade Center in 1993, the attack on the USS Cole in Yemen last year, and even the U.S. Embassy attacks in 1998 in Kenya and Tanzania. In each case, we find a shocking U.S. vulnerability exposed by calculating, suicidal killers looking for a way in. Into a parking garage, past a checkpoint, or right up to the side of a Navy ship supposedly on alert. This attack fits that pattern. But experts agree it also reaches a whole new level of sophistication. As details become clear, there is a degree of cold-blooded calculation here, a calculation of U.S. vulnerability that is quite simply staggering. The calculation extends from airport security in 3 separate cities, to the cockpits of 4 separate airplanes, to the entire civilian air traffic control system, right down to the understanding of exactly what it would take to bring down a marvel of engineering, a global landmark like the Twin Towers. Investigators need to try to see what the terrorists apparently saw at Boston's Logan Airport and elsewhere that gave them confidence that hijackers, armed apparently with knives, could safely board 4 separate jets simultaneously.
What we're talking about is not only having the people have a good understanding of security at our various airports, have those people in a coordinated effort get into those airports, be ticketed to get on board of aircraft that were fully fueled for cross-country flights, and have personnel that were trained in how to fly those aircraft.
Once aboard, the terrorists had an absolute and an apparently unprecedented confidence that they could take control of the planes.
They had a good understanding of what the procedures were on board the aircraft based on the reports that the stewardesses were used to lure the crew out of the cockpit.
More amazing, perhaps, these terrorists also understood how to turn off their planes' radio transponders, giving them, in effect, a cloak of invisibility as they deviated from their flight paths and headed for their intended targets.
This is considerably more sophisticated in terms of access to the aircraft, understanding the crew's procedures, ability to fly the aircraft, and understanding our air traffic control systems.
To pull this off, the choice of planes was hardly random. The Boeing 757 and 767 are different planes, but they have identical cockpits with sophisticated autopilots. To the terrorists, this apparently meant that once they had control of the planes, the pilots were expendable. In fact, as Attorney General John Ashcroft told the nation today, the hijackers were essentially the pilots.
A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
That training is readily available. A cursory survey of the aviation industry by Dateline shows that training, even with sophisticated simulators for the 757 and 767, is obtainable throughout the world. Aviation sources told Dateline today that there are perhaps 70 places with simulators for the hijacked planes. But they also say the expertise exhibited here was even obtainable from desktop computers and flight manuals. In Florida, investigators say they are looking at 2 people who apparently received pilot training and whose names were found on the manifest of the hijacked planes. The flights were well chosen by these terrorists. All 4 bound for the West Coast, loaded with fuel. The 767 weighs 160 tons, including 45 tons of jet fuel fully loaded. A 757 weighs 100 tons with 30 tons of jet fuel. Both planes dwarf the explosive power of the now tiny fuel oil bomb that tore off the face of the Murrah building in Oklahoma City. Finally, whoever planned this attack knew a decisive detail about the physics of tall buildings.
The energy required to bring it down is already stored in the structure in the form of potential energy. All the energy used to raise those construction materials into place in the late 60s and early 70s when they built the structure is there if you could just find a way to release it and let gravity take over.
Mark Loiseau is president of a company called Controlled Demolition. Release a building's stored energy, he says, its collapse becomes a matter not of terrorism, but the laws of physics.
You don't have to go to the top floor. You can go almost anywhere in the structure, and given the right circumstances, you can release all of that stored energy, converting it into what is called kinetic energy. That's energy in motion, and that's what brings the building down.
Yet the impact of the planes alone did not cause that failure. In fact, tall building designers try to anticipate air accidents.
When this structure was designed, it was designed, to the best of my understanding, to take the impact of what was then the state-of-the-art airplane being used in our country, the Boeing 707. And if you noticed that when the planes impacted Towers 1 and Tower 2, the structure stood.
As time progressed, what was clear to anyone in New York City or to the millions of people watching the horror unfold on television, fire was engulfing the building. The worst enemy of a steel-reinforced structure is heat. Extreme heat. Physics professor and explosives expert Van Romero.
At what point was there no chance of survival, do you think?
Once the fire starts inside the building, once the building structure itself, the materials inside that building start to burn, it can race through the building faster than you can run.
Engineers suspect the temperatures inside the crash areas could have quickly reached well over 1,000 degrees, perhaps approaching 2,000 degrees, beyond the melting point of any steel. The heat would have obliterated the insulation around the structure, the fire suppression system. Once this happened, nothing could save the Twin Towers.
When the plane hits the building, the kinetic energy, if you will, or the momentum of the plane hitting the building is actually pretty small compared to the fuel. When the fuel explodes from the jet fuel that's on the airplane, that can really have much more devastating effect on the building itself.
As engineers look at what happened to the building yesterday, they see that the window of escape was in fact tiny. The chance of survival had everything to do with where and when people started their escapes in relation to the crucial impact areas where the planes hit. It took at least 15 minutes for people to make it from the 80th floor to ground level. Those people left the building as it was collapsing.
We were up the escalator about to go out the door when the building collapsed.
If I didn't leave the minute that I left, I would be dead.
For those who waited or were above the area of the crash damage, there was perhaps no escape. In looking at the rubble in Lower Manhattan, it's as though someone was trying to learn from the much less devastating World Trade Center bombing back in 1993. Experts say this attack seems to suggest someone learned those lessons very well.
They did their homework. Even if there was no secondary explosives in the building, having the airplane hit the building where it did, a large amount of weight above the damaged location, that damaged location being further damaged by the fire, that structure could no longer support the weight above it, and the collapse ensues.
There may eventually be new lessons from this attack for builders, engineers, and designers. Certainly the security of every airport, the entire air traffic control system, even the ability of air passengers to take bathroom breaks will be different from now on.
Perhaps the most chilling realization here is how low-tech this attack was in the end. No sophisticated missiles, no stolen nukes, no exotic biowarfare or chemical agents. The main decisive weapon here was determination. This attack was a reminder that comparatively simple techniques in the hands of a totally determined terrorist with the right knowledge, sufficient resources on the right day, as we all saw, is more than enough to strike deep into the heart of the most powerful nation in the world.
And tonight we're looking live at the scene in Lower Manhattan, the World Trade Center, the collapse of all but a few stories of the Twin Towers. We're looking at it now from across the river in New Jersey, across New York Harbor. On most evenings until yesterday morning, that was one of the most stunning sights in any urban landscape anywhere in the world. Now, it is, of course, a scene of utter devastation. It is racing against hope that we can find any more survivors in there. There may be as many as 10, 15, 20,000 people who went down with those two towers when they collapsed after they had been hit by the plane. And we're told by people who have been down there, state officials and other reporters, that it's hard to describe how compacted the debris is. When they came down so hard, hundreds of thousands of tons of rubble, and that's all been packed together, so there's very little hope that there can be much airspace in any of that wreckage. As we have been telling you for 2 days now, much of the investigation into the attacks is focusing on Osama bin Laden, a terrorist leader who has been monitored for years, and yet he remains a confounding and deeply enigmatic figure to so many, cold-blooded and calculating. With more on the mind of bin Laden, here's Dateline's Jane Pauley tonight. Jane?
Well, thanks, Tom. The one thing you may think you know for sure about the hideous atrocities wreaked upon this country yesterday is that it had to have been the work of madmen. Who else could conceive of a plot to kill so many innocent people, or to execute that plan by deliberately immolating yourself along with them in the fiery crash? But it could be a big mistake to underestimate the likes of such men as Osama bin Laden.
I don't think he's crazy. He is devious, he is clever, he is relentless, and he is patient.
But he is not a madman.
But he is not a madman.
Judith Miller is a reporter for the New York Times. She's covered the Arab world since 1983, when she was chief of the Times Cairo bureau. Is calling this even fanaticism too simplistic?
Fanatic is actually a very good word to describe them. They are highly motivated, they are highly disciplined, and we underestimate them at our peril.
Understanding them is critical, too. What would motivate a young man, average age of a suicide bomber is 22, to sacrifice his life as an unknown number did yesterday?
I think despair is partly responsible for this wave of suicide bombings.
Because they have nowhere else.
Because they have nowhere else to go. I mean, I have interviewed so many of these young people with so much hope for the future and so few prospects.
Especially the educated ones.
Especially the educated ones.
Dr. Gerald Post is a professor of political psychology at George Washington University. He's also a psychiatrist.
These people are distinctly not psychologically disturbed. In fact, interestingly, psychiatrically disturbed individuals are expelled from the groups because they're considered a security risk.
Many say it's a perversion of Islam, that the Quran condemns suicide. But radical Islamic sects do not call it suicide. In their interpretation, not to act is immoral.
The motivation for these acts is both religious and social. And the social motivation is a fusion of nationalism and radical Islam.
What did America do to unleash this hell upon us?
Well, according to Osama bin Laden, we defiled sacred Saudi and Islamic soil.
When?
In 1990 and 91, when we sent American and international troops to defend his country against Iraqi soldiers.
Just as the Soviets had defiled Islamic soil in Afghanistan in 1979. Financed in part by his money, the Mujahideen then drove the Soviets out. He needed an enemy.
But he needed an enemy, precisely, and he also had an enemy because the Palestinian people were being, quote, oppressed, and it was the duty of all Muslims to come and rescue them, and the Arab countries were being, quote, oppressed by autocratic, horrible rulers whose rule he also wanted to terminate, and he felt that by mobilizing and training Arabs all over the world and Muslims from all over the world, he could accomplish this.
Bin Laden and other radical factions of Islam frighten many in the Arab world too. They may not represent mainstream Muslims, but they are determined and well-financed. But Judith Miller argues that to persist in seeing them as crazy fanatics is dangerous.
We have to get rid of this image of these people as kind of wild-eyed fanatics who are disorganized and can't get their act together.
Why do we have to?
I think if we don't discard these images and stereotypes, we will underestimate the enemy.
What is it about the American psyche that may be undermining our own interests?
I think sometimes any democracy is ill-equipped because we are open. That is our trademark. We are ill-equipped to fight people who are looking constantly for our weaknesses, for our vulnerabilities, for ways in which we can be hurt.
And joining us now from Washington is former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Madam Secretary, the Clinton administration was so successful in arranging peace for Bosnia and executing an air war against Kosovo, but does it now seem clear to you that you greatly underestimated the threat of terrorism in this country, particularly Osama bin Laden?
I don't think we underestimated it, Tom. I think we understood the difficulty of it. We were clearly under threat. I had a lot of wonderful days as Secretary of State, but my worst day was when those embassies went down in Kenya and Tanzania. We worked to deal with it as best we could, and I think that what it will require is incredible determination now to deal with the issue beyond what we were able to do internationally. And I must say that I'm very supportive of what President Bush and Secretary Powell are doing in getting support for international action.
But should you have begun that international action at that time? There were two retaliatory strikes, one in Sudan, one in the subcontinent. Some question about the appropriateness of the target in the Sudan.
Well, first of all, I think that we did everything that we could. I believe we did the right thing in the target in Sudan. And this is a very different proposition. America itself has been attacked on our own soil, and it is unfortunate that it takes this kind of a horrific act to get people mobilized. I have no question that we did what we could, and we need to support this administration now in doing what it can. And the determination that Judith Miller talks about that the terrorists have, we have to have the same determination. And I have very much been following and read your book and everything that has been talked about in terms of the generation that saved us from the scourge of the evil of World War II. And we now have to exhibit the same bravery that those people did.
Madam Secretary, I do think that it's fair to say that there was not much political will in either party during the Clinton administration to commit the resources that were going to be required, diplomatic, militarily, and economic, to fight terrorism. But let's now try to go forward from here if we can. What are the greatest challenges to the administration in building this international coalition of allies? Are they the moderate Arab states?
Well, I think that clearly there is a question how they will behave. And I think that they are in a difficult position since there are extremists within their ranks and that they are concerned about. But they have to understand that they are just as much threatened by terrorism as the rest of us are. And I think, as Senator Biden said, it is important now for countries to make clear where they stand. We are all threatened by this, and I think we have to be very careful not to just decide that all Arab countries or Islam is responsible for this. This is a group of determined extremists who have their own agenda.
There was such a great deterioration of the situation in Israel before all of this happened. Is there any hope whatsoever for the peace process there?
Well, ultimately, it is the only way that we're going to be able to deal with this. And I am so regretful that we were not able to bring that peace process to a useful conclusion during our time. I think that we cannot live in a world where this kind of terrorism is possible and where we don't continue to have hope and peace. This has been a terrible day where we have really all had to and willingly identify with the victims and their families. And America has to stand tall. We have to remain calm. We have to be determined, and we have to bring allies and friends along. But ultimately, this is our responsibility. America was hit.
Thank you so much, former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Thanks for joining us tonight, Madam Secretary. And joining us now is NBC's Campbell Brown. She's at the White House. She has more on the options that are being considered there. But Campbell, it's pretty clear tonight that President George Bush the 43rd is using the model of President George Bush the 41st in building a strong international coalition before any military options are executed.
Absolutely, Tom. They're being very careful not to talk about specific retaliatory options, but we are seeing a strategy emerge from these national security meetings the president is having. And what national security sources say is that's really their only option right now in terms of immediate action they can take to focus on trying to build support in the international community for whatever course of action the president chooses. The president today, we heard that in his remarks, as he defined this as really an attack on the world. And White House officials have been quick to point out the constant contact he's been having with world leaders. He spoke twice today with Russian President Putin, speaking with President Zhang. He's been in close contact with British Prime Minister Tony Blair and Canadian Prime Minister Chrétien. But what's interesting, Tom, based on the information we've been given about who the president's in contact with, he has not reached out directly yet to leaders in the Arab world. And we have heard him make some not so veiled threats to countries who may be harboring these terrorists. But we're also seeing a recognition from the White House that there is only so much that they can do unilaterally, that there really does have to be support from the rest of the world. Tom?
And Campbell Brown, what about the president's agenda in the short term? He's got some major foreign policy meetings that are coming up both in Washington and international economic meeting, and then he's going to be on the road come October.
You're right, and there have been a lot of questions raised about how this affects the president's schedule. He has a huge trip to Asia planned for the end of October. Will he still go on that trip? For right now, what the White House is telling us is that his immediate schedule, given the crisis situation, is on hold, that this is really his top priority. And a few domestic trips have been canceled. But as of right now, he is still planning to go to New York for when the UN General Assembly opens. He also wants to make a trip to New York to the site to visit with rescue and recovery workers there. And for now, they are saying that at least nothing is canceled as of yet. They're going to wait and see how this plays out.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Campbell Brown. It's an image that will be impossible for any of us to forget for a long, long time, if ever. New Yorkers rushing out of flaming buildings as firefighters and other rescue workers rushed in. Then the Twin Towers collapsed. That's the sight tonight. And now New York's bravest are searching for hundreds of their own, as well as the thousands who are believed to have been in the building when those Twin Towers came down. Tonight, Dateline's Dawn Fratangelo has some of their stories.
The date, September 11th, 9/11, will forever be etched in our minds. It's eerie to think that hundreds of people were probably dialing that date, 911, after the first plane slammed into the World Trade Center. And when those 911 calls started pouring in, New York's firefighters and police couldn't stand around in shock like millions of other New Yorkers.
You guys going back? Yes. It's our job.
They had a job to do, a job that would cost many of New York's finest and bravest their lives.
Every company across the city has lost somebody. It's hard. It's hard.
As the towers were burning, hundreds of firefighters and police were sent into the buildings. The firefighters were from some of the city's most elite rescue units, teams of 6 who were specially trained in building collapses. While thousands of panicked office workers were running down the stairs, hundreds of firefighters were running up.
I guess it was about the 27th floor. The firemen started coming up into the building. And I just felt that they were very brave, and you know, we were kind of clapping for them and wishing them luck on their way in.
But they were not so lucky. As the rescuers tried to save more people, the towers collapsed. First one, and about 40 minutes later, the other crashed to the ground.
Are you thinking of the firemen because you fear that they were perhaps trapped in the building when it collapsed?
I think they probably were. I think there were a lot of them that did get trapped in there, and I think that's very sad. They were all nice, young, healthy, good-looking guys.
And it wasn't just the rescuers on the inside. As the cloud of debris rained down, it destroyed a command center where 2 of the fire department's top commanders were stationed.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years.
Our job was never meant to be like this. This is something that nobody would ever figure could happen or would happen.
By late last night, as firefighters continued to battle fires and search the rubble, the numbers were staggering.
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
In one fell swoop, entire on-duty companies from fire stations throughout New York were engulfed in the rubble of the collapsed buildings. All just doing their jobs. Now all just gone. The numbers keep adding up. 7 from a rescue squad, 8 from a ladder company, and from here, a captain and a beloved chaplain. For 10 years, Michael Judge, Franciscan father and fire buff, ministered to the men and women of the fire department. Yesterday, he answered the call quickly and died in his line of duty, giving divine comfort.
He had a way about him that just soothed all your feelings and emotions, and it lets you go back to the firehouse thinking that this is okay and everything will be okay. He was a great man.
Support poured in from the neighborhood for the hundreds who simply answered the call. Their fire truck, windows blown out and covered with dust and debris from the blast, now a shrine. The Beatitude reads, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." But without Father Michael, who will comfort them now?
In a time like this, Father Mike would be the one we would all turn to, and they took him from us. It's very, very hard right now.
And in Lower Manhattan, Rescue Squad 18 and Ladder Company 20 together lost 15 members.
This is astronomical. I think right now we're probably all in a state of denial, which is probably how we're getting through it. I don't think this is all going to set it. Right now we're too busy working. Later we'll think about it.
Their colleagues left behind feel they need to do something, anything. So first thing this morning, they boarded a bus heading for Ground Zero to find the fallen.
What do you hope to find?
Just hope to do what we can do, anything they want us to do.
We're gonna go down there and see if we can find them.
Missing are elite firefighters like Manny Mojica, who started out years ago with firefighter Brian McKeever.
Manny and I sat next to each other in Proby School. I always remember his smile. He's a good man. A lot of good men.
It's their second nature. In an emergency, police respond, firefighters rescue, and even after an unimaginable toll, they're still at it.
It hurts so much inside right now, and our main goal is just to try to get every person, every brother, every civilian out of that building right now and let them rest in peace. It's just It's very, very hard. But we'll get through it. We have to.
In the best of times, New York City firemen and policemen have very difficult and challenging jobs, but who ever thought that they would become ground troops in a war started by terrorists? We're going to bring you up to date now on tonight's developments. The FBI is reporting some bold new leads in the hunt for those hijackers, the terrorists. A trail of evidence is being gathered from the Canadian border to Florida and around the world. The White House has confirmed what NBC News first reported earlier in the day, that it believes that the White House itself and Air Force One were the initial targets of the hijackers. The few stories that remain of the South Tower of Manhattan's World Trade Center have now collapsed. Thousands still are reported to be missing in the rubble. Workers of all ages, all kinds of backgrounds, all kinds of financial situations as well. And America's leaders made it crystal clear in Washington today, they are planning, at this hour, retaliation. President George Bush today calling this an act of war. And joining us now is NBC's David Bloom with the latest on the rescue effort. David?
Well, Tom, if those firefighters and police officers are the ground troops, this is clearly ground zero.
What is going on?
Lower Manhattan, where right now, of course, this rescue operation is continuing, Tom. Essentially, what's happening right now is that they are continuing to remove debris from the general vicinity of the World Trade Center, continuing to search for victims inside the rubble. Within the last hour or so, we've seen dozens and dozens of these trucks come through, where a few hours ago, the rescue workers were forced to evacuate because of concerns about one or more buildings possibly collapsing. Those concerns have diminished enough at this hour. The rescue operation continues. In fact, we just talked to a couple construction workers who are helping inside, saying that despite those fears about a possibility of the buildings collapsing, their efforts have continued throughout. They're still hopeful, Tom, they can find small pockets, small areas, perhaps basements, where employees or the rescue workers who are trapped inside might still be found alive. So again, despite the concerns about the buildings collapsing, that effort ongoing here tonight.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom, who will remain at the site and bring us up to date. We hope that we'll get some good news out of there, that perhaps more people who were alive and trapped in that rubble can be rescued before the night is out. But of course, with every passing hour, that is a diminishing hope that, that realistically that we'll have to keep in our minds. It's still so hard for so many to comprehend the scale of this attack. The people who know it best are the people at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan, and that's where NBC's Robert Bazell has been since the beginning of this attack yesterday morning. Robert?
Tom, the total number of people who have been taken to area hospitals in New York now stands at around 2,200, and about 460 of them came here to St. Vincent's, which is the closest trauma center to the World Trade Center. With me now is Dr. Leonard Backelchuk, who is an emergency room physician in the trauma center here. He's been here since the very beginning. Doctor, we see an ambulance pulling up right now. Has it slowed to a trickle?
Well, the slowest time was definitely yesterday after the buildings fell. But today we've had a lot more patients coming in. Predominantly we're seeing EMS workers, police officers, fire department personnel, smoke inhalations, twisted ankles. A few people came in because debris fell on them after
So you're seeing people who are being hurt in the rescue effort, but you're not seeing very many people who are being pulled out of the rubble.
Exactly.
And what's that like for you people who have been waiting here to take care of all these victims and not very many have shown up?
Well, it's really frustrating because some of us have been able to go down to the actual site and work down there, and we want to take care of people. We want to do what we're set up to do. And in fact, when everything started yesterday morning, the first 3 hours that's what it was about. It was about one person after another, as if we were in a war. Just one person after another, and we're waiting.
But then with all these people, and Tom, there was hundreds of doctors and nurses standing on the street here waiting for people to come in. When did it start to sink in that, hey, where are the victims?
Late yesterday afternoon. It was very busy until about 1:30, and then little by little, we started to see a real slowdown.
Now, what are the people that are in here now? Do you have people who remain in critical condition?
We have, my understanding is we still have several people that are here in critical condition. But for the most part, the very sickest people have either been downgraded, or some of them have been transferred to other hospitals where there's specialized burn units.
What was the toughest case you had to deal with?
The toughest case I had to deal with was a patient that was severely burned from head to toe. Skin was sloughing off. In addition, there were large tears and gashes through the skin, and it was horrible.
Okay, well, I hope you get some more people to take care of. We're all waiting for somebody to come out of that rubble.
That's the way we feel as well. Right. Yeah.
Tom, from St. Vincent's Hospital, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. NBC's Robert Bazell tonight at St. Vincent's. We'll keep him on duty there. That is the irony of all that they thought that they would be swamped with patients. But thousands are still lost and missing, and for their families, it is only hope that is keeping them going at this time. The kind of hope that led one mother on a long, poignant search for her son. More on that now from Dateline's Bob McEwen.
Even for the city that never sleeps, it was an eerie night. As rescue workers sifted through the rubble, this 62-year-old mother wandered the streets, hoping against all hope she could find her son.
Who are you looking for?
My son, Thomas Swift.
Frances Swift crossed the Hudson River from New Jersey, looking for her son, Tom. He was in his office at Dean Witter on the 70th floor of Tower 2 when the first plane hit the other tower. Tom picked up the phone to call his mom.
I talked to him at 5 to 9. He was in 2 World Trade Center. He said they were evacuating then. He was leaving then.
Tom had trouble getting through to his wife and asked his mom to let her know he was all right. The news came as a big relief to his sister Kathy. But then, 20 minutes later, the second impact. Kathy, stuck in traffic across the river from the Trade Center, was horrified by what she saw next.
On my way home, I was looking in the side mirror of the car, and I seen the building fall. And we were just home all day yesterday, just calling any number that anything was on the TV. And just trying to figure out the time frame of when he called him, when the plane hit him, when the building fell, and that he should have been out of there.
But then all day yesterday, no word from Tom, the youngest of 5 and the family's pride and joy, according to his brother Patrick.
I'm his older brother, but I looked up to him because, you know, he made something of himself.
Tom Swift was the first in his family to graduate from college, and at age 30 was climbing the corporate ladder. Just 2 weeks ago, the Swifts took their annual vacation together and shot this home video.
Now, how do you plan to go about defending your title next year? So we'll just take it day by day. We'll play it as it comes.
By last evening, his worried mother and brother-in-law had decided to come to Manhattan and check the hospitals one by one.
Beth Israel, the latest they had was 3 o'clock and he wasn't on their list.
Throughout the night, they struggled to make their way around the deserted city, hoping for the best, but fearing the worst.
Earlier, we felt confident because people said they saw him in front of them on the stairs or with his group getting out of the building. But now we still haven't heard him, and he wouldn't call.
Hospital after hospital checked the latest patient lists for Tom's name.
Is that an updated list?
It wasn't there. Early this morning, Frances Swift headed home, exhausted, but still hopeful, she says. The new day would bring better news.
Do you have a name of someone you're looking for?
Thomas Swift.
Today, Tom's brother and sister continued the search.
I can't imagine other people walking around feeling the way I feel. Lost.
Just keep going back to saying we'll find him.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here. We're going to find
Just
him.
use anything to... Sitting at home and just watching it on TV feels so helpless.
We're going to find him.
And this afternoon, for a moment, they thought they had.
Yeah, they might have found him. Dad. I don't know. Mommy said that Peter called the number and that the number, whoever he spoke to said that they heard from him and that he's okay.
There was information from his company hotline. It seemed he might have somehow called in after the blast. But when the family tried to learn more, there were no solid answers. Details were murky and few. They still don't know how long it might be before they'll find out what happened to Tom.
And that story, tragically, is being played out thousands of times over tonight in New York City. We have organized here at NBC News a terrorism task force, and assigned to it our very best investigative reporters. One of them is Dateline's Chris Hansen, and he joins us now with the latest on the investigation. Chris?
Tom, it was a very fast-moving investigation here in Boston today. From pretty early on in this case, federal authorities figured that somewhere around 20 hijackers had to be involved in this to pull it off. Today, the question became, how many more people are out there? And tonight, those involved in the investigation believe we're talking about 20 to 40 more people involved in this terrorist plot, many more than anyone first imagined. All day in Boston, rapid-fire developments as the long arm of the law reached out across town, trying to grab those responsible and those who might know anything about the plot. At the Westin Copley Plaza Hotel, 3 people in custody. Police saying those detained were using the same credit card used for the hijackers' plane tickets. The hotel is evacuated as a precaution. The bomb squad is brought in just in case. At another hotel in Boston, police and FBI agents confiscate a car, as well as what appeared to be
well, that's what you call a technical meltdown. It was an automatic rewind of NBC's Chris Hansen. Let's just go back to him briefly now, he's still standing by on duty, I think, in Boston. Chris, tell us about the last part of that report.
Well, basically, after they detained the 3 people at that hotel in Boston here, they also conducted an investigation at another hotel in suburban Boston, where they confiscated a car and actually found some technical manuals for the Boeing 767, the kind of plane that was hijacked out of Boston here, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. Also today, one of the biggest leads in this case came out of Boston. There was a rental car found. A man who had flown out on a different flight from Boston yesterday morning got to his destination and saw what had happened here. Shocked like everybody else, he suddenly remembered that he had an altercation with 2 men of Arabic descent here. He called authorities back here in Boston. He described the car, where it was parked. They got to the car and they found flying manuals in Arabic. They were able to trace 2 men to the car, link them to the car. They are brothers, one an experienced pilot, and they now believe those 2 men were among the hijackers. They've also been taking a look at the travels of 2 other men who came across the border from Canada into Maine and flew in that very morning. They believe they were hijackers out of Boston as well. There were some items found in one of those people's luggage that apparently did not make the next plane, the ill-fated plane. There was apparently, according to sources, a videotape that had to do with flying commercial jets. There was a copy of the Quran, and apparently there was a calculator used to figure out how much fuel you need to fly a certain distance in a commercial jet. Now, a number of people were interviewed today, including a group of cab drivers who may have ties to the Bin Laden organization, we are told, as well as some people who worked as baggage handlers at the airport. They are going to be talking to many more people tomorrow as they try to figure out exactly the scope of this investigation. Tom.
Thank you very much. Dateline's Chris Hansen tonight reporting to us from Boston. As for the occasional technical difficulty, we'll ask your forbearance at all of that. As you might expect, both NBC News personnel and the systems are under stress. They have been going nonstop since yesterday morning. We're going to go now to the Pentagon. NBC's Jim Miklaszewski is standing by there. Jim, what are the plans for retaliation? Do you have any idea at this hour?
Well, Tom, in a videotape message to the troops, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said today the enemy will be vanquished. And while officials here at the Pentagon will not talk specifically about what specific plans are being considered, they do say in all the planning sessions, Rumsfeld, the military leaders, and other administration officials are resolved to, once they find out who is responsible, to responding swiftly, surely, and in this case, finally. There's a sense here that if the U.S. responds militarily, they will not be the kind of pinprick missile strikes we've seen over the past several years, which have failed to get at the likes of Osama bin Laden, who remains the #1 suspect. But instead, it's likely to be an all-out, broad-based military effort to not only get at those directly responsible, but to get at those who, in fact, harbor and abet the terrorists. A reference to the Taliban, the ruling government party in Afghanistan, where Osama bin Laden has been hiding out for many years. And one of the considerations here, of course, is the zero casualty mentality that has dominated recent military operations in the United States. There's a fear among politicians that once the body bags of American military start coming home, the American people will lose their resolve. One military official told me here at the Pentagon today that yesterday the American people have been vaccinated against high casualty rates among the military. They said any casualties in a military operation will pale by comparison to the numbers that were killed in those separate terrorist attacks yesterday. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon tonight. I'm joined now by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, who was in his office when the Pentagon was attacked by that hijacked airliner that crashed into the other side of the building. Mr. Rumsfeld, we have an unusual situation in this country tonight. I'm now told that fighter planes are flying protective air cover over an energy complex in Houston, Texas. It's the same National Guard air wing that escorted the president back to Washington, D.C. Are there a number of missions like that going on in America tonight?
There are. We have a number of so-called cap flights up, and as well as some AWACS and some tankers to refuel the interceptors as well as the other aircraft that are involved. They're over a number of areas of the country. In addition, we have on strip alert across the country at a number of the bases aircraft that are prepared to respond in the event it would be appropriate.
Should we assume that that will go on for the foreseeable future?
Well, no. It is clearly stressful on the force, and what we very likely will do, as we're able to, we will moderate the level of alert as we go through the coming days and as more information is gained and as we are able to develop confidence that the threat situation has been modified. We've already moved from a force protection condition called Delta, the highest level, down to Charlie, which is the next highest, but we're still at a reasonably high state of alert.
We saw the president's plane yesterday with a fighter escort as it returned to the nation's capital. Is it likely that that's going to become routine as the president travels even domestically in this country?
I don't think so. I think that what we see in terrorism is an attack on our way of life. And to the extent we fundamentally alter our way of life and stop living the way we want to live our lives, the terrorist wins. And I think what we need to do is to embark on a broad, sustained effort against terrorism and not allow terrorists to alter our way of life and win.
Mr. Secretary, is it possible that the military will have to have some kind of a component role in what is obviously going to be increased commercial airline security in this country?
That I would think not. The military people are not trained to be air marshals. Those are the kinds of jobs that other people are interested in having and sign up for and do very well at. We have a great many assignments, but basically the men and women in the armed forces are war fighters. And they're not policemen or air marshals. They do best that which they're trained to do. So I would think, to the extent a decision was made that we needed to increase air marshal forces, that there are any number of people in our country who could be trained to do that and do a wonderful job.
We all took notice today when you sent out a very stern warning to the United States military personnel to handle with great care all classified material. Are you worried that some kind of a military plan could be compromised by leaks from the Pentagon?
Tom, I very carefully did not say military. I said the men and women across the defense establishment and across the government. Every person in government who is cleared to handle classified information has to exercise the utmost care. To the extent that intelligence information is revealed, it will ruin our opportunity to track down the terrorists. To the extent that information relating to military operations is revealed, the effect inevitably is that the men and women in the uniform are going to have their lives put at risk, and people will die because of it. It is a violation of federal criminal law to mishandle classified information. And everyone, civilian and military, in this department and across the government, has to be enormously sensitive if we want to not put at risk the men and women in the armed forces.
Finally, Mr. Secretary, do you have any sense at all on when you may have a final count of the victims in the Pentagon attack?
I think it could be several days, Tom. The situation here is difficult. The fire has very recently been put out. They're now using big cranes with balls to break through to try to, all the floors collapsed where the aircraft entered the building between the first and second floor and then drove through 3 or 4 rings of the Pentagon filled with jet fuel that caused an enormous fire. And until those walls are removed and the side building stabilized, it has been too dangerous to get in there. But today they began removing some of the bodies, some of the victims, and it'll just take some time.
Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Mr. Secretary, thanks very much for joining us tonight.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Tom.
And what can we expect at the airports across the country tomorrow? NBC's Robert Hager has the latest on that from Washington for us tonight. Robert, what is the FAA saying about resuming commercial and private airline traffic in this country?
Not going to happen tomorrow, at least not in any major way. You know, we've been waiting for this for quite a while now. First they said they were going to try and get it spooled back up at noon today. Then they were thinking about tomorrow morning. Well, now we're told it's probably not going to be until Friday morning. There are a few flights that will fly. They're allowing airlines to reposition some planes, and they're going to allow airlines to pick up a few passengers that are stranded to get them on to their original destinations, but not in any grand scale. There are thousands of people stranded all over the countryside. There was one just anecdote of a little town up in Newfoundland, Canada, where there are 1,200 Americans in this little town sleeping there 6 to a room for the second night in a row. And there are thousands of passengers stranded around cities in this country as well. Now, the reason for the holdup in resuming the full-scale flights is not that the airports aren't ready, getting these new security measures ready, and not that the airlines aren't ready in being ready to move their planes around, but it's the FBI and the CIA, we're told, who've put a hold on resuming things full scale. They just want to be absolutely sure that the threat is over, that it's completely safe before they do this in any big way.
Does that also apply to general aviation, that is private planes?
That applies to general aviation as well. And now when they do get going, you know, we've heard a lot, there's going to be a lot of different changes in security. Some of the interesting ones, you can pick out so many, but there's going to be enhanced screening, more use of these backup tests where after you go through the screening, then they single you out to put an explosive sniffer over your bag. They're going to search every aircraft before it takes off. There's going to be a temporary ban on passenger flights carrying mail or cargo, so that's a big inconvenience to the post office. And this is almost a duh, but they're not going to allow knives. For the first time, there's an outright prohibition on taking knives through passenger screening.
And Bob, what about emergency cases? People who have to go to a distant hospital to have some critical work done, or if there's a dying relative of some kind, are there going to be any emergency exceptions to all of this?
Yes, I'm sure that there's going to be a humanitarian policy overriding on this. The first day there were a couple of flights that got caught in things like that. Organ transplants, there was an organ transplant turned around and they couldn't do the operation that day as they planned. That was first day confusion. But I think now there's going to be a lighter hand over all this, and there'll be more exceptions for that kind of humanitarian case.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Robert Hager, who's been on duty practically around the clock, working the FAA beat for us, obviously. Well, that too will interrupt America's commerce, to say nothing of America's culture and business. But this country is responding so magnificently in terms of its patience. We can only hope that that patience will be extended in the appropriate fashion for another 24 to 48 hours. The work of hundreds of medical personnel in this city has met the difference between life and death for victims who were caught in these attacks. And Dateline's Stone Phillips now has some of the exceptional stories from a hospital that was once in the shadow of what was once the World Trade Center. Stone?
Tom, last night, Dateline producers using handheld cameras were granted a rare opportunity to take you inside the intensive care unit at a hospital very close to Ground Zero, the New York University Downtown Medical Center. What you're about to see and hear, medical personnel on the front lines giving you, in their own words, a real sense of what it's been like to face this tragedy.
It's just a very sobering experience for all of us. There were severe burns, fractures, dislocations, degloving injuries where parts of people's extremities and their torsos were literally pulled apart. So these sort of things that you see in war.
Most of them were jumping from the building.
And you said that you saw two fire trucks pull up, and firefighters went into the World Trade Center, into the towers, and then
they went down.
And they went down.
Whoever these poor souls are, they didn't make it out.
My name's Dr. Howard Beaton. I'm Chief of Surgery and Emergency Services at NYU Downtown Hospital. Many of the people who were here in 1993 couldn't believe the devastation at that time. 93 was really just almost a dress rehearsal compared to the seriousness of this.
How many times have you been up and down these stairs today?
More than I can count. When 7 World Trade Center went down an hour or two ago, we lost power. We're on our emergency generators now. I'm told that we can stay on our emergency generators for 36 hours. And all essential services can run here, including the operating room. All of this right now, the monitoring, the respirator, everything is running on emergency power without any interruption.
As a matter of fact, the GE emergency generating truck, I saw it pull up to the hospital for backup generators in case there's a problem with our backup generators. We have double backup on the generators.
Right.
I've been running, bringing bodies back, bringing them to the triage unit. We didn't bring anybody back alive.
How are you holding up, doctor?
Well, considering about as well as could be expected. It's pretty horrific out there, obviously. Unfortunately, from my standpoint, people come in, a lot of them are not salvageable.
We are staffed to run how many operating rooms right now?
We're staffed to run 3 operating rooms until midnight.
What have you seen today?
I've seen the most horrible way a man can treat man.
What I thought I'd like to do is to check up on the status of the patients who are in our intensive care unit now.
This is one of our first patients we saw in the emergency room. He's a 50-year-old white male. He was actually an insurance broker. He was just in his office and was actually on the 78th floor of the second tower and was evacuating the tower and experienced all these explosions and made his way back down. Came in with penetrating abdominal wound and also open shoulder separation, dislocation. And he's actually miraculously doing very well.
Airports throughout the country will be closed at least through noon.
This is in every way comparable to a war zone and to a battlefield.
When we saw the first explosion go off, we saw about 30 bodies just come out of the sky and just thuds all over the place.
The true first responders are the ones that pay for it with their lives.
There's a lot of dead emergency workers today.
That was apparently a firefighter found in the rubble.
Many of them responded to the Trade Center when the first plane hit and were buried in the rubble. Unlike most people, EMS workers tend to rush towards the scene of an accident, and unfortunately many of them have been trapped and are injured.
This patient is a 79-year-old man who had an obvious fractures of the facial bones, basically disconnecting the facial bone with the rest of the craniofacial skeleton. If they can't breathe, they can't live. So we did that immediately on him via the direct incision in his windpipe.
This is the place, though, where life hangs in the balance.
That's correct. This is a unit where patients, after they're cared for, stabilized, or brought in here for further management.
Oh, we have to bring a mask. Yeah. Bring your mask.
It's funny because we said, well, if they happen to hit the World Trade Center again, what would we do? And we'd be able to call for more help. We'd be able to call, and we did get that. We got help from other hospitals.
You just said that during your most recent training.
Right.
Yeah.
What if they hit the World Trade Center again?
Yes. We went to the windows and we looked out and we said, okay, this is no longer a game. This is reality. I saw the smoke. I saw my truck out there covered with soot. I saw people running here with blood on their heads. This is no longer a game. This is not a TV show I'm watching, a movie. This is reality. This is what we do.
Breathe. Back up. All right. Keep on breathing.
Unfortunately, it's not really all that nice all the time. So we'd like to talk a little bit right now about this patient behind the curtain, if we could.
Please.
This is an unfortunate 29-year-old gentleman who suffered severe injuries, was brought into the emergency room. He worked at one of the Wall Street firms, and despite our best efforts, we weren't able to stop the bleeding. We brought in the orthopedic surgeons to try and fix his pelvic fracture. But once again, despite all that and infusing massive amounts of blood products, we weren't able to save his life. We've heard about the successes, and you saw the people running away from the building and a lot of the news stories, and obviously those are the people who have survived. And only after we begin the process of actually being able to enter the towers, or what remains of the towers, and bringing these other people out, then this story will be much more common.
The hardest case, single case, I've been in practice for 20 years. It's the hardest case that we put so much into trying to save his life.
Can I bring someone in to see the body?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
As physicians, as healthcare professionals, we're taught to fight this battle a single patient at a time.
If there's anybody who is a paramedic, a nurse, a doctor, that can make their way to Pace University, we need anyone that can come and give a hand so it could free up the doctors.
One of the young ladies who saw the building coming down above her jumped out of the window onto some rubble below, and I think she was about 9 stories high. In a normal day, we would say might need amputations or a year and a half of reconstruction, and it's really a tragedy, but really she's alive, so it's a win, and it's a triumph of the human spirit to escape such a disaster like that.
I'm very excited about being able to save this guy. I have heard that he was a guard of the observation deck. He came with extremely serious, life-threatening, fatal injuries into the hospital. We were lucky that we recognized the problem immediately and were able to treat it effectively. So the fact that the patient's actually going to live, he has a great chance of doing well. Situations like this, when you have a guy that you can get back to his family and get him back, that makes it all worth it, and that makes the years of sacrifice seem worthwhile.
We've been told by EMS to expect as many as 500 more casualties as they start to go through the rubble. We just don't know when that's going to start.
So, in many ways, the worst might be still to come.
The worst is we just don't know when the worst will be. Anybody who wants to stay in the hospital, to stay nearby, or has to stay in the hospital because they can't, can stay here. You're going to make sure that you have an adequate number of rested staff. These are human beings who care about other human beings, and because of them, other people are alive. And I think that this is a wonderful story that has to be told during this time of tragedy.
Late last night, some of the same doctors and nurses you just met left the hospital to go to a field unit where we're told emergency surgeries were being performed to help save even more lives. Tom?
Thank you very much, Stone Phillips. If you'll just permit me a personal observation about the city in which I have lived for the last 25 years and loved so much. That was a family portrait of New York. Men and women of so many different shades of skin pigmentation, tough, compassionate, talented, working together, trying to save other New Yorkers, many of them anonymous to them, but all united by this tragedy. That goes on in the city every day in so many different ways. And it's always a message that I try to convey as I move across America, because the stereotype of America is so often so different. And joining us now is New York City's former police commissioner, Bill Bratton. Mr. Bratton, this is a tough town, but it's a great town. It's also a wounded city, and it's going to take its toll. New York is going to go through a very difficult time beyond the first 48 hours.
Well, Tom, if you can appreciate this, you've written a great deal about the greatest generation, World War II. The fire department in one day in this city lost 2% of the fire department in this incident. That's worse casualties than were suffered on D-Day. And most of the senior leadership of the fire department among those casualties. Phenomenal.
The New York Police Department, as well as the fire department, is going to be greatly stressed. They're working overtime. They're down there under the most difficult possible psychological as well as physical conditions. The NYPD was having some trouble recruiting members just in the past month or so. How does it respond and bounce back from all of this?
That is the strength of what is truly the world's greatest police department, a department that I was privileged for 2 years to be a part of, that I love so dearly, that New Yorkers love. It is maligned from time to time, unfortunately, sometimes deservedly so because of the actions of a few. But what you've seen the last couple of days is what New York City, what New York's finest and New York's bravest are all about. They are the best, and they will continue to exhibit the courage and the professionalism. You just showed doctors doing what they do so well. Well, yesterday, New York's finest and bravest showed what they do day in and day out, sometimes with accolades, sometimes with indifference, at all times very poorly paid for what they are expected to sacrifice. New Yorkers in this country are blessed that so many have chosen to serve in that way. And ironically, I think those sacrifices, that I think the recruiting problems, particularly of the NYPD, as a result of this situation, will be over. I think once again this department will truly draw to its ranks the best and brightest in New York and the surrounding area.
Mr. Commissioner, you were a key player in turning the tide in the war on crime in this city. We have had a great reduction in crime in the past several years. But are New York City policemen now, and women, are they also going to be asked to take up more security roles in the wake of this terrorist attack?
Certainly, and there was an earlier report talking about the rethinking of the military in this country that has, for the last 10 years, let's face it, been focused on having no fatalities while trying to engage in activities around the world. The military, I'm sorry, they're expected to take fatalities. You can't engage with just technology. After the tremendous losses, both among police and fire and EMS here, as well as God knows how many civilians, in dealing with this situation, the military is going to have to move beyond a zero-based calculation and literally do what it takes to really, once and for all, move against these forces of terrorism. America today is being sorely tested. Like yourself, I'm a great believer in the resilience of this country, and particularly this city. And this city is the future of this country, let's face it, the melting pot where so many people from all over the world, Muslims as well as Catholics and Protestants, they all live here. I'm one of those recent transplants. I love the place. I live, eat, and breathe New York City, and it is what America is all about. We're going to rise above this, and I'd like to, if I could, just take this opportunity to just also compliment the leadership in the city, Mayor Giuliani, the people working around him. Let's face it, the mayor and I have had our differences, but in these instances, nobody does it better than he does, and it has really helped New Yorkers to draw it together, to have leadership like that, and it's a privilege to be a citizen of this city.
All right, thank you very much, former Police Commissioner Bill Bratton, who in fact did have a well-publicized feud with Mayor Giuliani, and in effect lost his job as a result of all of that. Ironically, on Tuesday, yesterday, there was a mayoral primary to determine the successor to Mayor Giuliani. That had to be canceled. If you were to take a vote in Manhattan today, probably by consensus, Manhattan and other borough residents would elect Mayor Giuliani to the lifetime post of the mayor of the city. But there are term limits, and there will be a new mayor in the next term. On day 2 of the attack on America, so many families still don't know the fate of their loved ones. As the rescue efforts do continue, how do relatives and friends cope with the uncertainty? In far too many cases, how do they cope with their grief? There is help, it turns out. We get more on that now from Dateline's Edie Magnus.
There may be an emptiness in the New York skyline, but it doesn't compare with the emptiness millions of people are feeling today. They are trying to cope with the loss of family members, co-workers, neighbors, and fellow Americans, and anguishing over what the victims might have endured.
It's the empty feeling of not knowing if he's dead or alive or if he was tortured. I just don't close my eyes at night because at least I don't have to see what I think happened to him.
Kristen Galusha was one of hundreds lined up at Bellevue Hospital. She was trying to get information about her missing boyfriend. Andrew Bass hadn't heard anything about his wife either.
And it is just unbelievable that the agony that tears at your heart and what goes through your mind, mainly at your mind when you go to sleep. Because I thought, oh, I woke up and first thing I thought, Felicia went to work, and then it hit me. She never came home from work yesterday.
For many of these people, the last contact they had with a loved one came from panicked phone calls made to and from the World Trade Center immediately after the planes struck. Dilette Villa.
Actually trying to find my stepsister. She worked on the 96th floor, I believe, of the first tower. And she called after the first explosion and was able to tell someone that she had gotten down to the 70th floor but was choking and she needed help. And we haven't heard from her since.
Desperate to find those missing, people here said they've tried the city's emergency numbers, but all the circuits are busy. So with pictures in hand and no place else to go, people like Beth Burris come here.
We've come to Bellevue today as friends have gathered for an employee of Aon who worked on the 105th floor of the World Trade Center 2. He was in his office. We understand that he got down one of the staircases and was the last seen on staircase 78. His name is John Niven. He is survived by his wife and 18-month-old baby Jack.
As grim as it might appear, these people do not seem capable of giving up hope.
Although your brain knows that it happened, you can't even feel it. You can't integrate it. So it feels like it didn't happen.
In fact, according to trauma therapist David Grand, there is something about the entire horrific event that is unreal and almost impossible to accept.
Gradually, within the next few days, it begins to set in.
Grand knows how devastating tragedies like Lockerbie, Oklahoma City, and even the 1993 World Trade Center bombing were. He's treated victims of terrorist bombings before, but says this one is different.
I have never experienced personally or professionally anything like this.
He says this atrocity is so much bigger, so much more monstrous. The healing process is that much more difficult.
But here it's mass murder. And here it's mass murder that was perpetrated by people for something that we can't understand. It's beyond our capacity to understand. It becomes the most incomprehensible and the most senseless of losses.
Grand says that the magnitude of the attack is actually a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the pain and loss is so widespread, it can intensify one person's suffering. On the other hand, there may actually be some comfort in sharing an experience like this with so many other people.
It's so crucial for us to recognize the commonality of our experiences and to come together with them and share the experiences and offer mutual support to each other.
At Bellevue, they may still be holding out hope for the living, but a block north, there's another line of people outside a makeshift morgue. Instead of hoping for the best, they are trying to confirm the worst, holding dental records to try to see if the city has found matching bodies. Counselors are there trying to provide solace.
Trauma therapists are facing a situation they've never worked with before, of this nature and of this scale.
But Grand says at the end of the day, there's only so much these counselors can do.
The most important thing is the support of family and friends. and family and friends to be there to provide for their emotional and physical needs, and not to communicate anything primarily, but to listen and to help a person to know that they're not alone.
Also, he says people have to accept that things have changed, that it wasn't a bad dream.
So there really needs to be an absolute reminder that the World Trade Towers, that the two towers are gone, and that they're not coming back.
For those who are suffering the physical or emotional effects of trauma, Grand emphasizes that there is treatment that works. But he says healing can last a lifetime, and some days are bound to be worse than others.
We're in the earliest stage of this right now. Even just the basic